ahead of 2028. But they'll have to compete with the digital bro world's new rising star, far-left activist Hasan Piker.
And what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch, YouTube like Hasan Piker, or other kind of promoters.
Some noise for Hasan Piker! None of us are free until all of us are free. We must never allow these fascists to take away from the Liberian Sea. Palestine will be free. Always maintain revolutionary optimism. You must always continue to organize. You must always continue to agitate, because the quicker we can create enough pressure that causes the American state to recalculate its suicide pact with Israel, the quicker we can save as many Palestinian lives possible. From the Liberian Sea, Palestine will be free! What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, 5 days out from my 35th birthday. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Monday News Day, and you already know what's up. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast. Why is Spencer Pratt obsessed with your mouth clip, lol? I don't know, but it's awesome. Who cares? Let these guys chirp, chirp, chirp. Who gives a shit? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's Monday News Day. We got some serious issues, specifically some serious issues with the federal government, obviously, and a lot more. We got the war, which we will be talking about as well. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we'll get into all of that and more. But before I do that, let me start off by simply telling you my personal news. And you might have realized by now that I don't really have much personal news, because I'm a chud-ass loser. Okay? You already know I'm a chud-ass loser. No personal news whatsoever. Someone said the Odyssey was incredible. Okay, well, keep that shit to yourself, friendo. Okay? Buddy boy. Let me tell you something, okay? I want to go see the fucking Odyssey in 70mm IMAX. But unfortunately, the criminal, disgusting, monstrous piece of shit, Nolan, has made it so that he filmed it and released it on cameras that are too costly. That is where there's like 8 fucking theaters in the country where you could actually watch it in the way that the auteur wanted us to consume it. It's actually insane to do that. He is such a piece of shit, and I hope nobody forgives him for that. Okay, I hope nobody forgives him for that. Dog, there are literally like 70 total movie theaters capable of showing it, and it's hilarious because there are certain movie theaters where you go, and because the burn rate is so high, the projector overheats. The projector over fucking heats. So because it's not designed for a 3-hour feature film and just for like 40-minute documentaries, the projector's overheat. So then you could potentially be one of the lucky few. You could be one of the lucky few that actually puts the money down, is waiting in long lines on the internet, trying to fucking figure it out, trying to figure out if you have some time to watch, and you're at the 12 a.m. showing and it's packed, and you get into the movie theater and then it just overheats and now you're cooked. You can't even watch it. I mean, what do you do? Every time I see the 2 different like side-by-side shots of the giant men and you can't see their fucking heads. You can only see their heads in IMAX movie theaters, and you can only see their heads in the IMAX movie theater. You can't see their heads. It's cut off. Is that real? Is that actually real, or is that fake news? Because that actually soured me on the entire franchise, okay? That unironically soured me on the entire process. It is real? That's unacceptable. I would have to travel multiple states away to see it in 70mm. Yeah. Dog, we live, so excuse me, maybe because we're not British, Christopher Nolan doesn't understand how things work in this country. There are entire neighborhoods, states where there are very few hospitals, let alone a 70 millimeter IMAX theater. Okay? For regular folk living in the countryside, for the country bumpkins, they are not going to be able to experience this. And even in the fucking cities, there aren't that many IMAX movie theaters anyway that can show it. Don't suppose you've seen the Twitter lighting up that clip of you sarcastically supporting Mao and saying that you wish for the same of the world of famine and death? Yes, that's what Mao Zedong is famous for, and that's what I like about him. My policy is famine and death. I hate sparrows. Okay, I'm like, you know, when I talk about Mao Zedong, I love talking about the 5 pests, and I love talking about how I think the Cultural Revolution was awesome. So I'm glad that they're people are locked in on the sincerely held policy prescriptions that I have for the American 5 Pest campaign that I will be implementing. Anyway, y'all don't deserve a movie. You're going to complain about this. Nolan has saved the film industry. We're lucky to have him. I mean, I won't lie to you. This shit looks a bomb. It looks so fucking sick. It's kind of annoying how sick it looks. It's also doubly awesome because the Republicans were like chirping. All the right-wing sloppulists were like, this sucks. There are black people in the movie. Blah, blah. Like there is a transgender man in the movie. Why? And it's like, dude, first of all, it's fake. Okay? It's fake. Newsflash, it's made up. Okay? So people have their own interpretations of this kind of thing. Okay? That's what Nolan is doing. So I just need you to understand something. Cyclops don't exist in the real world. I don't want you to freak out, but Cyclops don't fucking exist in the real world. It's fake, okay? It's a fictional story. You're a fucking idiot. Anyway, God, I got so much more to talk about. What about John Fetterman? 2 eyes. 2 eyes. Spiritually an ogre, but 2 eyes. If you haven't noticed, he looks like he could be a Cyclops, but he's not. He has 2 fucking eyes. Odyssey breaks records and hog brains. Trump defends Bibi over arrest Meta. War is on. We're going to be talking about that. 3 troops killed since MOU. Situation monitor. Houthis join the battle. Michigan heats up. Mainstream media coming after insurgents. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. I have the privilege and opportunity to meet Toby Doby in my hometown of South Dakota tomorrow. Do I take it or do I let it slip? What do you mean? Never have we ever seen a more pivotal figure in American politics, and you have the opportunity to be around him, smell him. You have the opportunity to be in his shine, you know, as the beautiful South Dakota sunlight bounces off his sweaty skin. And you're asking me if you should take that opportunity. There is no greater opportunity. You should be thanking God every day that you live in the beautiful state of South Dakota and not the gross state of North Dakota. Okay. Anyway, where the fuck do we got some blast off memes or what? Is this how it feels watching the Odyssey in a regular theater? Yes, bro. Yes, this is what it looks like. That's actually a really funny meme. You got a blast off meme for me? I already got that one. Chance's pooped pants. You're right, is costly and time consuming to set up. Yes. It's crazy. It's mind boggling. I mean, he's on his auteur shit, okay? That's what he is. He's on his auteur shit. He's always done this, obviously. And there are certain elements in Nolan's Nolan mindset that I obviously agree with. Okay? There's certain takes that Christopher Nolan, like certain things that he does that I agree with, like his no CGI mentality, no CGI unless it's like absolutely necessary. Like that's brilliant. I think that's awesome. That I do. That I support 100%. What I don't support is the fact that he's deaf and also seemingly is on a mission to make everybody else deaf. Though that's something that I don't support. I love practical effects. I hate the fact that he is absolutely hell-bent on making sure that anyone who fucking watches his movies in in a movie theater is going to go deaf and have the exact same type of deafness that he has. Okay, so that's important. I don't like that. I also don't like how convoluted some of his scripting is. Okay, there are instances where he just goes all over the place. There's obviously a lot of inspiration he's drawn from other, other franchises, other movies, and people point to that all the time. And I think there's inspiration, and then there's inspiration, there's adaptation, and then there's just yoinking. And I think he does a little bit of the yoinking. Okay, but you mean Paprika and Inception? Yes, of course, that's what I'm talking about. But overall, at what point do we call it creative theft? Nolan is going to be so mad at you when he lip reads what you said about him. Yeah, I find it odd. But I'll be honest. Okay. Yeah, Spencer Pratt's been losing his mind over me in DSA Watch 2. We'll get to that with the Mao Zedong stuff. So cute. A HasanAbi head family. Shout out to the HasanAbi head and mom. When you're watching Hassan Piker and then you see your son in the background, I don't say much about CJ's adventure, but sometimes I just can't hold back how proud I am of who he's becoming. Aw, that's sick. That's awesome. Also, the shot-for-shot remakes of Heat by Michael Mann in The Dark Knight. Yes. I mean, that one is like, that one you could, okay, listen, the Michael Mann Heat versus Dark Knight, like that one you could, at least, I guess you could kind of say it's not like identical. It's not a carbon copy. It's I don't know. That's homage. That you can say is like respect. It's one of the most iconic. It's kind of like this. If I were to say, if I were to say I have a dream that one day people will not be judged by the color of their skin, but the content of their character, like no one is going to think I'm like I invented that. You know what I mean? No one is going to think I invented that statement. Everyone knows exactly what I'm pointing to, right? No one's going to be like, oh, Hassan, like you fucking yoinked that statement. You yoinked that quote from Martin Luther King. It's like, no, it's very clearly like that is such an iconic and impactful statement that has been repeated over and over again that like I feel as though the Michael Mann Heat versus Dark Knight is in that category. Whereas like that shot, like all of those shots from the bank robbery is so iconic that you can see that as a reference. You can see that as an homage. Whereas who's MLK? I've only heard you say that. Yeah, the word you're looking for is plagiarism. I know, but there's a difference. Like there are certain things that transcend beyond plagiarism. When something is like so clearly pointed in one direction, that's why I think the Paprika one is like more egregious. Yeah, the Akira slide. The Akira slide is very clearly from Akira, and yet so many other movies now have that Akira slide, the classic, like, bike is like on the verge of falling, turn around. Like that is, everybody knows where that comes from. That is homage. Okay. The Akira slide is an homage to Akira. Everybody understands where that actually originated. Whereas, when you put that in, everybody understands that that's a tribute. Whereas I think the Paprika comparison is a little bit more egregious because it's like fucking shot for shot, right? In any case, that's that's some of the thoughts I have on Odyssey that I haven't even gotten to see yet because it's fucking annoying the way that this asshole has shot his movies and he wants to have classic architects and movie directors have the God complex, and I totally understand that because like what is the greatest God complex than to demand that people see your movie in the way that you intended? Okay. One can make the argument that forcing people to watch it in the theater in the day and age of streamers is already exhausting that because there's so many different available options. I understand that, by the way. I do think that watching it in movie theaters, I do think that watching a movie in a movie theater is a beautiful experience. Maybe I'm too much of a fucking boomer. Maybe I'm too much of an unk. Okay, get it out of your system. Call me old if you want. I do believe that we should be going to movie theaters. We should be going to and sharing experiences together. I wish we could do more of that. I think it's a way to, it's a foundational aspect of human existence as a social animal, and I feel like we've lost touch with that side. So yeah, I'm ableist on that front, straight up. I love movie theaters, and I want to support movie theaters. Shout out to the Alamo Draft House. Shout out to the Alamo Union. Many HasanAbi heads in that union. Yeah, it's good. Red letter media do not be fucking with the modern theater experience, so I don't be. I mean, there's obviously a lot of elements of the modern movie theater experience is dog shit. It's true. You know, you gotta get like a Disney Fast Pass to get fucking a bucket of popcorn. They also sell burgers now, which is wild. And then you have the sit down dine-in meal theaters that you can go to as well. It's just like, yeah, and then the movie itself is like, you know, however much it is, but then with the bucket of popcorn and maybe a fucking burger or a hot dog or you know, a bag of Skittles, the price point goes up to like $500. All of a sudden you're like, am I buying a Gucci purse or am I fucking going to a goddamn movie? It is what it is. Now you're standing in line for 25 to 35 minutes to get your bucket of popcorn. It's all a part of the experience. It's all a part of the experience. You can't have a meal at a theater. It's weird. I do kind of agree with that too. Controversial take. I like the optionality that exists, but yeah, I you know, I'm not a purist. I've done it. I did it when we went to see Barbie. I went to one of those dine-in movie theaters, and I enjoyed it. I had you know, chicken nuggets, like chicken tenders. One of them AMC dine-in theaters. I think it was in Glendale or something. And crispy chicken tacos at theaters slap. Yeah, I've heard good things. With movies being 3 hours long, it makes it a more appealing option. Yeah. But all I will say about Christopher Nolan is this. I got my opinions on the guy. I have shared them throughout the years. A lot of fucking, you know, people who love calling, you know, movies film use him as an entry point to claim that they have their actual, like they claim that they have like a real artistic approach to this stuff. And it's like, dude, he's still making like blockbuster hits. Okay. He's not making silent, you know, black and white cinema in the year 2026 of our holy Lord. Okay. He's making blockbuster fucking movies. If you're calling them film, but then also simultaneously being like, this is the guy, you guys simply don't have the mentality. You don't have the background to understand Christopher Nolan, then you're a little bit silly. Like it's obviously not Marvel, right? It's obviously not Marvel, but it's not exactly an art house flick either. Okay. So that's all I got on that front. I just like movies. I like movies. I like watching movies. I watch dog shit movies. I like Christopher Nolan's movies. I just like movies. I like movies. I like watching movies. I watch dog shit movies. I like Christopher Nolan's movies. I love movies. I really do. It's one of the only things that connects me to the, you know, average normie human being. It's like one of the shared experiences that I can have. I love anime. I love manga. I love reading. And I love watching movies, and he makes good fucking movies. All right. He makes good movies. Your last human trait. Yes. Do you like acting too? Or is it more the overall art? I mean, the acting is fine. Yes. I mean, I like the overall art. I like it all. I like the experience. I like the experience of going to the movie theater. I like this is also one of the last like shared global experiences that we can have. So I guess that's part of the reason why I'm just like holding on to it with as much desperation as possible, because nowadays we don't have obviously consensus reality. We don't have a shared reality, and we don't have shared experiences. So things like the World Cup are great for that. Things like in America, the Super Bowl is great for that as well. Like everyone is doing the same thing. And I think it's important for all of us. It's important for all of us to sometimes do the same thing, you know, even if we're not super entertained by it. That's why I I try to get into the mood with the World Cup to the best of my ability. And you know, and movies are a great way to do that as well. So you know, one day we're going to miss it. One day when it's gone, we will look back at these experiences fondly. How do you feel about what Odysseus Greek did to Troy, modern day Turkey? I don't want to talk about that. Those wounds will never heal. Okay. Everybody knows Troy is in Turkey. Actually, I don't know if people know that. It's in modern day Turkey. So we own that shit. Okay. A lot of people will say, oh, how dare you? Those are, you know, original ancient Greek people. It's like, no, that's us. We own that. That was way before the Turks. It doesn't matter. If it's on modern Turkish land, it's Turkish. Okay. That's it. Those are the rules. Sorry. My mom came in and said, Homer, Ömer, born outside of Izmir, also Turkish. Just some facts, okay? Just some facts for you guys to comprehend, to understand that a lot of this stuff that people say is Greek technically may or may not be considered Turkish. But Ömer, you can take the Turk out of the nation, but you can't take the nation out of the Turk. No. My ancient Greek relatives are rolling in their graves for me just hearing this. All I'm saying is Ömer, which is a Turkish name as well. Yeah. Let the streamer sparks an online firestorm over speech to college dems in Mao-style suit. They're communists. Yeah. His name was Omeros Lemefeao. I'm sorry. You're saying his name is Ömer, right? That's what you're saying. Ömer, Homeros, Turkish name, Arabic name. Just saying. Where was Homeros born? Oh, that's right. On Turkish soil, outside of Izmir. Another point for Turkish, as someone also pointed out in the chat, Homer, very critical of the Greeks. Who else is very critical of the Greeks? The Turks. That's right. Think about that. No, make this argument about Israel. I will not be doing that. Okay. Also, I'm mostly joking because I know all the Greeks are going to get fucking pissed off for me saying that. You will never be the table. Keep coping. We will be the table once again. We will be the table once again. Okay. Have you heard about the Odyssey boycott democracy now featured? We should be against all occupations. I have no idea what that is. But in any case, J Street, your Singapore segments have finally altered my TikTok algo. Look at what I just got.
You see a man robbing someone in public and you're confident you can stop him. But here's the question. Can you, just a regular, ordinary person, actually make an arrest? Under Singapore law, yes, you could make a citizen's arrest, but only under extremely specific conditions. It's called an arrest by a private person, and here's when it's legal. One is if you personally witness the crime taking place, and two is if the crime is serious and is called arrestable and non-bailable offense. This includes things such as robbery, rape, kidnapping, causing grievous hurt with a weapon. There are also special cases where you can act if the crime is committed against you or your property, but only if the offender refuses to give a valid name or address or gives false details. Another situation is if a person is wanted under a warrant of arrest but is in hiding. In that situation, a private citizen may be allowed to help and arrest them. But here's what you must know. You cannot use excessive force. If the offender is seriously hurt, even if you've done this unintentionally, you yourself could face serious legal consequences, including prosecution. A real case happened in the past involving members of public who detained a person who was taking upskirt video. This person later got extremely hurt and suffered injuries. While no force was found to be excessive, the case highlighted how risky citizens' arrests can be, especially when medical emergencies or stress come into play. So, what do you do after making a citizen?
I'm gonna be honest, I've never seen a guy so drippy. What is going on in the beautiful nation state of Singapore, man? This guy's got an incredible fit.
Arrest.
He's got an incredible look.
Hand the person over to the police or bring them to the nearest police station without any delay. If it turns out that the person didn't commit a crime and you wrongly arrested them, you could sometimes be sued or even charged. So what's the bottom line? The law allows this, but it's not always the safest.
Anyway, good to know. Good to know what kind of legal options we have in the beautiful nation state of Singapore. Yeah, that's cool. Anyway, where was I? All right, we blasted off. So we're gonna talk about Odyssey real quick. We're gonna get started on Odyssey real quick, and then we'll talk about the numerous controversies I'm embroiled in all the way from the federal government, the State Department yelling about my Cuba trip still, and what they're probably trying to do. Because ironically enough, we're joking about like more Pegaslop and Pegasus in the beautiful city state of Singapore getting arrested, but like there is a very real, not joking, but very real and sincere effort, I think, being made by the current American government to jam up as many people as possible, and possibly start prosecuting like Democratic Socialists of America, and claim that it's a front group for foreign intervention, all this stuff. It's really, really frustrating. We'll obviously figure it out. But yeah, State Department targets Hassan Piker, Ilhan Omar's daughter, and DSA. A new State Department report on Cuba goes after American citizens on the left. Yeah, my suspicion is they're like well, I'll give you two opinions here. Okay. One is I think the State Department doesn't have like a domestic terror statute. They can't do it because it's First Amendment violation. So they're trying to say, oh, this is foreign intervention. That's why we have to arrest people, because they're getting paid by foreign governments to intervene in American affairs. This is not like an American-born demand. This is an outsider coming in and like trying to fuck up American politics by promoting concepts like socialism, which are very dangerous, right? So that's like kind of a loophole for them to crack open the door to violate the First Amendment, to destroy the First Amendment, and go after critics of the American government, go after critics of Donald Trump. That's definitely something that I have been warning about, and that's something that they have a lot of interest in doing. It's very clear. This is, Mahmoud Khalil was another great example of this as well. They're trying to exhaust. They are trying to exhaust the First Amendment. This is a test bubble, right? They're trying to see if they can chip away at the First Amendment, first with non-citizens, then with citizens. And this is another aspect of it. But before we get to that, Odyssey. Let's finish off the Odyssey story, because I was still chirping about Christopher Nolan. I'm not done yet.
It was an epic box office weekend for The Odyssey. Christopher Nolan's take on Homer's ancient Greek poem brought in, listen to this figure, $260 million worldwide. That's huge, easily surpassing other movies on the planet. Adriana Diaz has more.
The Odyssey stormed the box office over the weekend with this year's biggest.
Have the Hogs missed their mark this hard before? I think it was like, at least with Baldur's Gate, they weren't like as chirpy about the gay stuff in it. So they knew better. They shut the fuck up. But this one, they positioned this as like a major flop. Elon Musk was actively utilizing Twitter and the Twitter algo to aggressively go after the Odyssey and how bad it was going to be, how the Odyssey was going to suck. People were going to hate it. They were going to oppose it because it's woke. Christopher Nolan is being woke. He made Helena Troy black. He put Elliot Page in the movie. These are unacceptable things. You can't do that. All this stuff. And now, of course, I have many different opinions on this. Number one, this is a fake story, and this is obviously Christopher Nolan's own interpretation of an already fictional story. So what's it to you, dumbass? That's number one. Number two, these people were not even they weren't even prominent fixtures of the movie. It wouldn't even be a problem if they were, but who cares? Like, most people just don't care about this stuff. Most people don't care about this stuff. They're exhausted. They have outrage fatigue. The right-wing mobs have gotten to the same point that I think at the peak woke left movements had gotten to. We're past that point, actually, where people are just like, enough, dude, let me fucking enjoy something. You're constantly up my asshole. Enough is enough, right? I think the real problem they should have had is not even the Western Sahara occupied territory and the demands for boycott, but the fact that they did not acknowledge that Omer is Turkish, born in Izmir, and also Troy is Turkish as well. And this is like, seen as this great this great Greek play when it's like clearly it's actually a great Turkish masterpiece. And I think it's really fucked up. So a lot of people are not talking about that, but that's my own personal thing. You know, this is Anatolia, right? This is Anatolia, where Turkey is. And important to recognize that, obviously, but we're just not, you know, we're not gonna, it's fine. That's just a me thing, I guess. You know, I guess nobody cares about that. But we'll talk about the Western Sahara thing too. I didn't realize that there was parts of the movie that were filmed in Western Sahara. And no, I'm not gonna watch the 10-minute Democracy Now video on it either. I'd rather read an article on it.
Live action domestic opening yet.
Ithaca's king is coming back.
No, he's not.
The film, the first commercial feature shot entirely in IMAX, raked in more than $264 million worldwide.
Battle and glory!
Strength and honor! Action!
A majority of ticket buyers cited director Christopher Nolan as their primary reason to see the movie, according to PostTrack.
I will say this, also, Christopher Nolan, objectively more right-wing than most other major directors. Perhaps one of the more right-wing major directors, which is really funny because like the right are so repulsive and so racist that they are kind of pushing him to come across as a liberal. He's not a liberal. Like, he is a very conservative director, right? As far as fucking directors goes, he might be, out of the major directors, he might literally be the most conservative. How? I don't know. Have you seen Dark Knight? Please rewatch Batman and tell me how that is not objectively a right-wing movie. Okay? The enemies are literally like socialist, communist terrorists. What are you talking about? The enemies are objectively tailored as like anarchists. Of course, he's not Taylor Sheridan. Taylor Sheridan is like not just like center, right? Taylor Sheridan is like right-wing in the American sense. But I mean, Oppenheimer made me reconsider that stance a little bit, even though there's obviously a decent amount of conservatism that he has. But it's clear that he's just like he let the real world incidents speak for themselves. But you know, I think if you look at some of his other work, like it's clear that he definitely has some right-wing takes.
A film industry research service.
It's Christopher Nolan. How can you not be excited for a Christopher Nolan film?
The second reason, the film's all-star cast, which includes Anne Hathaway, Tom Holland, Zendaya, and Matt Damon as Odysseus. Damon spoke to us about the exhilarating but demanding shoot, which stretched across 6 different countries.
How intense did it get?
Well, it was the hardest movie.
One of the funniest parts about this, if you guys remember, if you're old enough, in like the early 2016 era when like Gamergate was popping off, but like woke was starting to make develop a foothold in American culture. One of the arguments that right-wingers constantly presented was that woke lefties don't have respect for the classics. Okay? Woke lefties don't want to teach people about the classics. They don't want people to learn about the classics. Oh, the ancient Greek, they were white, and therefore this is Shakespeare. You don't want to learn about that. You shouldn't learn about Shakespeare. Shakespeare was a colonizer. No one should learn about the Odyssey. No one should learn about Homer. That was the idea that right-wingers were trying to incept. The right-wingers were trying to invoke this claim that leftists were very much against. Woke SJWs were very much against the learning about the Odyssey, right? Now, of course, this was never true, but this was never a real thing. However, in the last decade, the right has moved into the column of illiteracy and now see stupidity as not a vice, but a virtue, where they wear it on their sleeve, where they're like, yeah, I'm a dumb guy. That means I'm a real one. Yeah, I'm hateful. That means I'm real. You should be too. Like, we've moved so far beyond like any interest on the right for literacy that they're just straight up freaking the fuck out over this, instead of recognizing this as like, you know, educating the new generation on this epic, on this classic that like people need to learn about. instead of highlighting that, you know, what a great story about defying the gods or whatever, right? Like instead of taking that approach, they have decided that because they're illiterate racists, that this, otherwise small c conservative classic is actually bad. Why is it bad? Because there's 3 minutes and 54 seconds of a black woman in the epic, and also because there's a trans man in it too, and that's unacceptable. It's a bridge too far. Yeah, I mean, Ben Shapiro is at least fucking smart enough to understand this, whereas many right wingers have moved super far past that point. They don't give a shit, right? Ben Shapiro, I wanted to hold my opinion on the Odyssey until I'd seen it. I know, weird. So here it is. It's a grand spectacle with a fascinating moral core. It's extraordinary. Also, actors shouldn't have said dad. And the casting of Elliot Page is a pebble in the shoe. Irritating and bothersome and unnecessary. All my thoughts here, including Zendaya and Lupita takes. Check it out. Yeah. So is this because Ben goes woke? No, it's because Ben is of a dying breed. Ben is a hate monger. Ben is a horrible ultra Zionist, a bad guy in every way, shape, or form. However, Ben Shapiro is literate, and that is why a lot of people hate him. A lot more people hate him because of his Israel takes, certainly, but he is a theater kid through and through, and not only that, but he's also fucking literate. This is not a defense of Ben Shapiro. I despise him. I oppose him every step of the way. There is perhaps nothing that Ben Shapiro and I agree on. Having said that, however, I can still recognize that he is a literate human being, and he has like at least some level of culture, which should imply that he knows better, but he does not, seemingly. Educated people being hateful is much worse. Yes and no, because it also doesn't matter, because the right have moved beyond the need for educated hate mongers. They don't want that. They just want someone who's a mouth breather. They want an Asmongold. They want someone who is a dumb guy who openly admits that he's a dumb guy. They want relatability. They don't have aspirational goals anymore. In a decade ago, they had aspirational goals. Who would they hype up? They would hype up Jordan Peterson. They would hype up Ben Shapiro. They would try to behave in that way where they're like, oh, we're right wingers, but we're also intelligent right wingers, and we're going to destroy you in the marketplace of ideas. They don't have that anymore. They don't want that anymore. They want Joe Rogan. They want aspirational, or they don't even want aspirational no longer. It was first intellectual aspirational goals. Then it was material aspirational goals, like, you know, all of the wealth and the women that want to fuck you, this hyper machismo with Andrew Tate. And now it's relatability. They're looking for someone who is a lumpenprole in the exact same way that they are, who has made it. That's all this is. That's why that is how I describe the rise of the likes of Asmongold. Bro, Asmold, again, going an hour-long tirade about you pulling up an immigrant with like 10 links to Destiny's Reddit, very coordinated. Who gives a fuck? Let him chirp. Buddy, I have the federal government after me. You think I give a shit about Asmongold coming after me? Who gives a fuck? Who cares about that nasty little freak? I got multiple governments coming after me. Asmongold should be licking his wounds over this Odyssey take. He farmed outrage on Odyssey so goddamn hard, okay? Non-stop he did. Non-stop. Homer's rolling in his grave. The Odyssey is over after this. The whole internet rejected this. Hollywood is panicking. $2.5 million, right? And now it's a major hit. And when it became right before it released, when critics were calling it a masterpiece, he said this: I don't think it's a great thing that critics are able to preemptively manufacture a consensus on media like this, especially when this movie has so many hot button social issues tied into it that critics refuse to address. Critics now offer propaganda rather than insight. Bitch, you did that. You're just chirping because you couldn't succeed. They tried to Gamergate the Odyssey. They tried to Gamergate Christopher Nolan. You can't fucking Gamergate Christopher Nolan. He's obviously one of the most famous directors of our generation. Why, like, it's so stupid. You said dollars instead of views? Oh, my bad. Yeah. It's kind of funny that they did this. So yeah, he should worry about that stuff.
Definitely that I've ever done. It felt in a lot of ways more like an expedition than a movie because of the locations we were at. You know, we'd be shooting on top of a mountain. We'd have to hike up the mountain to shoot. And that part of it ended up being really fun because it was challenging for everybody there.
The film is also declaring victory with critics, receiving an A grade on CinemaScore exit polls and 95% on Rotten Tomatoes. The momentum is only expected to continue with Oscar.
The Rotten Tomatoes score is just so stupid too. Like I'm sorry, it's just out of all of the different ways of out of all the different rating systems that exist, I think Rotten Tomatoes is probably the worst one because it literally doesn't tell you anything. That's not 97 on Rotten Tomatoes is not, that doesn't mean that it's like actually fucking you know, all of the critics are giving it 100%. Hasan, the biggest hater of art? No, it's, come on, this is like the coldest of takes. I mean, seriously. Yeah, it just means that 97% means that like a lot of people gave it a, you can get a 97% if you got every critic saying it's a 60. Every critic rated it like at a 10, a 6 out of 10. I'm not saying it's, I don't have issues with people who critique art. Who cares? It's fine. I think it's great. Yeah, Rotten Tomatoes system is interesting because it's like a thumbs up, thumbs down system basically. And if like a lot of people are like iffy on it, but then there's enough people who just barely gave it like a passing score, then it's like then it gets a passing remark basically. Anyway.
Buzz already swirling.
I do think it's going to be one of the epic films of the century without question, and to be part of this right now is just part of history.
That is no exaggeration.
You heard.
I used to really like Metacritic, especially because it would compile all of the critics and their overall score, and then it would give you a user score. But Metacritic sucks now, so there's no, like, Metacritic is ass too because it gets fucking bombed. It gets unbelievable. It's just like the aggregate score was like a decent way to arrive at a conclusion ahead of time, but now you can't even do that. You can't even do that because everybody review bombs. So goddamn annoying.
I'll say that is no exaggeration. This marks Christopher Nolan's biggest global opening weekend of all time, ahead of Batman's Dark Knight sequels. And yes, this is a man who brought us Oppenheimer. It beat that too. And ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, Gail will talk to Christopher Nolan.
I'm so happy. You must feel this too, for people to see it. Now I want to go back and see it again because when I saw it the first time, it's with critics.
Yes.
I want to see it with an audience.
They're hooting and hollering in the theater. There's a big moment at the end. You know what part I'm talking about, Gail, where everybody goes crazy. Oh. And I love experiences like that in the theater.
You can't wait.
That's how I feel
Let's all go.
Hercules.
For bringing us back to theaters
Yes.
and out of our homes
There you
with
go.
our iPads. I know, back
Movie
in the
theaters
theater.
are back, baby.
Here's a question. How do you turn one of the most epic stories of all time into a movie? Just ask Oscar-winning director Christopher Nolan about that. His latest film, The Odyssey, does exactly that. Listen to these stats. It was shot in 6 countries, used more than 2 million feet of film, and it's Nolan's biggest debut ever, pulling in more than $260 million worldwide. You go, Mr. Nolan. Matt Damon plays Odysseus.
Yeah, on Metacritic is rated 5.1 on user reviews because they bombed it, because there's like black people in it and there's a trans man in it. So they fucking bombed the shit out of it. They review bombed the shit out of it. So now Metacritic is not a reliable way to figure out how people feel about it.
Odysseus, who struggles to get home after a very long war. He must reunite with his wife, that's Anne Hathaway, before she's forced to remarry, and faces many obstacles along the way. So we spoke to the great director, who says he still gets nervous even after all his years of success. But first, here's a look at a clip from the movie.
Tell me what you remember.
A wife, a son.
And then what?
We want to help me go home.
We're very happy to say Christopher Nolan joins us in the studio. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The movie is out.
Yeah.
People have been watching it. But before it came out, I'm wondering how you were feeling. Nervous, anxious, excited? Because I've seen it twice in 2 weeks, and all I could say was, I can't wait for people to see it. How were you feeling?
Been nervous, anxious, excited.
Still?
Well, I make films for audience.
I hear the movie. They have a scene that claims the invention of baklava in Greece. Okay, dude. Okay, get out of here. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. There's no way. There's no dang way. That's a lie.
It's just for the theatre, for
Yes.
the cinema. And so for me, the movie's really not done until the audience kind of tells me what it is. That's what completes the films. It's exciting, but it's scary.
How is this scary to you based on the body of work that you do? What are you nervous about in particular with this movie?
Well, I think, you know, you're trying to show the audience something maybe they haven't seen before.
Yes.
You're trying to...
Done. Okay.
You're trying to push the boundaries a little bit.
Twitter is unhappy with his recent take heroes. Man. Let him fucking chirp, dude. Yes. Let them chirp. I mean, that was... who cares? Who cares? Fuck Twitter. Twitter can suck my left ball and my right ball and my asshole at the same time, okay? Shut the fuck up. That's what I got. That's what I got for Twitter. Twitter can suck me from the back, okay? Oh, Twitter said this, Twitter said that. Who cares? They do Adolf Hitler compilations on there, man. Why? Why are you letting Twitter dictate anything? Yes, it's not even my fucking take. Adri misquoted me. And then everybody went crazy over it. I was reading a fucking comment from Lake McGroove. Obviously, my perspective on whether black people are capable of being homophobic is not, you know, I don't think that black people are incapable of being homophobic. I was just saying that the hyper focus on black people being homophobic seems a little strange, especially considering no one ever talks about white people homophobia. Okay? That's my take. Okay? That's my take. Who cares? Who gives a shit? Fuck it. Let him chirp. Let him chirp. How dare you? Blaming black women once again? I mean, I'm not. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't matter. He's talking from the perspective of a leftist community, not in general. Christ. No, it's who cares, man? Who cares? Twitter is the only place where all of the fucking wokes and all of the Nazis come together and do the exact same thing, which is I refuse to dig deeper and understand what your perspective is on this issue. I am now going to operate off of what I think you said and just start yelling about it. Okay? That's it. That's it. Who cares? And please, Adri, please don't clip this and post it on Twitter and then have all these people go fucking nutty mode over it. Okay, please. You don't have to clip everything. Okay? You're doing a great job, but sometimes it's okay. We don't have to like entertain these fights. Okay? She's going to clip this and post it on Twitter, and then everyone's going to be like, Hasan is fucking losing his mind. He said everyone should eat his dick and balls. Oh my God. All this shit. Yeah, be nice to her. All you have to do is ask nicely. She loves you. Well, I am being nice. I'm being nice. I'm not being mean. I wasn't being mean. Yes. Anyway, it's happening. Fuck. I know. And it's not just happening to Cuba. It's happening to your boy too. This is literally something that they're working on. And they're going to try to jam me up with this shit too. It's clear. Anyway, who is Hasan being mean to? He is such a douche. What? Dude, I love when people come in here and it's like so clear that you're just here to chirp. He's like, I didn't even know. I already have my mindset. I could possibly agree with what your take is. I didn't even hear it, but I heard like a goddamn animal. I half listened and I heard you get excited. The misquoting is the misquoting is because the broader context is not revealed in that conversation. Okay. That's all it is. That's why it's like, it's not technically a misquote. It's just the broader context and how that will be received. If you don't think about that, when you're posting the descriptor, which is more important than the fucking clip itself, because nobody watches the clips. They only read. And even then they barely fucking read. Like that summarization is key. It's the most important element. It's the most important aspect of the clip on Twitter. And that's what a lot of my haters do. And I think Adri does a pretty good job doing this. A month after Juneteenth is crazy. Here's a great example. You want to know how shit gets clipped out of context? All right, we're done with the fucking Odyssey conversation. Okay. Wait, hold on. Oops, that was the playlist, obviously. We're going to get into situation monitoring in a second. But if you want to understand like how here's a great example of how like shit gets totally clipped out of context, or rather The context itself or the video itself does not matter. It's totally secondary, right? Here, everybody on Twitter has been losing their minds over this speech, okay? More. Everybody, Shannon Watts, DSA Watch, they're all like, this guy's wearing a Mao suit. This guy's so cringe. This guy's doing a Hitler-style speech. DSA Watch, which is a right-wing operation. Who knows what they're funded by? But basically, this is a right-wing guy from Arizona. I think he's like a real estate developer that's behind the account from Arizona. He's a Republican. And he posts this and says, it's run by a Dem. I thought it was run by a former Republican? I think he's a right-wing guy, though. It's very clear that he's a right-wing guy. I mean, DSA Watch is just like clearly a right-wing operation and most likely a Hasbara operation as well. So, in any case, Hasan Piker delivers Hitler-style rant in Mao Zedong suit. No more. 9.6K likes. There is no greater indication that no one that was liking that shit actually listened to what I was saying. No more. Let's take a look at what I was actually saying, and you can make up your mind on whether or not this is a Hitler-style speech.
To Trumpism, but no more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate, and who betray us. No more to the fascist reactionaries, but no more to the Democrats who will collaborate and cooperate with the fascists, who will fund ICE, who will fund Israel, who will help poison the planet, who will stiff workers and help bosses. We don't need those Democrats anymore. In fact, we have a message. We are coming. We are unbossed. We're unbought. We're unbound. And we will become undeniable. Thank you.
I mean, no notes. No notes. I think it's great. I think it's a great fucking speech. I will say, especially the end of it, the second half of it, like, I get really fired up. I don't know what this would be considered. I don't know how this could be considered Hitlerian in any way, shape, or form. Love the speech, but not gonna lie, you sounded like Dwight Schrute when he gave that dictator speech. Guys, I don't know if you know this. Dwight Schrute is working in an office, okay? I am giving a political speech at a political event about politics. I'm not like working at Scranton, Pennsylvania at a paper plant, okay? I'm giving a fucking political speech. I saw a lot of people that were like, oh, this is just like Dwight Schrute. It's like, yeah, the reason why Dwight Schrute is funny in that moment is because he's working for a paper plant where they make paper and stationaries. Okay? That's why it's silly, the juxtaposition of him delivering a Mussolini speech. What makes it funny is that juxtaposition. That's the joke. Americans only know Brian from Family Guy and Dwight from The Office. I know. American burger-brained Ameroids, unfortunately, can't comprehend it. Anyway, so more Pegasus is defending me now. More Pegasus fence it's the new Hasan drama, even pushing back on Asmongold. I will push back a little bit. I don't think Destiny represents average people either. Nobody deserves any kind of IRL harassment. That's just lame. And I disavow it completely. Oh, shit. But anyway, we were talking about, like, I know we got sucked into a totally separate conversation, but yeah, I mean, that's a great example of how, like, people just don't watch the clip, right? Shannon Watts did this too. Shannon Watts dressed like Mao and talking about how much he hates the majority of Democrats as an invited guest of college Dems, right? And she's been going extra hard. She's been going balls to the fucking wall, right? I love you to death, Hasan, but the mouse suit isn't it, man. I can see people being fearful, and it leans heavy into the Fox News cockers hit you with the communist stuff. Also, having the old heads believe them. Nice fitting suit, double-breasted, makes you look like someone old head morons love. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to stop wearing the Zhongshan suit. It's not the fucking Mao suit, okay? It's like, it's a Chinese suit. I like it. I'm not going to stop wearing it. I don't give a shit if people go, oh, there's the Mao suit. Who cares? Who cares? Yeah. Its origination doesn't even come from Mao Zedong. Obviously, Mao Zedong popularized it quite a bit, but it's Sun Yat-sen who also wore it. And not only is it it's the Zhongshan suit that is like a Chinese style of like merging Eastern and Western aesthetics. But I also happened to get it tailored when I was in China by the fucking family that invented the suit style, invented that tailoring style. So, you know, it has, you know, not only does it look good, but I also like I like the story behind it as well. I don't give a shit. What's it called when you associate an Asian style of clothing with a specific Asian with the implication that it's bad? I mean, yeah, it's fucking racist. But it doesn't matter. It's the Nehru suit adapted to be more Western facing, along with some influence from Stalin suit style. Yeah. Sorry, but the Mao suit rocks. Feels like it makes his head look small. I like the concept. Also, true China Maxer would know that the suit was created by Sun Yat-sen. Yeah. Yeah, they're treating your suit like you put on a fucking Gundam to threaten the empire. Yeah, the only thing that matters when you wear stuff like this is, does it look good or not? Okay? Does it look good or not? That's it. And if the answer is yes, it looks good, yes, is swagged, then who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? Yeah, again, ironically enough, I'm not a Maoist, but if they want to present me as one, who gives a shit? There was a really funny, it has created really funny discourse, though, I will say. In the short clip Watts provided, Piker says no more to those Democrats who will collaborate and cooperate with the fascists, and she saw this as an accurate description of everyone who is in DSA aligned. Yeah. But it was it is created, once again, very funny discourse, okay? The origin of the suit doesn't matter. Who made it famous matters. Same as you don't see anyone using the now called Hitler mustache. He didn't invent it, but he made it famous. Yeah, there's no comparison between Mao Zedong and Adolf Hitler, dumbass. That's the whole point. That's what I'm trying to get to right now, which is that if you were to make that comparison, you're a fucking idiot. And I know a lot of people in the Western world not only make that comparison, but then turn around and say Mao Zedong is far worse than Adolf Hitler. He killed far more people than Adolf Hitler. It's a fucking stupid argument. That's my point. That's like, you know, anyone who is at least a little bit knowledgeable about Chinese history will understand that there is plenty of criticism that is warranted of Mao Zedong, especially in his later life, but he's also a profoundly important historical figure for the entire planet and certainly for the PRC, People's Republic of China, modern China in general. That's my argument. That's my statement. And it's one that Shannon Watts, of course, without any sort of fucking interest in understanding Chinese history, has immediately turned around and said, whoa! Yeah, Hassan, please stop wearing the Mao suit. It scares libs and normies. Also, while you're at it, please stop pushing socialist policies. It scares people. And to calm the masses, please start preaching that better things are not possible. Yeah. Mao killed practically half my dad's paternal family, and I don't even blame him. They were landowning 1%ers. These people call Nancy Pelosi a communist who could wear anything and they cry about it. I mean, not these people. So they clipped something. They clipped me talking about Mao Zedong. And here's stopped by a cop who thought I was like making fun of Mao Zedong, which I never would. And never will. Mao Zedong is a one of the great leaders of this world. Okay, a man who changed the entire universe, the entire planet. He did. He changed the trajectory of history. He did. He is the founding father of the People's Republic of China, and it's insane that these people, like Mao Zedong, gets the same level of credit that the founding fathers do for America. Okay? That's it. Like it's literally the same thing as me saying George Washington is a great man of history and is a profoundly impactful, profoundly important person. The American Revolution is a progressive historical event overall, all things considered. And of course, they were also slavers, right? And the same, if you apply that same principle consistently to Mao Zedong, everybody in the fucking Western world loses their minds, where it's like, well, Mao Zedong, unlike George Washington, did not own slaves, okay? And as a matter of fact, did a lot of work to abolish the prior structures that resembled slavery and feudalism. But that's besides the point. Yes, there were tremendous excesses in the Cultural Revolution, the Five Pez campaign. There were a lot of failures that led to mass famine. Of course, there's no more mass famine since then, and China is credited with uplifting 800 million people and taking them out of extreme poverty. That's what the PRC did, and this is something that everybody understands and everybody acknowledges because it's true. And that would not have happened without Mao Zedong. It's that simple. Okay? For real, yes. I mean, there was a lot of fucking excesses, let's be real, but the People's Republic of China would not exist without Mao Zedong. I got stopped. Like, that's... Anyway, I literally wrote my AP Lang exam essay about this exact same thing. All this is super cynical anyway. They're just like freaking the fuck out. It's like, don't worry, man. I don't want to destroy the sparrows. Okay, I don't want to kill all the sparrows. But yeah, ultimately, this is like, this is no different than when I said the fall, the dissolution of the USSR was a devastating event that had reverberations. It was like one of the, it was an event that was unbelievably traumatic for people who lived in Russia, people who lived in the Eastern Bloc countries as well. Like, it's just true. It's an objectively true statement. And for some strange reason, whenever people fucking hear that, they go, whoa, whoa, whoa. You're like, you want gulags. You are defending the excesses of the USSR. You're defending Stalin's like height of paranoia. No, I'm not. And the same goes for Mao Zedong. It's just a sequence of thought terminating counters. Okay? It's a sequence of thought terminating cliches to just be like, no, what the fuck? You can't have any objective analysis, which includes criticism as well, on foreign adversaries. These are historic foreign adversaries that now have contemporary, they're now contemporary foreign adversaries as well. You should not be interested in understanding their development, their evolution. You should instead just say they're Adolf Hitler, but worse. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to fucking do that. It's not my job. It's not something I'm interested in doing. I'm not trying to fucking win I'm not trying to win like a political campaign where people could just like fucking lie and use like short clips. You can defend the USSR a little, bro. I mean, of course, there are tremendous aspects of the USSR that are defensible and good. Like, for example, defeating the fucking Nazis. Okay? The issue is a lot of people don't want to look at where Tsarist Russia was and then where the USSR took Russia to and made it this industrialized nation in such a tremendously short period of time. That is never a part of the consideration. Now, of course, that used to be a part of the consideration. Ironically enough, there are plenty of conservative right-wing historians even back in the day that covered this stuff decently. But because we have unfortunately arrived at a world where literacy, critical thinking, nuanced thinking, objective thinking on these sorts of historical events is no longer rewarded or welcome, most people, even on the liberal side, engage in the same fucking mentality. Ideology transcends all, and the monoculture created, designed, and propped up by neoliberalism dictates that you must not engage in critical thinking. Okay? You must not do it. It's cultish. It's cultish in ways that are not that different from the Trumpian cult. Now, of course, the Trumpian cult is far worse, is far dumber, but like, I personally don't understand why people are not more interested, more curious, more intellectually honest, especially on the liberal side. Like, we're not supposed to be like Republicans, man. We're supposed to look at this stuff with a different perspective. Like, doesn't it bother you that like Shannon Watts is saying the exact same thing that Spencer Pratt is saying? Does that not ring any alarm bells in your mind? Mao had some excesses, would low-key be one of the funniest takes if this guy wasn't dead serious and quickly becoming the gatekeeper for one of the two major political parties in America. Like, this is what I mean. You think like you arrived at a perfect understanding of my assessment off of a 36-second clip that literally is like half dead air anyway. But once again, Republicans and liberals are aligned on this issue. Does that not strike you as even a little bit odd? This moral grandstanding, this idea that I see you took off the mouse suit to avoid the allegations, but I also recognize the Israel Epstein suit. You dirty communist. You're not sneaky. Yeah. Israel Epstein, my goat, living the dream. So I always assume that like Republicans chirping about this shit would potentially cause some alarm among liberals who are advancing this position. But no, they're perfectly fine shaking hands with some of the most insane, some of the dumbest fascists of all time. Okay? Yeah. This is just as insane as calling Hitler a great leader, except Mao killed even more than the Nazis. Like, and this is a not so subtle way. This is a not so subtle way of straight up saying, like, you know, Hitler wasn't that bad in comparison to these dirty communists. Okay? That's what this is. This is, unironically, this is Holocaust revisionism. Okay? You can't, on the one hand, this was a deliberate attempt. You know how we have the Daughters of the Confederacy in this country that revised and whitewashed the Confederacy immediately after it ended? Nazis did the exact same thing. They created the double Holocaust theory, okay? A very common Holocaust revisionist theory. The idea that Stalin was just as bad as Adolf Hitler. As a matter of fact, Stalin killed more than Adolf Hitler, so maybe he was worse than Adolf Hitler. This was a deliberate attempt to revise the atrocity of the Holocaust. Okay? So on the one hand, a lot of these guys who are pro-Israel will unironically engage in the exceptionalist nature of the Holocaust and say that it is a singular event. It is a singular event unlike anything else, and that's why no other genocide can come close. But then they literally will point to things that are not even in the same category, in the same camp whatsoever, and will claim that things that are not comparable to the Holocaust at all are actually just like the Holocaust. And this is never considered, even though academics look at this as Holocaust revisionism, double genocide theory. But because these guys are pro-Israel, they get away with it. Isn't that interesting to any of the liberals that Spencer Pratt agrees with you? That does not spark something in you at all. The clean Vermont myth was a big part of that too. I'm curious about your Mao point. Okay, we're moving past Mao Zedong. I'm not defending everything that Mao Zedong did. I'm actually fairly critical of the Cultural Revolution. I've talked about it quite a bit. Okay, you can go and find it in the archives if you want to. Okay, we're not killing all the pests. We're not killing all the pests. The rapid industrialization was a massive fucking failure. It was too decentralized, and a lot of people also died due to the mismanagement, due to the famine. These are all real historic events that people recognize. Like, it's fucking stupid not to. Even the Chinese government recognizes it. Okay. Anyway, what is this? Yeah, this is Matt Petty has a take on this as well, and we're gonna get to it in a second. But I have to pee, so I guess we'll start off with the Fox News.
But no more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate.
Yeah, Mao Zedong style speech. All this stuff. What is this? Dems Piker problem?
Compare that to the Democrats, who are still trying and failing
Here, I gotta
to
pee.
crack the masculinity code. Their so-called Joe Rogan of the left, Hasan Piker, is back in the headlines, this time for calling Republicans terrorists.
A stark difference between even a Democrat who you and I might find not up to par, to say the least, versus Vance or whoever the they put up.
Of course. I mean, I hate Republicans. I oppose them. I say that all the time. I think that the Republicans are far more damaging. The biggest terrorists, the biggest domestic terrorists in this country, the biggest terrorist internationally is the Republican Party.
Disgraceful. But not all Democrats are sucking up to the America-hating streamer. Michigan Senator Elise Slotkin is firing back after Piker attacked her for daring to talk to Bill Maher, but not him. Watch.
I talked with Hasan Piker this week, and he essentially said that there was a double standard on you going on Bill Maher's show versus his Twitch stream. Do you want to respond to that?
Some derogatory things he said about Orthodox Jews, saying that we deserve 9/11. Like, there's some things in there. Not to mention, he calls me stupid like every other week. So what normal human being would choose to go on a show when someone calls you stupid every 10 days?
Yes, Obviously, I'm not quite sure, Harold, why more mainstream media folks don't adopt her common sense approach. This guy's bad news.
I agree. I think that whenever on either side, Democrats or Republicans use language that I think is not becoming of a political conversation, I'm critical of. I think there's no way in the world, if I were Lisa Slack and I'd go on Mr. Piker's podcast, I wouldn't go on it if he invited me. Now, if I were in a setting and he was there to debate, I'd debate him, but I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of being on his platform. I think one of the worst.
Yeah, I'd be so satisfied if you came on my platform, big dog. I would love to have you on. Okay, that's one of my favorite. Dude, you work at Fox News, buddy. You work at Fox fucking News. What the hell are you talking about? Anyway, this video is old. This is from April. But the talking points have not changed. Okay? John Fetterman says if the Democrats don't disavow you, he will leave. It's getting there. It's getting there. We're going to talk about it. So anyway, yeah. Far left political influencer Hasan Piker sparked heated backlash over the weekend after addressing a group of college students wearing an outfit resembling the wardrobe of former communist dictator Mao Zedong. No more to Trumpism, but no more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate, who betray us, Piker said to applause at the 2026 College Democrats of America Summer Convention in a clip that was widely shared on social media, including by the account DSA Watch, which called the appearance a Hitler-style speech and was viewed over 1 million times. Parker continued, no more to the fascist reactionaries, but no more to the Democrats who will collaborate and cooperate with the fascists, who will fund ICE, who will fund Israel, who will help poison the planet, who will stiff workers and help bosses. The appearance, and specifically the Mao-style suit, generated instant outrage on social media. Hasan Piker dressed as Mao, brainwashing your kids at college. Former Los Angeles mayoral candidate and reality TV star Spencer Pratt posted on X, "They're communists. This was always communism." Pratt added, "Mao killed more people than Hitler. If Hasan Piker had dressed like a Nazi, we'd have an appropriate outrage." Would you? I think if I did that, you would love it. You would be defending me. Fox News would be defending me, actually. If I unironically dressed like Adolf Hitler and said Nazi-style things, I'm pretty sure I would just be a spokesperson for the Republican Party because Stephen Miller literally does that. Okay? Greg Bovino, Mr. Bovino, straight up openly dressed like a fucking Nazi, and y'all defended his ass on a daily basis. I guess I would be the head of ICE if I did that. So no, I don't believe this attitude. I don't believe this attitude at all. I think that's bullshit. This is a lie. We know it's a fucking lie. We can all agree that dressing up as Mao while preaching this faculty lounge cosplay communism is a little on the nose, right? GOP strategist Matt Whitlock said. Atlantic Council senior fellow Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib, okay? Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib, Israel's greatest defender at the Atlantic Council, so the transformation of Hasan Piker is nearing completion. Dressed up as Chairman Mao, whom he called one of the great leaders of this world to change the entire universe, he and his followers are attempting a cultural takeover of the Democratic Party, which is letting them in. Serious issues aside, it remains funny to me the amount of costumery required to be a leftist in good standing. CNN political commentator Scott Jennings posted, yeah, he'd know a lot about costumes. Yeah, he's been in and out of closets many times, Scotty. A spokesperson for the pro-Israel watchdog Canary Mission told Fox News Digital that Piker is a malicious figure who has repeatedly faced criticism for rhetoric supporting terrorism, and that the decision to host him reflects the growing influence of socialist and extremist voices within the Democratic Party. Piker, who has previously expressed admiration for Mao Zedong, the Chinese Communist revolutionary whose policies historians estimate contributed to the deaths of tens of millions of people, responded to the DSA Watch post on X saying, no more to fascist Trumpism and no more to the Democrats who collaborate with fascists by funding ICE and Israel's a Hitler-style speech to you, ? Piker did not comment, which they reached out for a comment. I did not comment, I guess. I didn't even see it, but I probably wouldn't anyway. Piker, backed by roughly 10 million followers across various internet platforms, has endorsed several far-left candidates across the country, including campaigning with Democrat Senate candidate Abdul Sayed in Michigan as the Democratic Party grapples with a socialist wave of candidates that have won elections across the country. What is this? Yeah. Libs and right-wingers are so fucking stupid. The number one actor and model in China, Zhang Linghe, also wears Zhongshan's regularly, unbuttoned even. Yeah. Yeah, it's a common garb. Not only is it common garb, but like they're saying like contextually, I'm wearing this because I am wearing it because I love Mao Zedong and I agree with everything he's ever done in his entire life. I personally don't have the same level of antagonism that the average American has towards the People's Republic of China. That is real, okay? There are plenty of criticisms. There are plenty of excesses, especially the older Mao got, the worse things got in terms of his governance, okay? Having said that, his contributions to history are vast, okay? It's true. 800 million people would not have gotten out of extreme poverty if it wasn't for Mao Zedong. Obviously, Deng Xiaoping played a major role in this as well, but it transformed China into what it is today. No reflection on that at all. Motherfuckers will call you a dangerous Hitlerian force, then call you boring, performative woke like Brian Griffin in the same breath. Yes, at a certain point, I think people need to recognize. I mean, it's the same shit. These guys used to say I'm a hypocrite socialist grifter who's really rich, doesn't do anything, just sits at home. And that was never obviously the case. However, now they're like, oh, he's a dangerous terrorist that the federal government must fucking depose and throw into jail, throw under the jail, kill him, please kill him now. Like, it's just at a certain point you have to recognize, like, they just don't agree, and they've been conditioned into hating not the worldview necessarily, but who I am as a person. It's always easier to disparage the messenger rather than to tackle the message. Okay? So, I would and never will criticize Mao Zedong. Piker said earlier this year in a clip that is currently recirculating, one of the great leaders of this world. Like, I'm fucking literally joking. I criticize him immediately after that clip. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Yes, it's true. I would never. A College Democrats of America executive board member at college in New York told Fox News the group platforming someone like Hasan Piker is antithetical to the party and common sense Democrats are trying to present to the American people before November's midterms. The board member added, we had a golden opportunity to stand up to Trump's corrupted authoritarian brand of politics, fight against MAGA, affordability crisis, and restore congressional checks on an executive branch that has far overreach in our role in the government. Platforming malignant outside actors such as Piker who have actively worked to cloud our policy platform will only harm our broad electability amongst the average voters. I don't understand how they can call you a lib. There's just like variance. There's variance. There's to varying degrees of different ideology. There's always going to be people to my left that think that I'm not like sufficient in my advocacy for socialism. I'm not. Liberal is an umbrella term. A lot of people are liberals. Liberal is monoculture. Most Republicans are also liberals, and the ones that are post-liberal are just straightforward fascists. Most self-identifying liberals, we believe, are actually far more open-minded to socialization, socialism, as long as they develop class consciousness and get the sufficient political education. But a lot of and this even extends to self-identifying conservatives that are also a part of the broad. What is this? Mao Zedong died on this day. The Times said he began as an obscure peasant and died one of history's great revolutionary figures. New York Times archives. It's true. Liberalism is all-encompassing, okay? Liberalism is all-encompassing. In any case, the irony, of course, of what that guy was saying is like, this is dangerous, toxic, whatever. The irony there is the goals are the same. I want there to be a Democratic majority. I want the Democratic Party to win majorities in the House of Representatives and in the Senate as well. So whether they like it or not, we are actually working towards the exact same fucking goal. These guys, on the other hand, of course, that's the short-term goal here, because if we don't actually put any fucking checks or balances against the Trumpism, against the reactionary force in this country, we're fucked. We're not even going to have a real election by 2028. We might not even have a real election by the end of this goddamn year. It's not like the Republicans are shy about it. They keep openly entertaining it. Okay?
This guy's cosplaying the guy responsible for the deadliest famine in human history like it's just a fun bit. This is a guy who went to China and said that he felt no ties to America, and then he went on Cuba on a...
Once again, just so much discourse nowadays is just, I'm unnuanced. I don't give a shit what this person is saying. I've branded this person my ideological opponent, and I have no investment whatsoever in understanding his perspective. I am going to do everything and anything I can to just greatly bastardize a soundbite. It's it. That's it. That's all this is. And it will always be this way going forward. I don't think we can actually fix this unless we fix the literacy crisis. Okay?
Trip, whose funding source has him now being subpoenaed by the Treasury Department. This guy isn't a revolutionary. This guy did not come up from the ranks of the proletariat. This guy's a Nepo baby. He Twitch streamed his way into a bigger platform. Republicans are quietly building their whole midterm strategy around this. They're calling this a hate election. They're pointing to the Democrats' Tea Party-like revolt by progressives. This is proof that the party can't govern, and why young people are not only Richard Nixon maxing, as I know you guys have reported here before on Fox and Friends First, but the young people are actually longing for a return to the days of Joseph McCarthy and wondering, did he go far enough?
I mean, that's insane. Austin Peterson, former Libertarian presidential candidate, unironically saying we need to eviscerate the First Amendment. Also, it's pretty funny because he's a former Libertarian presidential candidate, and he basically does what I do now, but just to a much lesser impact. He's a fucking podcaster himself, which is precisely the reason why this is, there's a lot of jealousy baked into this fucking commentary, it seems. And no, I'm not a revolutionary, okay? So what's up?
Well, maybe not this guy, anti-Israel.
It's like saying Zohran Mamdani is a revolutionary. He's not. I'm not. We're not revolutionaries. There is no revolution. There could be one day, but currently the material conditions are not ripe for any kind of real revolutionary activity.
Streamer Hasan Piker delivering a far-left speech to college Democrats, all while dressed in Mao Zedong garb. Watch this.
No more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate, and who betray us. No more to.
I like that they cut the part where I'm like saying fascist reactionary Trumpism. No more to fascist reactionary Trumpism. They're just like, look, this guy hates the Democrats. He's attacking the Democrats.
The Democrats who will collaborate and cooperate with the fascists, who will fund ICE, who will fund Israel, who will help poison the planet, who will stiff workers and help bosses. We don't need those Democrats anymore.
That was bars, by the way. Straight up, I'll take it. I'm gonna keep repeating that over and over again. That was bars. That's the stump. You know, that's me working my tight five. I'm sorry, I kind of cooked on that. Objectively, aura, objectively cooked. You can fucking cry about it all day, every day, but
We are on boss. We're on bot.
Do you write your own speeches? Yeah. So many of you have actually seen a lot of my speeches. Like I will get help from my friend and my editor at times, Noah Colwyn. But this one, the most of the speech, this was something that I wrote that I was going to do in the rally in Denver. So I wrote this speech for the Denver rally, right? And then I reworked it, retooled it for the College Democrats of America. But this is all me, mostly me. Noah gave the Noah part was basically the beginning. Like there were a couple additions from Noah in the front end of the speech, but the second half is my shit. And I was wondering if you guys could tell that it's like it's my own voice coming out and
Bound, and we will become deniable. Forget the Democrats, Austin. Shouldn't that clip be in every?
Yeah, build here, not bomb abroad is my bars. Yes, build schools in your neighborhoods. I use that a lot.
Republican ad between now and the midterms that this Marxist and people like him, you know, the people clapping there in the audience, want to take over your way of life.
Yeah, the Republicans are loving.
I might skip the poison word just because the closer you can get to Hitler, and if you're a professional misunderstander, what, poisoning the planet? No, dude, that's not fucking Hitlerian at all. I'm not saying immigrants are poison. I'm saying they're poisoning our fucking water supply. They're poisoning our environment. It's a perfectly appropriate word to utilize when you're talking about the ecological disaster that is unfolding all around us, and how much the capital forces of capital have contributed to that death and devastation.
This stuff, Todd. They want to run on this. It kind of reminds me of that Dwight Schrute clip from The Office when he was doing the speech like he was Mussolini. Communism killed 100 million people, and all we got was that lousy jacket. You know, this guy's cosplaying the guy responsible for the deadliest famine in human history like it's just a fun bit. This is a guy who went to China and said that he felt no ties to America, and then he went on Cuba on a trip whose funding source has him now being subpoenaed by the Treasury Department. This guy isn't a revolutionary. This guy did not come up from the ranks of the proletariat. This guy's a Nepo baby. He Twitch streamed his way into a bigger.
I love that they're burning the candle on both ends, though. He is a grifter. He's not serious. He's not a revolutionary, but also he's obviously trying to foment a communist revolution and very scary. Like, I love this dude saying it at the same time. Like, on the one hand, he's like, he's an insincere grifter. All he cares about is making money, blah, blah, blah. But then also he's like, he's the most dangerous guy in American politics. We have to make sure he's being funded by foreign governments. Like, we have to put him under the prison. Libertarian, by the way. Where the fuck is your investment in libertarianism? What are you talking about? He's demanding McCarthyite trials to come back.
Platform
at the end of this. Look,
West Hollywood mansion. Now it's worth north of $3.5 million, I think. And he sits behind a gate so the fans and paparazzi can't get to him. His own defense, when people called out his hypocrisy, he said he'd rather be a rich socialist than a broke person defending capitalism. Well, at least he's honest. The revolution lives.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, you got any problems with that? Yeah. Again, bars.
Behind a gated community, Todd.
It is insane, the hypocrisy that he demonstrates. So the big question is, what are Democrats doing about it? Here's at least two of them.
There's some crazy stuff, you know, when we're cheering for the Intifada and DSA, again, they say things like, you know, takeover of key industries, government. That's communism.
But what does that have to do with supporting Hamas? What does that have to do with putting up candidates who say we should have no police, no prisons, we can't deport anybody, even if they commit rape or murder, Israel shouldn't exist? These are terrible ideas.
Austin, we're running late here, so I need a quick answer. But are the Democrats too late? Has the cancer already overrun the body?
Oh, for sure. Axios reported this same week, Todd. Republicans are quietly building their whole midterm strategy around this. They're calling this a hate election. They're pointing to the Democrats' Tea Party-like revolt by progressives.
This is a trap. This is a trap for the establishment Democrats. The Republicans are setting this up for the establishment Democrats to fall into. Okay? It's a trap door. Please be smarter. Okay? All of the momentum, all of the on-the-ground organizing is on our side. Okay? The people have tremendous appetite for change. They're sick and tired of business as usual politics. They want this change so bad. That's why they're voting. They're voting against the barrage of attack ads against their left flank. They're voting for people that I never thought they'd be voting for. These are Democrats. These are your voters. Okay? They're not alien forces from the outside. They're not Republicans that are casting ballots for Daria Liza in a closed election. These are Democrats that are voting, and these are now DSA candidates that are winning these primaries. Okay? This right here is a fucking trap door. Establishment Democrats are going to fall into it. They're going to be like, see, the Republicans are going to use these DSA candidates as a dangerous and scary force, a malign force in American politics. We have to cut them off immediately. Okay? We have to cut them off immediately. Some cynical operators within the establishment will obviously utilize this, will shake hands with the corrupt forces of fascism in this country in an effort to actively excise their left flank. But if you are if you're a Democrat, if you're self-identifying liberal and you just want to fucking win, just please understand that the Republicans are doing this to dupe you. Okay? They're giving an out to the establishment Democrats to rerun the electability argument once again, to tweak it once again, to say, see, no, these moderate pivots are how you win elections. It's not when you go left. You got to keep going right on a lot of these cultural issues. You got to keep going right on economic issues. That's the only way to defeat Republicans. When we all saw that principled stance, that third way neoliberalism lose to Donald Trump, an incompetent, petty, despotic tyrant, twice, not once, but twice. This is my plea, not to the Democratic Party. This is my plea to the liberals, the self-identifying liberal voters who might be in the margins, who might just say, hey, I kind of like this youth, this youthful exuberance being forcibly pushed into the Democratic Party. I like that, but I'm still a little scared. I'm still a little shaky. I'm still a little shaky on this stuff. Is it actually real? Is it going to work? That's who I'm speaking to when I say this. I'm talking to the fucking voters. Okay? Had socialist candidates lost primaries in New York City, Philadelphia, and DC, there would have been a wave of articles about how non-white voters don't vote for socialists. Instead, they won, and we got a wave of articles about how non-white voters don't vote for socialists. It's almost like corporate media reverse engineers narratives to punch left and shore up the status quo, regardless of what happens. And if socialists and progressives win on August 4th, they'll just move the goalposts again because they're ideological enforcers, not neutral arbiters of reality. We got dozens of articles on how Bernie endorsing Muslim women is somehow racist. Dan Goldman losing by 30 points to a Jewish guy is evidence of rising anti-Semitism. And a Muslim candidate subject to $50 million in Islamophobic attack ads is actually himself sexist. Reality is irrelevant. Adam Johnson cooks once again. This is the media class abiding by their ultimate goal. They are the standard bearers of capitalism. They are the defenders of capitalism. They position themselves as neutral arbiters of reality, but in fact, their primary goal here is to defend the current system, defend the establishment, defend capitalism at the end of the day. Okay? The only difference now is that there is oppositional media. Okay? And oppositional media has always played a formative role in developing class consciousness, in developing socialist movements, from the Pravda all the way to, I guess, the fucking modern new media environment where Twitch streamers play somewhat of a role in this process. Let's be real. Without newspapers, there is no socialist movement. There is no communist movement. Without a place where you can get this information that isn't diluted, that isn't oppositional. No, this is not being a trot. Shut up. Okay? No, I'm not talking about the importance of pamphlets. There has never been a successful revolutionary movement without its revolutionary media. Okay? Ground News sponsorship segment. Shut the fuck up.
This is proof that the party can't govern, and why young people are not only Richard Nixon maxing, as I know you guys have reported here before on Fox and Friends First, but the young people are actually longing for a return to the days of Joseph McCarthy and wondering, did he go far enough?
The problem with that article is Republicans are saying, hey, you may not like us, but they're worse. Republicans need to come up with a better strategy than just that between now and November.
Yeah, I'm done apologizing to these nasty little fascists, okay? And if you come in here and you demand that, if you come in here and you say, oh, you gave them an opportunity, there are instances where I do give them an opportunity, by the way. And I'll take my fucking, when I do give them an opportunity, when I say something that's like out of context, or when I say something that is actually fucked up, right? When I'm too hyperbolic or anything like that, I take ownership over that and I apologize for it. This is not one of those moments. This is manufactured outrage when no such manufactured outrage should even exist. Okay? No outrage should exist. The speech stands on its own. Okay? So this is not one of those moments. This is not even like a Rick Scott style incident, right? Where they're doing everything they can to they had a panel on you during the morning of your speech that brought a former Democrat. I know, I watched that already. Yeah. We are done. We are done conceding on oppositional framing. We have to be done with that. It's one of the biggest ways that Democrats consistently take L's. And if we are to be different than Democrats, if we are democratic socialists, we're communists, we will not take on oppositional framing. It's bad. It's just, it's self-defeating. And it's an argument that I have presented to even establishment Democrats, and it's one of their biggest weaknesses. They love taking manufactured hysteria, manufactured outrage from their opposition and then entertain it as though it's a sincere grievance. It's not. Simply put, your boos mean nothing when I've seen what makes you cheer, right? I'm not going to get a lecture from a guy who excitedly supports death and destruction of children. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm not going to hear a lecture from you, Ben Shapiro. It's not happening. I don't care what your perspective is on this matter. Shut the fuck up. Stop saying it's Rick and Morty. Do you understand?
Well, the dirtbag left and the dirtbag right are basically the same. Hasan Piker, Nick Fuentes, same transgressiveness. Graham Plattner, Andrew Tate, both alleged rapists, same evil, same scam. We're here pointing it out so you can see what's going on both the far right and the radical left. We will also get to the craven mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani, who seems to think if he just smiles a lot while spewing commie propaganda, people won't notice that he's just spewing commie propaganda. And we're doing a lot of noticing these days. See, in the wake of losing elections, the left is now embracing the photo negative of the right's transgressive evil.
The socialists aren't hiding it anymore? Reload the title. It has a new title? What do you mean? It just says the socialists aren't hiding it.
As in Hasan, saying things that are immoral, not anchoring anything you have to say to evidence or fact. It's super duper fun. Hell, it's probably fun to go to a College Democrats of America convention dressed as Chairman Mao. I mean, I assume it's fun for Hasan Piker when he's not putting on his Cartier jewelry. I assume it's fun for him to go dressed as a mass murderer responsible for the death of 40 million people at the College Democratic of America convention, explaining we don't need Democrats anymore and the kulaks must burn.
I didn't say that. What the fuck? The kulaks must burn. Yeah, I said liquidate the kulaks.
But no more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate, and who betray us. No more to the...
Also, he's mixing and matching his communist too. He's like, liquidate the kulaks. Did Mao liquidate the kulaks? Were the kulaks, what would be the equivalent? There is an equivalent in China as well, but it's not the kulaks. That's USSR.
Fascist reactionaries, but no more to the Democrats who will collaborate and cooperate with the fascists, who will fund ICE, who will fund Israel, who will help poison the planet, who will stiff workers and help bosses. We don't need those Democrats anymore. In fact, we have a message. We are coming. We are unbossed, we're unbought, we're unbound, and we will become undeniable.
Only blood will grease the wheels of history. Doing the full Mussolini Dwight Schrute routine. Hasan Piker, that guy is welcome in all of the Democratic circles. He is an intellectual elite among the Democrats. Again, the dressing is the Mao is the...
This is my favorite type.
That the Democratic Party is going to become more anti-Israel.
This is my favorite type of argument because there is none, okay? It's just going, isn't this silly? Or, this is actually very scary at the same time. It's like, no commentary on the meat, okay? No commentary on the meat at all. No commentary on the potatoes. How is this not the same rhetorical tool deployed all the time, like by the likes of Laura Ingraham, that just simply repeat the statement with a silly, sarcastic tone without actually addressing any of the arguments? The only articulable fear the Democrats can produce against the left is Israel.
Point. He's siding with Hamas is the point. The DSA is fun and incredibly sinful, and it's enjoyable for the left. They enjoy it because it's the id. It's the thing that you want to say, but you know you shouldn't, but you really want to say it. And when they say it, it's fun. Here's the New York City DSA co-chair, Gustavo Cordillo, on landlords, saying that basically he should decide what happens to those horrible, horrible bourgeois.
The problem we're facing in our housing system is that we talk about tenants and we say they have to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. They have to be responsible financially. But when we look at the landlords, we don't use those same standards.
That's incredible take. What's the problem? An investment is an investment, okay? Is housing a vehicle for speculation? Is it a speculative asset or is it shelter? In the United States of America, we do both. And therefore, the situation is totally warped where we treat, on the one hand, we treat it as an investment vehicle, but also on the other hand, we will never allow that investment vehicle to falter. We'll never allow that investment vehicle to go down in value, right? That's the problem. If you're making a gamble, if it's a bet at the end of the day, sometimes we need to allow that bet to fail, especially if this means more people will get shelter, okay? It's that simple. And that's all he's saying. He's saying we tell people to pick themselves up by their bootstraps. Well, when it comes to making your money off of holding on to housing, holding on the property, we never allow for policies that will potentially lower their profit margins. That makes no sense. That is unironically the reason why there's this major housing crisis in this country. This is not a controversial opinion. As a matter of fact, if you were to talk to the average person, the average working class individual, or even the upper middle class person in the country right now, and you were to be like, hey, how do you feel about home values going down a little bit, but then you get to have a home? Everyone would agree with that. At the end of the day, we're talking about shelter for these people, okay? For most people, for the average person, a home is shelter, okay? In the United States of America, it's also your nest egg. It's also your retirement. It's upwards mobility. It's generational wealth. That's what's so frustrating about it. Our understanding of housing in the Western world is totally fucking distorted. It's not an accident that in English-speaking countries, especially, this mentality persists, and that's the reason why English-speaking countries all around the world have some of the worst housing policies and some of the worst homelessness crises. There was it a Forbes report that just recently came out that showed like median wealth versus average wealth in these countries, and it showed the disparity between countries that had a housing crisis where their GDP increase or their overall wealth, the wealth of the country, was entirely due to housing inflation. Housing inflation, the price of housing going up. Okay? It's unbearable. That's why we fucking say, America is a third world country with a Gucci belt on. So many of these places, like England is another great example. Canada is another great example of this. The United States of America is somewhat of a decent example of this, even though it's such a vast country. There's obviously numerous housing markets within the country. There's numerous different housing markets within the country where some are a little bit more, adjustable. Australia is another one as well, where you look at the overall, the entirety of the Anglosphere. When you look at the overall wealth in the Anglosphere, you see there's a lot of value, but you don't understand the full picture. If there's so much value, why are there so many homeless people? If there's so much value, if there's so much wealth, why is there so much endless suffering? Okay? Especially in Western liberal democracies, Western liberal capitalist democracies. Why? That's because all of the value is trapped in the hands of boomers, and all of the value is trapped in the housing. The value is not real. It's not real wealth. It's not wealth in the way that you understand it. For the longest time, okay, before finance capitalism became the only version of capitalism in the global marketplace, especially in Western liberal capitalist democracies, the idea was simple. You invent something, you have a little bit of upfront capital, you invent something that's new, or you find a more efficient mode of production, and you're in a competitive market and you rise above everybody else. This is the efficiency of the market. And you generated something, you created something. There was an industrial base that was built in this country, okay? And that's how wealth grew. And in the process of growing wealth, although there was a lot of consolidation at the top, there was an instance where rising tides were, in some ways, raising other boats as well, okay? Of course, it was never as equitable as it was supposed to be. Obviously, that's the problem. That's the problem within capitalism, where all of the productive output, all of the productivity that you are putting in to generating value was staying still at the top. But then something changed. Okay, this is fucking ahistorical. Okay, I'm oversimplifying it. Can I please explain to you what the difference is between, I guess, the periods of time in American history in the 50s and 60s, 70s onward, and then the accelerated version of events? It's already wrong. Okay, you know what? You have the floor. You explain it. You explain why so much wealth growth has been seen in the Western world especially, and yet the bottom fell out for the average worker. Yeah, okay, smart guy, you take a crack at it. When did the wealth get to the bottom? It never did. I'm not saying it got to the bottom. I'm simply stating that when there was more redistributive policies, and when there was an industrial base, some of that value that was being generated, unlike now, because all of the value comes from moving numbers around as opposed to like actually building shit, in comparison to the current accelerated version of finance capitalism, things were objectively better, it still wasn't a perfect system. It still wasn't a good system. Okay. But in comparison to the situation now, if you want to understand like why there was at least like a self-identifying working class, a labor movement, and that people could simply work one job and have not one, but sometimes two fucking families. Okay. Like there is no reality. There is no reality now where one guy with one job can have not only one family, but a second secret family on the fucking side. Okay. You have households where both of the parents are working, and on top of their regular job, in order to make ends meet, they have to take gig economy jobs as well. What's the difference? Modern day conditions are the predictable outcome of capitalism. It was capitalism back then, and this is capitalism evolving into a more honest version of capitalism, a more indecent version from your perspective, but this is just still capitalism. I'm not even making the distinction like, oh, this is corporatism versus capitalism. Real capitalism has never been tried. I'm not saying this is real capitalism. I'm simply explaining to you that the contradictions have always existed, but it's getting far worse now. And we haven't even peeked behind the curtain of what it will look like with artificial intelligence, where value keeps going up, where the market is still performing well, and yet people are losing their jobs. Largest share of GDP by labor was 1960s to early 1970s with high union density and the advent of the modern welfare state. It also happened to be a period in time where America still had some version of central planning in the aftermath, the war economy. Okay? Yeah, Rand income study from 1975 to 2018. Bottom 90% had 67% of share of income in 1975 and 50% share in 2018. It's gotten even worse. It's gotten so much worse. But that's also just income. A lot of this wealth is no longer created through income. The overwhelming majority of wealth for the top has nothing to do with income at all. Jeff Bezos gets paid $75,000 a year, right? Obviously, it's in assets, it's in wealth, it's in the stock market. That's what I'm talking about. That's the major difference nowadays. It's in investments. In any case, that is the reason why this system is collapsing. That's the reason why contradictions are worsening. Ownership, not income now. Only way Elon Musk could become a trillionaire. Exactly. We'll talk about, when we get to situation monitoring, we'll talk about all this stuff. But in any case, we'll do Francesca Hong in a second. I just wanted to get back to this dumbass who yesterday came out and said, my red line is campaigning with garbage like Hasan Piker. I'm going to have to quit the Democratic Party. And here he is doubling down with Maria Bartiromo once again.
If that becomes official, even Jewish kinds of organizations like J Street are doing events with people like Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. I mean, how can you embrace people like that? That Hamas is 1,000% better than Israel. You know, if we became the kind of party that would embrace someone like Hasan Piker, you know, maybe my party doesn't want like a reasonable, common sense kind of Democrat that reminds people that standing with Israel, that at least used to be part of our core values. And one of the reasons why I've been proud to be a Democrat.
That's right. Senator.
Yeah, he's just saying straight up, he's entertaining leaving the Democratic Party, which he already left spiritually a long time ago. Let's be real. But now he's looking for an out. And I guess he's decided the out is me. Now, the real question here is, if you were to ask the average Democrat, is John Fetterman closer to your understanding of what the Democratic Party should represent? Or is it someone like myself? I suspect that if you look at the trend lines on Israel, most Democrats would obviously be on my side of the argument rather than John Fetterman's. So that's it. John Fetterman doubles down on his threat to leave the Democratic Party because of Hasan Piker. Yeah, John Fetterman has a minus 40% approval rating among Democrats in Pennsylvania. Now, what's really interesting about this, by the way, what's really interesting about what John Fetterman is saying is that John Fetterman is the least popular Democrat in the country. He's a Dino. Democrat in name only. Okay. And what I find particularly strange about this is what he's saying there is not dissimilar to what you hear from Neera Tanden, what you hear from Shannon Watts, what you hear from a lot of these establishment Democrat aligned spokespeople for the center of power in the party. It is identical, almost verbatim, bar for bar. And that's what's so strange about this, where those people would never openly entertain John Fetterman as a good force in the Democratic Party. They don't come after AOC as hard and as vociferously as well because they're worried that AOC is objectively a popular figure in the party. But they share that same exact resentment. They share the same exact resentment that John Fetterman has. They hate it. And yeah, it's interesting. It's funny that Paul Singer, Jan Koum, and Neera Tanden are the three most prominent supporters of Haley Stevens. Singer and Koum are outspoken supporters of Trump, while Tanden publicly claims to be against Trump, but actively spends all of her time fighting other Democrats and teaming up with Trump mega donors to do it. Democrats won't have a coherent party as long as a huge chunk of it is funded by Republicans. I brought this up as well because Eli Clifton reported on this, senior advisor at Quincy Institute. He had a report on this. He said two of Trump and GOP's biggest donors, Paul Singer and Jan Koum, are the largest individual donors to the super PAC backing Haley Stevens over Abdul El-Sayed in the Democratic Senate primary in Michigan. Why is this important? Well, it's important because I brought this point up as well. Why are two major MAGA donors backing Stevens, and what is the guarantee they continue funding her against Mike Rogers and the general? Can she perform at all without AIPAC money? Why is mainstream media too busy talking about Abdul's podcast appearances instead of this in the electability calculus? I know the answers to these questions, but, still interesting to see mainstream Democrats hit these fucking lines. Last but not least, Jeremy Ben-Ami had a take on this as well, and then we'll get to the Marco Rubio situation. But here is more synchronicity on the pro-Israel camp. John Yoo attacking UC Berkeley law professor, famous pro-torture professor, shitting on Zohran Mamdani.
After the 9/11 attacks, the Bush administration, and I was an official of the Justice Department, we participated with Congress to pass a law that prohibits any official in the United States from cooperating with the ICC. So what Mayor Mamdani is calling on is for the officials of New York City, including himself, to violate federal law. So in the end, it's not Netanyahu who should be arrested and investigated. I'm not trying to exaggerate here. The mayor is violating the American Servicemen Protections Act passed in 2002, and the Justice Department should be investigating him. And the president, under that law, is authorized to use all necessary means to prevent any American or ally from being handed over to that court. So if Mayor Mamdani wants to spend a lot of time dealing with FBI agents and Justice Department investigators, well, he just launched that whole process for himself and the residents of New York City.
But he's a savvy guy, right? You don't get elected mayor of the biggest city in the world if you're a dummy. So what is this? It's just some kind of a political catcall for him?
Yeah, I don't know if I can add more than what you've heard from other political analysts and guests who've said that Mayor Mamdani is appealing to this large sort of socialist-friendly base of young people in New York City who are becoming increasingly, I'm afraid, anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. But the question is he acting consistent with the law of the United States? And he is not, and he should be investigated by the Justice Department, by the Trump administration because of that.
That's crazy. This guy's pivotal achievement is literally sanctioning torture, by the way. Like, in a just world, he would be going to prison, ironically enough. But, of course, we do not live in a just world. His biggest accomplishment, John Yoo's biggest accomplishment as a former Deputy Assistant Attorney General, is sanctioning torture during the war, the global war on terror. Isn't that wild? Yeah. He wrote the torture memo, famously.
After the
man who deserves to be on trial at The Hague, it's illegal to actually send criminals to The Hague. Yeah, of course he would say that. He's a fucking straight up war criminal. So yeah, this morning I had some unfortunate news. Let's start there. Wait, hold on. Sorry. Actually, before I get to the torture, I just got through the torture thing. Before I get to the State Department issue, there was one other thing I wanted to cover. To wrap up the college Democrats thing, here's Jeremy Ben-Ami, who's been getting yelled at quite a bit because J Street, J Street U, which is the university version of J Street, co-sponsored the College Democrats of America convention. And then Jewish Insider went to Jeremy Ben-Ami and were like, why the fuck did you sponsor this? Hasan is a terrorist, blah, blah, blah. He's an anti-Israel terrorist, all this stuff, right? And then I guess Jeremy Ben-Ami had a opinion on this. He wanted to release an effort post on this. It says, since it was announced that Hasan Piker would be speaking, some have sought to portray our participation as an endorsement of his views. That is simply false. J Street disagrees with much of what Hasan Piker says and with the way he says it. We won't hesitate to say so. But we also reject the notion that the right answer to his invitation is to abandon the very spaces where the next generation of Democratic leaders is debating these issues. Our mission is not to preach to the converted. It is to ensure that a pro-Israel, pro-peace voice is heard wherever the future of American politics is being shaped. If we leave those conversations to others, we shouldn't be surprised when the loudest and most polarizing voices dominate them. Let's also dispense with the misinformation. J Street U was one of the many conference sponsors. Our sponsorship amounted to a couple $1,000s for an exhibit table. We had no role in choosing speakers, no approval over the program, and no say in who was invited to address the conference. Suggesting otherwise is either uninformed or intentionally misleading. Some of our critics don't object to this particular conference. They object to J Street. They've spent years trying to convince people that there is no room in American Jewish life or democratic politics for a pro-Israel movement that also insists on Palestinian rights, opposes the occupation, and believes diplomacy is stronger than perpetual war. They won't succeed. Too many people want young Americans to believe there are only two choices: defend every action of the Israeli government or reject Israel altogether. That is a false choice, and it is one J Street was founded to reject. We will continue to show up. We will continue to engage. We will continue making the case for a future in which Israelis and Palestinians can both live in freedom, security, and peace, and we won't be intimidated into surrendering that conversation to voices we disagree with or to critics who would rather see us stay home. Search fucking bullshit. There's no fucking thing as being pro-Israel, pro-peace. Yeah, I obviously have vehement disagreements with J Street, and they have disagreements with me. But at the very least, they understand the importance of not demanding deplatforming for someone with my worldview, with my policies, with my opinion on Israel, because they understand that the argument is lost for the most part due to AIPAC, due to the AIPAC style of understanding of Israel, where it's all or nothing. Okay, J Street is the good cop to AIPAC's bad cop. That's that, but they at least like play that role well, because obviously, if everyone who's pro-Israel came across like AIPAC, then it favors my position a lot more. That it's, being pro-Israel, being a Zionist, undermines the argument of Palestinian emancipation. It's antagonistic to Palestinian emancipation because Zionism is an ethno-religious supremacist ideology. Now, of course, we will have this conversation eventually. I think I have an opportunity to potentially talk to Jeremy Ben-Ami, which, I would love to do. He has an open invite to have honest discourse on this broadcast where we can put out our opinions and we can have a reasonable conversation about whether or not being pro-Israel is antithetical to being pro-Palestine or not, and why we should care about the demographic concerns of the Zionist state as people who believe in, humanitarian values. But that's for a different day. He doesn't seem reasonable in the tweet. I think he's more reasonable than AIPAC is my point. All right? Hasn't Jeremy Ben-Ami taken issue with you historically? Yes, of course, because I also rail against liberal Zionism as well. And Jeremy Ben-Ami is a liberal Zionist. So, of course, he has a major issue with me. Dude, people who even self-identify as like being prominent critics of Zionism, Peter Beinart has taken issue with my criticisms of liberal Zionism. And I like Peter Beinart. We've had this conversation. There are certain positions that I take that liberal Zionists find unfathomable and outright anti-Semitic, but at least they won't say that it's like considered anti-Semitic because they know a little bit better than to do that. Like the comparison between Nazism and Zionism, that is a big no-no for a lot of people who are, critics of Israel, specifically Jewish critics of Israel. Because I think, the Holocaust is understandably The Holocaust has understandably played a profound role in the development of modern Judaism, and also plays a formative role in Zionism as well, because it's such a historically important atrocity that impacted the entire Jewish world. So that is the reason why Nazi comparisons come across as very, very difficult to swallow for many people who would be critical of Israel to a degree far beyond J Street, like Peter Beinart. But there's a difference between having robust debate on this issue rather than simply saying, nope, you're anti-Semitic, fuck you, you're Nick Fuentes, you should not have a platform. There is a difference, okay? And J Street does not entertain that level. J Street does not do that. Many other Zionists do that, where they'll cynically claim that I am an anti-Semitic person, and not one that has combated anti-Semitism, but also has a significant difference in opinion, who's not precious about making this comparison, because it's important. It's in the spirit of understanding. It's in the spirit of Holocaust scholarship to make that comparison. That's the purpose of Holocaust scholarship. That's what I believe, right? You don't have to cozy up to them because they defended you once. There is no... it's very strange that people look at this as cozying up. I'm explaining to you that there are varying degrees. There's different ways of looking at it. They're not even defending me. They're simply defending the principle of funding an event. Peter Beinart is not J Street, to my knowledge. Anyway, that was one other point that I wanted to make, but I think we're buttoning up the College Democrats of America saga until Republicans fucking keep hammering that point over and over again today, as they, I assume, will continue doing. And we're moving on to the no, stop. I don't care about the JNS article, Chatter. Please stop spamming it. I don't want to read the 750,000th fucking article about, like, oh, as a Jewish person, I was really scared that Hasan Piker spoke at the College Democrats of America, okay? For the last 3 years of Israel's genocide, that's all we've written. That's all we've read here on the broadcast. Okay, please. I don't know why you want to fucking pull me back into that. We're done with that. Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on to a different line of attack coming from the State Department. So the State Department released a new report this morning. This comes after the political terrorism event. Okay, Ken Klippenstein was the one who informed me this morning. But here is a highlight. Here is a headline. U.S. accuses Cuba of long-term ideological warfare and infiltration at the highest levels of the American government. Okay? The New Republic wrote about it too. State Department targets Hasan Piker, Ilhan Omar's daughter, and DSA. A new State Department report on Cuba goes after American citizens on the left. Now, this is a gross violation of the First Amendment. There's no other way to read it. It is a direct attack on American citizens exercising their freedom of speech, their freedom of expression. Ken Klippenstein reported on it this morning as well. I said, why is the State Department naming American citizens in their Cuba report where they seemingly complain about our opinions on U.S. sanctions policy? This is absolutely protected by the First Amendment. They are trying to chill speech through intimidation. This is a not so subtle way of bringing McCarthyism back to the United States of America. And the targets are, ironically enough, also identical, okay? Because there is no domestic terrorism statute, as it would be directly at odds with the First Amendment, the State Department is utilizing the broad powers that it has in the post-9/11 global war on terror universe. They're using the tools that they have at their disposal that they've deployed over and over again by claiming that the people that are socialists, that criticize the Trump administration, are actually a part of an international network of terrorism. Because they cannot do this, line of attack at the domestic level, they are trying to tackle it from the international level, okay? They have a lot more tools at their disposal to, quote unquote, tackle international networks of terror. You claim someone is a terrorist, you claim that they're being funded by foreign entities, and then boom, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Deny them their habeas corpus, torture them in Guantanamo Bay. This is the process that the American government has deployed. This report that Marco Rubio released, that he said, for more than 6 decades, the Cuban regime has been leading sponsor of radical leftism and third worldism in the United States. The State Department is exposing the full history of Cuban espionage and subversion in our country. The American people deserve to know. Joe Roth says, this report is a justification for the military invasion of Cuba and the new COINTELPRO. Rubio lists the People's Forum, Code Pink, and DSA as Cuban front groups, which the Trump administration will inevitably try to break and suppress. That is precisely what they're doing. Matt Petty has an opinion on this as well. He says, that's exactly it. The Rubio camp does not have a problem with communism as an economic system or an idea. They believe that the lesser races, civilizations of the world have gotten too uppity, and Tin Pot socialist states are the easiest to make an example of. When you point out that Islamo-leftism or third worldism is incoherent, that's the point. They're telling you to fear everyone else in the world, and it's all one horde trying to take what's yours, no matter what justification. This is why I was very frustrated. Dude, I can't fucking talk about the student protests in India right now, man. I'm sorry, okay? Maybe we'll get to that in a little bit. I'm literally talking about my fucking federal government coming after me right now. Jesus Christ. Holy shit, spammers in the fucking chat. Piece by piece, we will get to it, okay? Fuck. You're saying chill. Just don't read the comment law. But like, this is not the first time this guy has been spamming it. There's been like a ton of people in the chat because it's a big fucking protest movement that's being suppressed by the Indian government. I know. We're going to get to it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the report is so insane that it actually states, in all seriousness, that Cuba's main goal is to conquer the United States. It's about as dumb gets. Don't be fooled. This is the State Department trying to build a foundational case for U.S. military action should Trump decide to do it. These various threads can only be understood through the prism of the Cuban regime's ideological foundation, imbued by its founder with a singular goal of conquering the neighboring United States. Since 1959, Cuba has been, and without fundamental radical reforms, will always be less a nation state than all-encompassing intelligence and subversion operation focused around its existential revolution against the United States. Amid all this, the Cuban people themselves continue to suffer in hunger and darkness, forced to live in something akin to modern slavery under the occupying regime, held hostage by their own state. The report also is extremely clueless on the big reason why Cuba is still offering its services to the extent it has any to Russia and China, because it views doing so as good balancing behavior against a neighboring adversary with infinitely more power than itself. A Cuban plot to undermine McDonald's, the ultimate example of American imperialism. Yeah. The threat posed by Cuba is described in far more dire terms than those employed by the U.S. intelligence officials and State Department diplomats over several decades, reviving speculation that the Trump administration is establishing a pretext for overthrowing the communist government in Havana, a longtime goal of Secretary of State Marco Rubio. That is precisely what's going on. But the icing on the cake isn't just to create a fake sufficient reason to militarily invade Cuba, a country that we have been starving for 60 years and only have enacted more cruelty in the last decade, okay? But besides that, this is an opportunity to basically create a legal structure to claim that domestic socialist movements, domestic left movements, are actually a part of this international apparatus of left terror. This is why I was very frustrated and very worried when I saw the counterterrorism seminar that they delivered this past weekend. I talked about it, I warned about it, and this is complementary to exactly what they're trying to establish. Okay? This is part of the reason why I brought up Fergie Chambers' arrest in Spain, directing the Spanish government to extradite Fergie Chambers, an American citizen with a profound amount of wealth, a centimillionaire, an inheritor of the Cox dynasty and the wealth, who funds certain protest movements and pro-Palestinian movements all around the globe, as a terrorist. Okay? They're trying to go after Fergie Chambers. They're trying to go after Roy Singham. Okay? Roy Singham lives in China. Fergie Chambers, I don't know where he lives, but I guess he was in Tunisia or something. And they are using the Spanish government. They use the Spanish government to intercept him at the point of travel and arrest him. And now they're demanding that Fergie Chambers get extradited to the United States of America so he can be prosecuted in the United States of America. Southern District of New York is actually playing a role in the RICO case against Roy Singham. Now, neither of these people are people in my sphere of influence or in my orbit in any way, shape, or form. I just know of them. Fergie has actually criticized a lot of the stuff that I do. I'm too reformist for him, whatever. I think it's still a clear-cut example of fascism to try to actively suppress, punish, and claim that all people that go against American foreign policy, American citizens that go against American foreign policy are all actually terrorists. Okay? That's what they're doing. Centimillionaire says your reformist is funny. I mean, he is more radical than I am. Let's be real. So, 99-page State Department report on Cuba is drawing accusations of McCarthyism from peace groups and civil liberties advocates for naming private American citizens, including a member of Congress's daughter, over their opposition to U.S. policy. The report, titled Cuba, Capital of 21st Century Communism, casts the island as decades-long covert threats that has infiltrated the highest reaches of the U.S. government and cultivated generations of American activists. In a section on the revolutionary tourism, it named streamer Hasan Piker, Amazon Labor Union founder Christian Smalls, the Democratic Socialists of America, former UK Labor leader Jeremy Corbyn, and Isra Hersey, a campus activist and the daughter of Representative Ilhan Omar, over their participation in a March 2026 aid convoy to Cuba. It goes on to note that Hersey was suspended from Barnard in 2024 for organizing Gaza solidarity encampments. Why is the State Department naming American citizens in their Cuba report, where they seemingly complain about our opinions on U.S. sanctions policy? Piker wrote. This is absolutely protected by the First Amendment. They are trying to chill speech through intimidation. Medea Benjamin of Code Pink, whose group is also named, called the report McCarthyism, plain and simple. She told DropSite that Code Pink is now under Treasury Department investigation for bringing medical supplies to Cuban children's hospitals. The people delivering medicine are under investigation, not the officials enforcing policies that deprive Cubans of medicine, food, fuel, and electricity, she said. One of the things that I have been very frustrated by is that this is, they've been signaling that they're going to do this for the longest time. And a lot of fucking liberals have been celebrating this, thinking, oh, they're packing up our opposition in the Democratic Party. They're going to take care of all the fucking nasty little communists that we hate too. They don't realize that this is inevitably going to impact them as well. This is just the starting point. The real reason why they're doing this is because they want to eradicate the First Amendment. And if liberals actually play ball with this, if they appease the fascist monsters, they too will be in the same fucking concentration camps that we get sent to first. A good time to remind people that McCarthyism really just targeted subversives within the government, which resulted in numerous government workers being fired on suspicion of being gay. This was known as the Lavender Scare, and we're seeing this already with the vilification of trans people. Yes, it said the blockade that the report exists to justify has left Cuba with shortages of medicine, a healthcare system starved of supplies, and a collapsing power grid. Cuba poses no threat to the American people, the group said. The report makes no mention of the U.S. energy embargo imposed in January, which the group has noted caused nationwide blackouts and devastating collective punishment across the island. This month, 136 countries at the UN voted to condemn the suffocating economic sanctions on Cuba, with the U.S. and Israel among the handful opposed. Yeah. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. History doesn't often repeat, but it rhymes, is what they say, right? It's a cliche. Well, right now, history isn't even rhyming. It's just repeating. This is a justification for McCarthyism. And because they can't do that off domestic policies, because there's no domestic anti-terrorism statute in this country, they're doing it by creating a sufficient legal environment with the vague international terrorism statute that exists post-global war on terror. And they will trap regular dissidents, liberals as well. A new State Department report on Cuba's campaign of subversion against the United States, a virtual government blacklist against left-wing Americans and groups linked to last week's Rubio-led summit on political terrorism. The report is unusually candid about the government's targets. Many of the most significant upheavals in recent American political history, from the George Floyd riots to the rise of Antifa to the explosion of pro-terrorist activism on American college campuses, can be linked in some way, shape, or form to Cuban influence, the report says. So remember when Donald Trump was like, China is the reason why the election was stolen and China is the reason why everybody hates me? Marco Rubio's doing the same, but this time he's saying Cuba is the reason for why Black Lives Matter as a protest movement grew in this country. It is the highest level of delusion. Everyone with a fucking working brain cell understands that this is an abject lie, but it doesn't really matter. They're spitting on our face and telling us it's raining. As for those who these supposed agents of Cuban influence are, the report is remarkably explicit. It names people like Ben Cohen of Ben & Jerry's ice cream fame, mayors Zohran Mamdani and Karen Bass, media figures like Amy Goodman and Hasan Piker, organizations like the Democratic Socialists of America and the Amazon Labor Union. The implication is clear. Secretary of State Marco Rubio thinks there should be a modern-day blacklist of the political left in America. In fact, the report explicitly mentions the blacklist, McCarthy-era investigations and prosecutions of the 1950s and their effectiveness at dismembering the Communist Party USA. The 100-page report titled Cuba, the Capital of 21st Century Communism, was released this morning. An entire section of the report, numbering over 3 pages long, is dedicated to the Democratic Socialists of America. The Democratic Socialists of America serves as a particularly potent illustration of the ideological victory of Cuba's efforts to position itself as the spiritual capital of third worldist radicalism, the report says. This represents a significant advantage for the Cuban influence operation. Havana no longer needs to rely solely on intelligence penetration or asset cultivation to exert influence over the United States. Though the report concedes that DSA was not shaped by the direct and tangible influence of the Cuban government and that it has organic ideological commitments, it insists that none of that is to say the group has no ties to the Cuban regime and its influence network. Instead, the report points out the group's delegations to Cuba as evidence of Cuban influence. For more than 6 decades, the Cuban regime has been leading sponsors of radical leftism and third worldism in the United States. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said in a post on Twitter linking to the report. Whatever you think of DSA, it is hardly fringe. It claims as members prominent politicians like New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani, and it has helped to nominate dozens of politicians like him in the office in recent years. Senator Bernie Sanders identifies as a Democratic socialist, having himself popularized the term, as do Representatives Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Rashida Tlaib, who are card-carrying members, as well as Mamdani. The Cuba report follows last week's Rubio-led International Summit to Political Terrorism. That summit, as I reported, introduced the new term far-left terrorism, abbreviated FLT, a term it never really defined, which, by the way, it's not supposed to. The vagueness is a part of the process, okay? That's why it's perfect. It's vague. You can slap it on anything you want to, from old folks that are sitting at, No Kings rallies to people who say Orange Man is a Cheeto in the dang White House, all the way to, more radical parts of the protest movement against Donald Trump. The vagueness is a feature, not a bug. Exactly. Speaking at the summit, Rubio vowed that further new terrorist designations for left-wing groups would be coming soon. Jeremy Lewin, the Undersecretary of State for Foreign Assistance, linked last week's political terrorism summit to today's Cuba report, saying on X, for 7 decades, the Cuban regime has been behind both the ideological underpinnings of third worldism and subversive organizing structures of the new radical left political terrorists that Secretary Rubio called out with clarity last week. But virtually all the summit could do is substantiate the supposed scourge of political terrorism was to focus on groups that are almost comically dated, like the 70s era Symbionese Liberation Army or the Weather Underground. The summit was vague about what are the equivalent groups today. Today's Cuba report, however, names names in an obvious attempt to stigmatize American citizens who are very much politically active today. In some cases, there are even sitting politicians, from Congresswoman Maxine Waters to Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. I read the 100-page report and counted references to at least 43 contemporary American groups and individuals, which the report identifies as follows. Suzanne Attlee, the president of the National Lawyers Guild, who participated in the Nuestra America convoy and who, the report notes, praised Venezuela's 2024 elections. The Amazon Labor Union, Antifa, Asada's Daughters, a Chicago-based Black Lives Matter abolitionist offshoot that trains young activists in the radical spirit of Assata Shakur. Association for Investment in Popular Action Committees, APAC, a California-based umbrella nonprofit that funds left-wing media and delegations to Cuba and Venezuela. Karen Bass, current mayor of Los Angeles and former congresswoman who was a Venceremos brigade organizer in the 1970s. This is real. I used to talk about Karen Bass's radical politics back in the day. Hasan, if you weren't CIA, I bet you'd be shaking in your boots right now. Yeah, no, this obviously, once again, to all of my naysayers on the more radical elements of the left, this once again proves that I am obviously a federal agent. This is how it works. Medea Benjamin, Black Alliance for Peace, Black Lives Matter, Chesa Boudin, the former district attorney of San Francisco, Changing Frequencies, Claudia Jones School, the Washington, D.C.-based organizing collective that conducts popular education and pro-Cuba lobbying, Code Pink, Women for Peace, Ben Cohen, Claudia de la Cruz, the co-founder of the People's Forum, IFCO executive director and 2024 presidential candidate for the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Obviously, PSL is being determined as a front group for Roy Singham. That's like the big RICO case that they have developed right now. And even if you have your disagreements with the PSL, even if you have your disagreements with the People's Forum, understand that this is not going to stop there. And you're a fucking idiot if you think that this is just about radical communists. Okay. The main politics sub is defending you again on topic. Look at that. State Department targets Hassan Piker and Ilhan Omar's daughter to DSA. What a massive waste of resources and time. For the American people, yes. For the American ruling class, however, this is and always been a top priority. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad that like Redditors are actually beginning to recognize that the sincerity and the severity of the crisis at hand, you know? I mean, it's such a fucking ridiculous. It's such a fucking ridiculous take to claim that Cuba, a country of 9 million that is 90 miles off of our coastline, that we have actively starved for the last 60 years and only gotten worse in our starvation policies in the last fucking 10, is capable of invading ideologically, militarily, doing anything to the United States of America. It's not only impossible to believe, but it's also, there's no evidence for it whatsoever. I'm going to say something that is going to anger my fellow Republicans about Mamdani. I listened to his interview with Lulu Navarro. For a low information voter who has no time to pay attention to the substance of his message, what he's saying is absolutely brilliant in his attacks against the right. The tone of what he's saying is brilliant. It's part folksy everyman. Republicans have abandoned the working class or a bunch of elites without being harsh or conspiratorial. He has gotten very strong, very fast, and is evolving his national messaging to the rest of the country. Despite my abject fear and repulsion of socialism, it is really impactful. If Democrats are really smart, they will nominate someone with his tenure and tone on economics and national policy, leaving out Israel and international politics, which is a whole other ball of wax. If Democrats do this in 28, we have a huge fucking problem. A huge fucking problem we will not be able to podcast bro our way out of. What is this? The dichotomy? Destiny, fuck Mamdani. Destiny says moving forward, he'll be banning people from his subreddit who make positive posts about Mamdani. I think all these DSA types are enemies. It's just too much. Yeah, I mean, this is the fucking federal agent, you know? I mean, he wishes he was a federal agent. He just doesn't have enough impact for the federal government to work with him, ironically enough. But yeah, he's such a fucking nasty little vindictive shithead.
If you want to change on AOC/Mamdani, AOC is whatever. Fuck Mamdani, and I'm banning all. If you write any positive shit about Mamdani on my subreddit, you better source the fuck out of it. Okay, no more of the like he fixed the New York budget or any of that bullshit. I think all these people are enemies. You can't. It's just too much. Like all the DSA cringe fucking shit is too much. I don't care. It cannot be until I see anybody. The only reason why I let AOC slide is because she is willing to push back against the super left people. I've never seen Mamdani do it. Don't know if he would do it. But if I see him do it, then I'll change my opinion on it. But at this point,
he's such a petty little tyrant in his like little circle on the internet. It's so funny. Like, who listens to this and goes, yeah, this guy's fucking kicking game right now. He's so based. How do you read this as anything but like a bitter man who has no power, no prominence, and is just like talking to an increasingly shrinking, irrelevant group of individuals that is basically a fucking cult? AOC is the only actual R-word progressive. Fuck her too.
I feel like
it's
a little bit
absolute based. AOC, my queen.
Existential for our party.
For our party, it's like, bro, this is not your party. Okay, like this is the thing that I don't understand. He always talks about is like he was like, DNC shouldn't be inviting Hassan. They should be inviting me instead. Oh, I wish they would give me the power one day so I could like really fix everything. And it's so funny because it's like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, you're a deeply unserious egomaniac. You're a narcissistic sex pest. You've platformed every white supremacist in the last decade. Fix your fucking life. And if you want to actually have impact in American politics, stop trying to fucking harm the left movement in this country. It's such a strange thing for this guy to like present himself as this real beacon of prosperity, a real force to be reckoned with within the liberal Democratic Party when the Democrats don't want anything to do with him either. You can't be running around being like, our party needs to purge the left flank when it's not your party. Okay? We, our, these terms are not appropriate. I oppose the framing that I am, a part of the Democratic Party in the ways that people talk about it, where I say like I'm not a liberal, and yet sucks to suck for Bonarelli, Epstein, but our movement is more a foundational part of the Democratic Party than he is. Part of that is because he's just a hanger-on. He's just trying to claw his way into some kind of relevancy, but failing to do so because he gets in his own way every step of the way.
Not ever be able to criticize to the left. It's just fucking crazy. If you're feeling change on AOC/Mamdani, AOC is whatever. Fuck Mamdani.
And
I'm
razor sharp political instincts once again, demonstrating that he knows where the winds are blowing. If he had real ideological commitments, rather than operating off of pure resentment, okay, he would recognize where the movement was, where the momentum was, and he wouldn't position himself as being unbelievably antagonistic to that movement. Not to say that like DSA would ever welcome someone like Destiny into its own ranks, but he could at least dupe people into believing that he was a progressive force, right? But he's so fucking self-centered and so chock full of personal resentment. He is driven by his animosity to those he has declared ideological enemies due to the fact that at some point we've made him feel small, we've made him feel stupid, we've made him feel silly, only because he positioned himself against people like myself and the environment shifted from under his feet, okay? Like with Israel. Israel is one of the best examples of this, right? Like he thought, as he said over and over again at the time, like, oh, Hasan is losing everything. We're going to destroy him. Everyone is going to know that he is a nefarious force, a bad force in American politics. And by 2025, I will have actually generated a lot more buzz than Hasan, something along those lines. It was such a stupid thing that he said. He's also very mad about Adam Mockler as well, I guess. Never mind, the lib media is never covering any of the Hasan shit. This is literally Adam's girlfriend. Kill me. The whole space is cooked as fuck. He's like going after Adam Mockler's girlfriend apparently because he doesn't like that Adam Mockler is not sufficiently defending him. Not realizing this is precisely the reason why people find you to be odious. He's targeting Sam Cedar, Adam Mockler, Brian Tyler Cohen, David Pacman. Yeah, his girlfriend called him pro-Israel, which he is. Yeah, he is. I don't know why he's like running away from it. When at the apex of the genocide, he was running all over talking about how pro-Israel he is. That shit's not going to go away. He still is pro-Israel. He hasn't even positioned himself as having like a change of heart now. Anyway, so Ken Klippenstein finishes the article with guilt by association at its finest, but what exactly are they guilty of? What the report shows isn't that any of these people are knowingly taking directions from a foreign power, only that they disagree with the U.S. government on Cuba policy, or at most agree with Cuba. Their views can be wrong, aggressively, offensively wrong even, but it's their goddamn rights as Americans to hold them. Which, by the way, I don't know why Ken is posting that part over here. What do you mean aggressively and offensively wrong? He wants to maintain his fucking contacts within the government for saying stuff like that. Yes, George Floyd is on the list. I know. Yeah, Ayanna Pressley is mentioned here too, which is crazy. Democratic congresswoman who the report notes publicly praised a convicted murderer Assata Shakur upon her death. And me as well. And Amy Goodman too. He's so obsessed with his own self-mythology that he forgets how weird and pathetic it comes off while simultaneously thinking he's being hard as hell. I feel like it's a perfect representation of how liberals obsess over identity, whereas leftists worry about outcomes and reality. Do you think them casting this broad and thin net will absolutely agitate the Democratic Party? Right now is probably the worst time. Or I guess from their perspective, from the perspective of the government, it's the best time to do this because there is already internal commotion within the ranks of the Democratic Party, and they are not going to stand in opposition. If they see this, I suspect some, and it would be phenomenal if the Democrats actually shocked me and did what they're supposed to normally do in opposition to Trumpism, right? But I suspect a lot of power brokers in the Democratic Party are going to look to this as a gift, especially considering that while all this stuff is happening, they have been agitating in the exact same direction as the right. There's not a lot of daylight between what you hear from Fox News about democratic socialism, about people like myself, and the likes of Neera Tanden, who are spokespersons for the establishment wing of the party. They see the growth of democratic socialism within the ranks of the Democratic Party as a real threat, as an existential threat. So they probably look to this as the federal government doing them a favor. Will they stand in opposition to Trumpism, or will they appease the fascist mob? Will they appease the growth of fascism in this country? We shall see. This is the bipartisanship they always talk about. Yes. What is this? Okay, Osama keeps getting held by AutoMod. You're using a block term, maybe? Is that why? Oh, Orlando J. Perez, professor of political science at UNT Dallas, who writes extensively on Cuba, says, State Department's new Cuba report performs a kind of ventriloquism, seating Havana behind 60 years of American protests and treating every voice raised against racism of empire as Cuba throwing its own. It reads Assata Shakur's words on Black Lives Matter site, "It is our duty to fight for freedom," as evidence of Cuba's authorship, as though Black Americans needed an offshore script to name their own oppression. Reducing civil rights struggle to foreign manipulation denies the country's radical history and strips domestic organizers of their agency, an argument that is at once historical, ahistorical, reductive, and politically dangerous. It reaches the conclusion by borrowing the left's own romance with Havana, quoting Jacobin approvingly, and dressing the result in CIA memos and a 1987 Rand note. When an official document recasts civil rights history and campus dissent as foreign subversion, it hands the state a license to treat disagreement as disloyalty. The same reflex Washington indulged in the 1950s and left ordinary Americans to pay for it. You made the list? I know, chatters. I know I made the list. I was talking about it. This is why I'm covering it. Has any mainstream media picked up the story yet, or might, like MS Now, pick it up this evening? Here's the problem. A lot of these dissidents that have been identified, this might come as a surprise to absolutely no one in this community, are also major critics of Israel. While the issue is tied to Cuba, okay, a country that we as Americans can freely travel to with obvious government restrictions that we abide by, they can't connect this movement to Palestine or Palestinians in any meaningful capacity. So they're using Cuba as the foreign entity that these domestic activists and organizers are getting their notes from. This also works twofold. It works twofold because they also have an interest in militarily destroying Cuba, in potentially militarily occupying Cuba, right? Waging war against Cuba. Not just the economic war that we have been waging for decades, but direct war with the might of the U.S. military. The only thing holding back the American government as it stands is that we have our hands wrapped up in the quagmire in the Strait of Hormuz. That's the only thing holding back the American government currently. If that went away, we absolutely would overnight look for an easy W by militarily invading Cuba. It is Iran that is holding America back currently. You all need to respond to this like the Yippies, make it a ridiculous spectacle to punish them for going after you. One of the best stunts the Yippies did was walk into the House of Un-American Activity Committee hearing, wearing decked out tricorn hat Revolutionary War costumes and make a case for the First Amendment. Okay, dude, that is the corniest. Oh my God. Yeah, I'd rather go to prison, man. If I'm going to Guantanamo Bay, or if I'm already getting my fucking ass beat by the federal government for no reason, I'm not going to look corny right before that happens. Okay? That's crazy. Anyway, another internal, here's some good news in a sea of bad news. Intelligent Research poll released on 7/20. This is a pollster associated with the Abdul al-Sayed campaign, so it can be read as an internal poll. Shows Abdul al-Sayed at 56% and Haley Stevens at 40%. Abdul al-Sayed leads in head-to-head matchup. Abdul al-Sayed leads Haley Stevens 56 to 40% plus 16, leaving just 4% of primary voters still undecided following Mallory McMorrow's withdrawal from the race. El-Sayed has effectively consolidated the electorate and vaulted past the 50% mark. The underlying personal popularity of the two candidates continues to define the trajectory of this primary. El-Sayed maintains a broad and deeply resilient well of goodwill among likely primary voters, outpacing Stevens' net popularity by 31 percentage points. Abdul El-Sayed sustains a strong 69% favorable rating to 70% unfavorable. Haley Stevens enters the final stage of the race with a significantly more fractured image at 54% favorable and 34% unfavorable with a plus 20 net favorability. So here's the thing. This is an internal, but these margins are so vast that in the absence of like any independent polling, you can look at the trajectory of the campaign. You can look at the trajectory of where things are headed. Also, on the other side of the story, there are no internal polls that Haley Stevens has released since the Glenn Gariff internal. The Glenn Gariff internal that came from the newspaper that had endorsed Haley Stevens showed Haley Stevens with an 8-point bump over Abdul, but she hasn't released any additional internals. Given the fact that they have refused to release any internals, and I suspect that they have conducted internal polling, and the intensity in which a lot of establishment Democrats have swarmed this race to get Gary Peters, the outbound senator, to come out and endorse Haley Stevens, it's probably not looking too good. This is speculative, but I assume, judging by these numbers, judging by Abdul's the Abdul side and their interest in releasing internal polling that shows Abdul's popularity increasing, and judging by the fact that Haley Stevens has refused to release any new internal polls, this is a reasonable thing to suspect. This does not mean that we stop pushing, because once again, there is a tremendous amount of money and powerful entities backing Haley Stevens here. Okay? The Stevens approval here among Democrats is as low as that post-sexual assault scandal Plattner. Here's Sam Robinson, local reporter, after Elizabeth Warren came out and endorsed Abdul El-Sayed, which I thanked. I said, thank you, Senator, Queen Elizabeth Warren.
Abdul El-Sayed for Senate in Michigan. Abdul is the only candidate in this race not taking corporate money, and he's fighting to get money out of politics altogether. Abdul studied to be a doctor, and he's fighting for every single American to have affordable, high-quality health care. Abdul has been a card-carrying union member, and he's fighting for working people. That's why he's endorsed by the United Auto Workers, and he's growing a movement of working people all across Michigan. And that's why I'm endorsing Abdul. He is the fighter Michigan needs in the Senate. Michiganders deserve a senator who will fight for you, not for special interests running millions of dollars in TV ads to buy this seat. And make no mistake, Abdul is the only candidate in this race who can build the grassroots movement needed to win in November. For money in your pocket, to get money out of politics. What gives? And deliver Medicare for all.
Well, what about Senator Warren? I raise you the counterpoint.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
What about that for a salient, reliable, winning message? I don't know if you're aware of Mike's perspective on this, but Abdul's a lock, and you should just focus on other candidates now, since the races you believe aren't close will lose by 1% to 2% if we don't change our focus. I don't necessarily agree. I do think that Abdul is a higher likely to win, but it's never a lock. That's crazy. And I'm doing both. Kai Newkirk is coming up tomorrow. Okay, this is the last opportunity you have. If you're in Arizona, if you're outside of Arizona, you should phone bank for Kai Newkirk. Kai Newkirk is obviously another close race. One that Israel has intervened in. That race, Israel has directly tried to intervene in, ironically enough. But yeah, you can phone bank for him. That's tomorrow. It's the last day to do it. But so Elizabeth Warren said this, and then Sam Robinson also highlighted it, said, this tracks with the anecdotal evidence I've gathered that most of the people I talked to who were planning to vote for McMorrow are now voting for El-Sayed. I'm not finding McMorrow to Stevens supporters in the wild. Stevens has also courted them. What has she done to court them? Your vote is your vote. If you already submitted a ballot for my friend Mallory McMorrow, be sure to spoil it and request a new ballot. That's not really courting them. That's just saying, like, vote for me instead. They're playing attack ads with you in them in Wisconsin now. It's pretty neat. Donovan McKinney also got some decent pickups here. DSA national endorsement for Donovan McKinney, and also Summer Lee endorsed him. Donovan McKinney's running against Sri Tanadar. But yeah, some good news in a sea of bad news. Francesca Hong is our other target here as well. Francesca Hong is going up in a competitive, loaded primary field where the Wisconsin Wisconsin Democratic Party is making moves. They brought back Crowley to enter the race because they despise Mandela Barnes as well. Mandela Barnes is obviously in a head-to-head matchup with Francesca Hong. Francesca Hong has been the front runner, and that's our gal. Tom Tiffany's been attacking Francesca Hong because I think the Republicans read the writing on the wall. They recognize that she is already the front runner. Okay. Not only did Francesca Hong use Hassan Parker's platform to raise money, she also accepted $7,000 from him. Mao Zedong was responsible for the deaths of at least 40 million people. Wisconsin doesn't need Mao-inspired Chinese communism. We need common sense. Francesca Hong said, "This you, Tom Tiffany." In December, Tiffany appeared on the Quartering podcast with Jeremy Hambley, who has said Hitler had actually done some good things, defended a Camp Auschwitz t-shirt as dark humor, and has repeatedly made anti-Semitic remarks. Good clapback from Hong. New Hong ad is basically acting like it's the general.
Hi, everyone. I'm State Representative Francesca Hong. I'm running for governor of Wisconsin to protect our natural resources and lower utility costs for working families. Last year, I introduced legislation that puts a moratorium on the construction of new hyperscale AI data centers. I also introduced a bill that would cap utility costs at 2% of annual household income. Lately, a lot of my opponents are changing their tune. You can't claim to care about our environment.
Yeah, now they're starting to fucking see the writing on the wall. Phonies, all of them.
When you're selling out the boundary waters, giving tribal lands to oil pipeline polluters, or getting a 0% rating from environmental groups. So when Tom Tiffany says he's going to stand up to AI data center developers,
It's exciting new technology.
I know Wisconsin voters are too smart to believe those Washington lies. I've had a plan since day one to lower costs for working families and protect our natural resources. This is how our campaign is making better possible. Oh, and by the way, our AI policies don't end there. Be sure to check out Labor Shift, where we help protect Wisconsin workers, and Firewall to protect consumers from AI exploitation.
My queen, I bow in her glory. I love Francesca Hong. She is fucking amazing. Okay? She will win, and this will be a pivotal moment for the left movement. Abdul and Francesca are the next targets from my perspective beyond all the other people that I'm highlighting, because they will prove that democratic socialists, or at least Bernie-crat populism, can win statewide elections in what is known as swing states. Okay? How are Cori Bush's chances, in your opinion? I think with Cori Bush, it's always going to be a tough race, but I think she can also win. It's just she has not gotten the necessary attention from national groups. It's very frustrating. Weird how the Dem Party establishment has been trying to impose its own virtual blacklist of the same targets, Sam Piker, DSA, as Trump. Suggests, again, the Dem Party's playing possum non-opposition to Trump is in part because they share common internal enemies. Yes. There are lots of Wesley Bell ads. Obviously, Wesley Bell is the AIPAC candidate, and AIPAC has been dumping boatloads of money into that race, and it's a smaller market race. So obviously, $1 million goes a very long way. The hope is that Cori can actually out-organize. Would kill for a Fox News poll? Wait, what? Is there any reason no one seems to be doing independent polls for such a consequential race? Yeah. You should focus on Berg, who's trying to run against DVO. Guys. I already have the people that I'm like not even paying sufficient attention to, and you're like adding new names onto the board. Like I don't like, it's crazy. Same with Maine. Obviously, Troy Odathon is going to need our help as well. Oliver Larkin in Florida, Elijah Manley in Florida. There's a lot going on. There's also Angie as well. But yeah, Kai Newkirk. Anyway, getting back to Francesca Hong, though, here's the guy. Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers breaks his nearly year-long silence on who he wants to succeed him. David Crowley. Could it backfire? I asked Crowley after he got back in the race the week after dropping out. Now, what's interesting about Crowley is that he was polling at like 3% or something, and he was going to consolidate power behind Sarah Rodriguez. Peggy, not Angie. Angie's dog shit. No. I'm talking about in Florida. What are you talking about? Of course, Peggy Flanagan in Minnesota. I'm talking about Angie Nixon in Florida, chatter. What the fuck? You think I would... Angie ran into the oldest HasanAbi head single issue voter. Fuck AIPAC in the ass.
AIPAC money? Is that
ma'am, I don't.
Why don't you tell this camera?
Oh, they know this is my camera.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why don't we tell them that one of the most important things we respect about Angie, besides all of the other popular progressive policies, is that she doesn't take AIPAC money. That will free another Senate seat up to be honest and to move forward with America's interests.
Thank you.
That you don't take AIPAC.
Yeah, speaking of which, today's their deadline to register as a Democrat for the Florida primary. Go register. Go register. We got our work cut out for us in Florida. Okay? Florida, unfortunately, hasn't been getting a lot of national attention from any of the big groups. They just completely left it behind, and it's very, very frustrating to me. But getting back into it, Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers broke his nearly year-long silence and is backing David Crowley. Now, the reason why they're backing David Crowley is because all of the centrists were dropping out to endorse Rodriguez. They wanted to do the 2020 Biden blast on Rodriguez's campaign, but Rodriguez had a problem. Her campaign manager was allegedly mismanaging funds or potentially even embezzling funds, and they actually did not have any cash on hand at all. They were so wrong. They were so off target on how much they had raised and how they had used those funds that Susan Rodriguez had to drop out. Now, there's another guy running in the race, Mandela Barnes, who had positioned himself as a progressive back in the day. And then for one reason, or not Susan, sorry, Sarah Rodriguez. I apologize. I'm doing off Top Dome. There are so many fucking races. So my mistake for getting the name wrong. But Mandela Barnes got zero support from the National Democratic Party, and he lost a marginal race in the Senate. Okay. Having said that, however, since then, he has reestablished himself as a centrist as well. And he is positioning himself as like the Mallory McMorrow style candidate in the Goldilocks zone, where he wants to be progressive for the progressives and moderate for the establishment enjoyers. But the problem is that is a dangerous environment to be in. That's a dangerous environment to be in because you will be seen as far too radical for the moderates and far too indecent and untrustworthy for the progressives when you try to sit on that fence. So far, he's seen a decent amount. He's seen a decent amount of support. I see his supporters on the fucking timeline. Sometimes they're like attacking Francesca Hong, which always shocks me because they have like the watermelon emoji in their names and stuff. And I'm like, the fuck? But in any case, here's the issue. Here's the issue for him. The establishment Democrats, for one reason or another, the Wisconsin Democratic Party, for one reason or another, and I don't know what it is. Some people have speculated that there's like allegations of sexual harassment. And I don't know how reliable these allegations are. People have written about it. But for one reason or another, they fucking hate him. Okay? Wisconsin Democrats fucking hate this guy. I don't know what it actually is. There's just anonymous rumors swirling around. I don't think that's like, I don't think that's the reason, but they despise him. Okay. Mandela Barnes, not David Crowley. That's the reason why David Crowley came back in the race, because Governor Tony Evers could have just endorsed Mandela Barnes. Okay. They could have just endorsed Mandela Barnes. That probably would have given him the boost that he needed to potentially defeat Francesca Hong. But it's very interesting that they chose to do this, further splitting the establishment lane. Barnes was Evers' previous lieutenant governor. It's weird. I know. A bunch of big donors dropped off his Senate campaign right at the end, too. I know. I don't know what it was. But they are still splitting the moderate lane once again because Mandela has some moderates backing him. And this is, of course, been, fairly decent for Francesca Hong's chances, but she still certainly needs our support. But here is David Crowley being asked about coming back into the race, even though he was at 3% last time around.
Where Democrats on the ground see this as the establishment really trying to handpick the nominee.
Well, I don't know who the establishment is. And when you think about the state of Wisconsin.
Governor?
Well, again, when you think about the state of Wisconsin, you look at a black kid from the city of Milwaukee, this is not what the establishment looks like. And so I am focused on what we need to do in order to win this race, to make sure that we can defeat Tom Tiffany in November.
Could this backfire?
The Marquette Law School poll in March found 86% Democratic voters had a favorable view of Governor Tony Evers. But in May, Democratic legislators turned against Evers' budget surplus deal reached with the Republicans. Governor Evers announced last year he was not running for a third term. He said at the time he wasn't endorsing, but I'll never say never. If there's someone who really needs support and I want him to win, I might get in. This is why normalize saying free Palestine. No, this was back when he was like far more progressive. You need to understand something. You need to understand something about Mandela Barnes. Mandela Barnes is not a real progressive. Okay? It's really interesting that they're trying to rat fuck Francesca Hong. Mandela Barnes is an op. He just postured as a progressive for the longest time, but he's not a real progressive now. Okay? I need you to understand that. He is trying to reinvent himself as a Pinot, progressive in name only, in that Mallory McMorrow lane. Undecided, the Marquette Law School poll in March found 3% of Democratic primary voters backed Crowley. At the same time, the poll found 65% of Democratic primary voters were undecided. It also found Governor Tony Evers is approved by 86% of Democrats. Will he sway them? Darn right, heck no, 84 votes. So
could this backfire?
So we shall see. But it is absolutely a rat fuck against Francesca Hong. I mean, it's pretty open. They're pretty open about it too. They say it. They're running the electability argument again. They're saying, oh, Francesca Hong can't win. She's too radical. She can't win in a state like Wisconsin. Like we're actually going to lose if she's the candidate. It's not true. It's not true at all. And they just are terrified of the momentum of Francesca Hong. Maybe some people genuinely think Francesca Hong's chances are harder against Tom Tiffany than the other candidates. But I don't believe that. I think, first of all, I think that's just objectively wrong. Okay? I think that's an objectively wrong analysis. But maybe some people sincerely believe that. Okay? Perhaps some people sincerely believe that. But a lot of people are terrified of her success. Not of her failure, but of her success. Same with Abdul. Abdul's chances are far better in Michigan, but it doesn't matter. These people are terrified not of the failure of progressives, of the failure of the Democratic Socialists, but of their success. They're scared that if these guys can be successful in swing states, if these guys can be successful and popular and have an agenda that is objectively popular in swing states as out and about Democratic Socialists, if Democratic Socialism is associated with good governance, then they will lose what remains of their grip of power at the center of the party. Okay? That's it. That's it. So they're doing everything in their power to try to cut the momentum of the left flank insurgency candidates. The anti-data center thing seems to freak out centrists, and I don't know why. I think centrists demonstrate fealty to corporate interests no matter what. Yeah, but here's another example. Just look at the number of Canvas events on Mobilize for Dem Wisconsin governor campaigns. Here's the distribution. Francesca Hong has 50. Joel Brennan has 1. Mandela Barnes 0. Kelderoy 0. David Crowley 0. One of these is an electable campaign. The rest aren't. It's massive. And the same thing happens with Abdul too. The organization efforts of the left is one of the keys to their success. If you can't be on the ground for your voters, how can you expect them to show up for you? I just hope that she doesn't break with the barrage of attack ads that she will receive. I hope that she doesn't cave, because there are a lot of people who have gotten very mad at her on the timeline because she's like, oh, she's a police abolitionist, all this shit, right? Oh, it's gonna be, you're too unserious to run for governor. It's bullshit. Okay, it's bullshit. Anyway, so now let's get to Karen Bass also blacklisted. So you're really amongst the radical of the radical. What is happening? Did someone just talk about the State Department blacklisting me or something? I covered it extensively already, okay? Stop. We're moving on. We're moving on to my favorite part of the day, situation monitoring. Ladies and gentlemen, Ansar Allah is incoming. People are getting off work and seeing the news. Don't be grumpy. I know. Well, many have noticed that I have been a little bit extra grumpy because I woke up to a fucking face full of news that determined that I'm a goddamn radical terrorist by the fucking State Department of this goddamn fascist country that I happen to be the citizen of. So I apologize for my grumpiness, but fear not, I will be taking an extended break soon with my family. So that's coming up in a couple days, as a matter of fact. So I hopefully will be able to recover a longer break than I have in a long time. That's right. Approximately 4-day break. But I will be bringing my equipment with me on this family vacation, even though my mom and dad petitioned against it. And the reason for why is because of this fucking war that is on the verge of exploding. No, don't do that, bro. What the fuck? While I am on family vacation, starting on Wednesday, I will check in periodically with the news. And if there's something that I need to cover, if there's some breaking news that I definitely need to cover, which I suspect there might be, I will fire off the stream same time that I normally would fire off the stream at, but it will be a shorter one. Having said that, let's get to the Ansar Allah movement. As I've talked about already, the Houthis sent some of the Houthis sent a coalition to Iran for the funeral of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And then that contingency came back and flew directly from Tehran to Sanaa airport. And Saudi Arabia wanted to maintain its blockade on Yemen and blew up the airport runway with missiles. Now, the airplane landed at a different airport, but then the Ansar Allah movement, in retaliation to that, turned around and attacked some of the American bases in Saudi Arabia and some of the civilian airports in Saudi Arabia as well. This happened a couple days ago. This happened last week. Okay? And since then, the Ansar Allah has been aching to get into the fight. They did a mass mobilization, and part of the reason why Saudi Arabia has been trying to implement a blockade is because obviously if they don't, from their perspective, they don't maintain a blockade, and if there is a direct flight between Tehran and Sanaa in Yemen, then they can send more arms. The Iranians could send more arms to Yemen and beef up their defenses and their offensive capabilities. This is something that the Saudis don't want because the Ansar Allah movement is an ever-present threat on the choke point Bab el-Mandeb. The Bab el-Mandeb choke point is a strait that is the entry point into the Red Sea. The Red Sea, now that the Gulf, the Persian Gulf, is rendered inaccessible by the Iranians, is the only way that Saudi Arabia can transit their oil tankers, the only way that the United Arab Emirates could ship out their oil tankers, many of which pass through a pipeline from the Persian Gulf side all the way to the Red Sea. This would have devastating consequences depending on the severity of this blockade that the Ansar Allah movement is intending to implement. This would have devastating consequences on Brent crude prices. It would also have a devastating consequence on the Saudi economy and the economy of the Gulf states that are still utilizing the Red Sea route. Okay? Now, Yemen's Iranian-backed Houthis, the Ansar Allah movement, is saying they will block Saudi shipping at the Red Sea Gateway. Here it is, across from Djibouti. This is the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. While the Houthis are primarily based out of Sanaa, they still have targeting capabilities and can, stop transit with ease from the Red Sea Fujairah, I believe it's the Fujairah port, right? If I'm not mistaken. I'm sure this article will cover it. Yemen's Iranian-backed Houthi rebels on Monday announced that they're imposing a maritime embargo against Saudi Arabia in retaliation for a blockade on Yemen and a recent attack on the Sana'a International Airport, threatening another vital waterway for global shipping and raising fears of renewed conflict. A Houthi military spokesperson, Yahya Sari, said in a video statement that the maritime ban against Saudi Arabia will be effective immediately. Oh, sorry, the Fujairah port is the UAE port on the Gulf of Oman. It's actually past the choke point of the Strait of Hormuz. The UAE is using the Fujairah port to ship out whatever it can, right? Isn't that the one? Or no, is it the oil pipeline? Okay, Yanbu is the Saudi Arabian port, but the UAE is also utilizing the Saudi Arabian pipeline as well. There's an oil pipeline that goes across Saudi Arabia that dumps into the Yanbu port, which then will take ships through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, and this is a way for them to avoid the Strait of Hormuz. It's obviously its capabilities are only around 5 to 7% of its regular of the regular ports on the Persian Gulf side, but it's still significant, and it's been in business since the Strait of Hormuz was closed. There were very few details on how the embargo might work, but the deputy head of the Houthi media office, Nasruddin Amer, said on X that the Bab el-Mandeb Strait will be closed to the Saudis in response to what he called the kingdom's unjust blockade on Yemenis for over 10 years. Bab el-Mandeb, at the southern tip of the Arabian Peninsula, is the gateway to the Red Sea, through which around 12% of the world's trade usually passes. A fourth of global container trade transits through the 32-kilometer, 20-mile wide strait to and from the Suez Canal. The Houthis earlier demonstrated their ability to disrupt shipping, where they targeted ships for months over the Israel-Hamas war in Gaza with over 100 vessels attacked. It's unclear whether the Houthis will resume that level of attack against neighboring Saudi Arabia. There was no immediate response from Saudi Arabia. The kingdom already faced pressure as it uses the east-west pipeline to the Red Sea as an alternative to the Strait of Hormuz, which remains in the grip that Iran imposed shortly after the U.S. and Israel attacked it on February 28th. Here is the announcement. Breaking: Houthis of Yemen announce a maritime embargo against Saudi Arabia effective immediately. Saudi Arabia has now exported 4.5 million barrels per day from Yanbu in the Red Sea. This is their port in the Red Sea, most of it heading south throughout the Bab el-Mandeb Strait between Yemen and Djibouti and Eritrea. First, the Yemeni armed forces declare a maritime embargo against the criminal Saudi enemy based on the equation of an eye for an eye, effective immediately upon the issuance of this statement. Second, we affirm the right of our great people to respond to the blockade with a blockade and to respond to all escalation with all escalation, thus solidifying this equation. Third, the Yemeni armed forces affirm their complete readiness for all options, and any foolish act committed by the reckless Saudi enemy through all escalation will be met with a comprehensive and decisive escalation by Allah's will and power. Fourth, we call upon the people of our great nation to continue the general mobilization and general call to arms, and to be fully prepared for all scenarios and developments, and to support the fronts with fighters. Fifth, we extend our greetings with pride and reverence to our great Yemeni people who turned out in an unprecedented million-man march on a march of warning and mobilization. We assure them that we will spare no effort in restoring their plundered rights and ending the unjust siege imposed upon them, whatever the consequences and repercussions, relying on Allah and placing our trust in Allah. So, Saudi, the foreign ministry 2 hours ago released a statement claiming they're not besieging Yemen. Last week, they literally bombed Sana'a airport because a civilian plane was coming from Iran. Holy shit. They wrote an effort post of all effort posts. The foreign ministry expresses the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's strongest condemnation of the allegations made by the so-called military spokesperson of the Houthi terrorist militia, who accused the kingdom of besieging the brotherly Yemeni people and claimed the imposition of a maritime blockade on the kingdom. So they did do that, but this is classic Saudi cry bullying, okay? Because remember, a blockade, if you're Saudi Arabia, this is how you implement a blockade. You render travel impossible, which is precisely what they've been doing to limited degrees since 2015. It was far more severe back in the day. It caused massive famine. If you guys recall, I covered it at the time. There was a civil war that took place. Obviously, the Houthis won, Ansar Allah won against the Saudi against the Saudi-backed proxy forces, against the UAE-backed proxy forces, and the Houthis are a Zaidi Shia family. Okay, so there's also like a religious. This conflict also takes some religious shape as well. It's a sectarian civil war as well, right? Because there are Shias in Yemen, and then there are Sunnis in Yemen as well. And of course, Saudi Arabia was the worst actor in this conflict, implementing a man-made blockade that caused a famine, human rights abuse, could be considered a genocide. And of course, they were backed by the United States of America because the Houthis were seen as a proxy to the Iranians, given their Shia background. So, what is this? Yeah, this was a sad state of affairs, but our hearts are heavy today for the 19-year-old Private Isabella Gonzalez of Carrollton, Texas. Brave young soldier was killed Friday in Iranian missile and drone strikes against U.S. base in Jordan. 90% of Yemeni don't support the Houthis either. That is not true, for the record. There was a point in time when that could have been true. That point in time is gone. So the reason why I say that is because of Israel. So even I'm literally a Yemeni that lives in Sanaa. Okay, great. But the Ansar Allah movement grew its popularity due to its opposition to Israel and its implementation of the blockade during Israel's genocide in Gaza. Palestine politics in Yemen, if you are actually a Yemeni who lives in Sanaa, you know better than I do this reality that no matter who is running the country, they have always placed a special emphasis on Palestine. Okay? So much so that even the puppet leadership, even the Saudi-backed proxies have always maintained support for Palestine. Okay? I'm born and raised in Sanaa. He's living in a bubble. I know this from even my Sunni Yemeni friends who obviously have every reason to oppose the Houthis. Okay? Who have every reason to oppose the Houthis, that don't live in Yemen any longer, that have family members who still live in Yemen. And my understanding of Yemeni politics is that Ansar Allah was able to maintain popular support due to its actions against Israel and due to what was seen as a historic victory against not only Israel, but also the Americans as well. Okay? The Yemeni people are very proud. They try to force Shia on the Sunni. Yeah. I know. Yes. Okay. I already got it. I know. Yes. They're Shia. They're bad. You're Sunni and you hate them. You're not the majority though. For the most part, the attitude in Yemen, even from forces that opposed the Ansar Allah movement, that fought against the Ansar Allah movement and its leadership, is that they put down their arms and they joined in the battle against Israel. This happened. We watched it unfold. Okay. Is there still opposition inside of Yemen in areas, especially in areas where the population density is not as high from certain sects of Sunnis? Absolutely. But by and large, their actions, the Houthis' actions against Israel, has created popular support for the Ansar Allah movement, regardless of the sectarian issues that still, to a certain degree, exist. Part of that is also because the Saudis are now the main defenders of the previous movement and the previous leadership, the Sunni leadership. That's it. Another L for America, if you want to see it as that. You're wrong, not only in Yemen, in the whole region. Oh, dude, I'm not talking about Ansar Allah's popularity in the whole region. That doesn't matter. We're talking about Yemen only. Yes, of course, Ansar Allah is unbelievably popular in the rest of the region. Are you kidding me? That's not the conversation that we're having. The conversation that we're having is that there are literally, is so sad that many of the Yemenis had to choose the side of the Houthis, but shit happens when people experience famine and are desperate for 7+ years since the war with Saudi. Exactly. Yes, the Ansar Allah movement is unbelievably popular outside of Yemen. It's not even a question. But Yemen endured a genocide that was backed by Saudi Arabia, that was backed by the United States of America. Yemen also then, in the aftermath of all of that, the Ansar Allah movement went and fought and implemented a blockade, a successful blockade that bankrupted one of Israel's two major ports to punish it with with their own version of sanctions, basically. with their blockade over the Bab el-Mandeb Strait of ships that were transiting to Israel or were flagged or owned by the Israelis. And they did this very successfully. It stopped ships from entering the Israeli port coming from the Red Sea. It bankrupted one of Israel's 2 major ports. And yes, this created a unique environment in a country that had experienced tremendous sectarian conflict and a civil war to basically put their arms down and support the Ansar Allah movement, regardless of previous feelings. Pro-Palestine politics in Yemen is unlike any other country. There is no pro-Israel Yemeni leadership. It's never existed. Sunni, Shia, doesn't matter. Okay? The Houthis are only popular when they fight Israel, but otherwise they're not popular, not in Yemen, nor the wider region. The Houthis are definitely popular in the wider region. Maybe not in the Gulf, but certainly popular in the wider region. The genocide in Gaza gave many folks purpose and found themselves having to work with the Houthis if they want to do something about it. Yes. Why don't you grok it and ChatGPT it? The reason why I'm not grokking or ChatGPTing this is because every single thing that's written about Yemen, the poorest country on the fucking planet, is coming from either the American State Department and is totally fucking one-sided and positioned against, like, you're not going to get a decent understanding of what's going on the ground because there's not a lot of fucking media on the ground. Okay? That's one. It's hard to make a correct assessment of the facts on the ground in a country like Yemen, unfortunately. That's number one. Number two, if it's not coming from an American State Department-backed media resource or a think tank from Washington, D.C., that very clearly has a specific propaganda purpose here, it's coming from the Saudis. Most of the information that people repeat over and over again about Yemen came from the Saudi government at a time when they were implementing one of the most ruthless blockades that was causing a massive fucking famine in Yemen and killing children in Yemen. Saudi, in order to create a sufficient reasoning for it, was just making up a whole bunch of shit, greatly exaggerating, or outright blaming the Houthis for problems that persisted inside of Yemen far before the Houthis actually came into power. Anyway, so if you want to know ball, if you want to understand, if you want to better understand the situation in Yemen, in spite of all of the outlets that are positioning themselves in a very specific direction, understand that the Ansar Allah movement, albeit unpopular initially because it was a sectarian conflict that was very bloody, has been able to maintain popularity throughout Israel's genocide in Gaza. And even oppositional forces have basically put down their arms and joined forces with the Ansar Allah ranks. Even the Houthi militias, or not the Houthi militias, sorry, even the Sunni militias and Sunni forces in the country have joined forces with the Ansar Allah because of their war that they're waging against Israel as it continues its genocide.
Latest from Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall. Tyler, it is.
And obviously, for all the fucking dullards in the chat, this is not me endorsing their domestic policies or anything like that. That's not where I'm coming from. How do you verify the contrary to the establishment info? Analysts that are Yemeni and also people that I know in my normie sphere that are from Yemen who have family members and direct contacts inside of Yemen.
Is headline whiplash this morning.
It definitely is. And that latest one that you mentioned is going to be a stark escalation, Danny, as we get this confirmation from the spokesperson for the Iranian-backed Houthi militia group that they are planning to immediately implement this maritime blockade against Saudi Arabia. We should keep in mind the broader context here that we can't only see this through the lens of the U.S.-Iran war, that this is also related to a truce breaking down between Saudi Arabia and the Houthis from 2022. We've seen this exchange of fire between the two sides, but this is definitely the farthest that we've seen that specific thread go, considering that we know Saudi Arabia has been relying on that east-west pipeline to move supplies to the Red Sea to the tune of about 4.5 million barrels of oil per day. And last week, we did have Iran ask the Houthis to be ready to deploy assets to actually shut down that shipping route. So we knew that there was action in motion to prepare for this. So we'll have to see if it actually ends up getting imposed and what those ramifications are going to look like. Because Danny and Isabel, at this point, commercial traffic, at least observable transits, are at a basic standstill, according to new satellite imagery that was analyzed by Bloomberg News. And adding to the risk, it appears that vessels that are moving
Who's crying? I don't know. Do you hear crying? I don't hear it.
through with their transponders off are also being targeted. We had the IRGC over the weekend saying that they halted at least 4 ships that had turned off their radars completely. And keep in mind, that is the way that most of these ships had been trying to make safe transit through the waterway.
All right, Tyler, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in Washington, D.C. Let's get a check on markets, because despite that headline volatility, that back and forth, Brent crude doing a whole lot of nothing, just holding at $88 a barrel. It was at 90 earlier. S&P 500, that's up about 0.4% as the Nasdaq outperforms a bounce back after the worst week for chip stocks since Liberation Day, as 10-year yields move higher by 2 basis points. Isabel, some of the movers on our radar this morning.
This morning, we have learned the names of 2 of the service members killed as a result of that Iranian attack on a U.S. base in Jordan. Both are Army soldiers, one an officer. First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, who was 25 and from Hawaii, and Private Isabella Gonzalez from Carrollton, Texas, who was just 19 years old. And we are learning this morning they were not the only ones killed as this war widens. Overnight, the U.S. launching a wave of strikes on Iran, the 9th consecutive night of bombing, as CENTCOM announces that human remains were found at the site where 2 U.S. service members were killed in that Iranian attack on the U.S. base here in Jordan. The remains likely those of the service member said to be missing after the Iranian attack.
We hit him very hard again tonight, and we did that in honor of the probably 3. It's probably 3 as opposed to 2. Great patriots.
CENTCOM also announcing that a service member was killed in Iraq during the controlled detonation of a downed Iranian.
I don't know how the fuck that, like, it's so clearly it wasn't a controlled detonation. I think they're just trying to hide the shame to the best of their ability. Like, I don't understand. I mean, accidents happen, maybe, but I have no reason to believe the official government narrative on any of this stuff. Because what gets out, what they have to openly confirm, implies that these were active duty service members that died in battle. So they have a duty to report to their, next of kin, their immediate family members. So this is the stuff that gets out. There's a shit ton more contractors that will never hear from, that are either currently inside of hospitals. There's a shit ton more severe casualties that are that render them inoperable. They can't go back into battle. One of the ways that the American government often hides the casualty data is by saying, "Oh, they had a little bit of CTE," right? That can range from a guy who got shook up to a guy who's basically a vegetable. Okay, like the military has a way of reporting this stuff in a way that doesn't come across as like super damaging. So if you hear 3 people died, there's probably a lot more hidden casualties. The casualty numbers are probably far higher.
One-way attack drone. The U.S. strikes on Iran this weekend, targeting Iran's Revolutionary Guard, believed to be responsible for the attacks on American troops. Iran has launched attacks.
Yeah, they say TBI. Sorry, not CTE. I apologize. TBI, traumatic brain injury.
Across the region this morning, targeting both Kuwait and Bahrain. The Kuwaiti army saying its air defenses are currently confronting attacks by hostile drones. It was a combination of drones and missiles in that deadly strike that hit the base in Jordan. Video circulating online appearing to show projectiles falling over the base, some intercepted, but others making a direct hit. Sources telling us one of those strikes hit a housing containment unit, raising questions among some military experts about Iran's capabilities, despite the administration saying the Iranian military was decimated.
Potentially, the Iranians are changing their tactics. They could be using more advanced ballistic missiles, some that maneuver upon re-entry, thus making it more difficult for Patriot to intercept them.
An official telling ABC News U.S. fighter jets stationed in the United Kingdom and Germany are now being sent to the Middle East. And this nearly 5-month-long war, which began with the U.S. and Israel launching strikes on Iran, appears to have once again brought traffic through the critical Strait of Hormuz to a crawl. Market data shows only 8 vessels navigated the strait on Friday, although Energy Secretary Chris Wright is disputing that.
almost all the public data I've seen is incorrect. There's flow through 2 routes through the Strait of Hormuz.
The renewed findings spiking the cost of oil and gas. A gallon of gas now $4 at a time when...
I mean, what's the expectation here? Of course it was going to happen. Throw the MOU to the side, and these are the results you're going to get. These are the results that you wanted to get. Okay? Now you got them. That's where we're at.
Americans are already paying more for goods.
And it's worse overall. It's worse. It's worse than last time around because there's no buffer. There's no strategic petroleum reserves. The reserves are at critical levels. So what's the expectation? How do you change this around? Iran's missile and drone capacity has been massively underestimated. We knew that from the 40-day war. The numbers and capabilities have been grossly underestimated. But after this week, it should be clear to even the thickest observers in D.C. And the IRI is still holding back. ZBS News also covered this. That nearly 100 U.S. service members have been injured in Iranian attacks on multiple bases in the Middle East this month. U.S. officials told me some suffered traumatic brain injuries. Most have already returned to duty, 2 of the officials said. Chief Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell confirmed the numbers in a statement to CBS. While nearly 100 service members were deemed to have some degree of injury since July 7th, 96% have returned to duty. They are determined to get back in the fight. The vast majority of injuries experienced were minor concussions. Further updates will be posted on the Defense Casualty Analysis System. God is good, Parnell said. Yeah, minor brain injuries. Just a little bit of brain damage for Israel is fine.
Due to inflation. Both the Iranians and the Americans say they are still open to negotiation, but as it stands this morning, it looks like we are closer to all-out war than any sort of peace agreement. And Americans around the world have now been issued a worldwide caution alert. Whit?
All right, Martha Raddatz for us. We appreciate it.
We now have the names of 2 of the 3 service members killed in recent days in the war with Iran. The Pentagon says they were killed during an Iranian attack on an airbase in Jordan. It comes as the U.S. says it has retaliated for those strikes, and Iran launches new attacks. The escalating war also means rising gas prices. They are now back above $4 a gallon. Charlie D'Agata is in Jordan. And Charlie, what can you tell us about these service members?
Yeah, good morning, Nora. So the soldiers have just been identified as 19-year-old Isabella Gonzalez of Carrollton, Texas, just 19 years old. 25-year-old First Lieutenant Tyler James Freehan, he's from Hawaii, both assigned to Army Air Missile Defense Command. An investigation is underway as the fighting continues.
For the 9th straight night, U.S. forces unleashed wave after wave of airstrikes against Iran, extending its reach and scope of targets beyond the Strait of Hormuz, according to U.S. Central Command. But Washington's vow to swiftly punish Iran for the deaths of U.S. service members has this region bracing for much more to come. U.S. officials tell CBS News a 3rd U.S. soldier was killed in northern Iraq during a controlled detonation of an Iranian drone, bringing the total number of U.S. troops killed in action to 17 since the war began. Footage of the precision ballistic missile attack on the U.S. airbase in Jordan suggests it came with little or no warning. Shocked military personnel scrambled to get to shelters. The missile and drone barrage that killed 2 service members, with an additional one still listed as missing, was the 2nd time in 2 days Iran managed to launch a direct hit on that base. Overall, 4 Iranian attacks in 5 days targeting U.S. forces in Jordan has left dozens wounded. President Trump paid tribute to the fallen.
Well, we feel very badly, but you know, those...
No, he didn't.
No,
no, he didn't. No, I'm sorry. Calling what he did a tribute to the fallen is a misuse. You are stretching the definition of the word tribute, okay? That is crazy. Donald Trump literally, as always, in the classic Trumpian manner, basically was like, oh yeah, they died. Is it 2? Is it 3? I don't know. Like, his first reaction in the media was, we're really going to punish Iran for our brave soldiers. I think it's 2, maybe 3. Who knows? Frankly, I don't care. Pretty much. Yeah, he keeps saying, like, you better not do it again. Don't do it again, Iran. You got a couple, but don't do it again. Like, Houthis are being serious. Another tanker has been hit near the strait east of Oman. Another vessel has been struck near the Strait of Hormuz. UAE, the captain reports that the steering system was hit. Wait, was this Is this them? Is this the Houthis? I don't think so. By the way, Iran is not let up. Iran is still, of course, understandably, going along with their previous retaliations. Yeah, no, that's IRGC. In more important news, the guy that scored for Spain was wearing a "Make Spain Great Again" hat.
Great patriots were out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
But the recent U.S. airstrikes have been focused on reopening the Strait of Hormuz, not dismantling Iran's nuclear program. The U.S. military has been sending more assets like aerial refuelers to the region, and the deaths of the first U.S. troops in months has only furthered fears the U.S. military response is about to go to the next level.
Now, with Jordan a new front line on this fight, the Jordanian Foreign Ministry has summoned Iran's envoy in order to send a clear message demanding an immediate halt to all attacks, saying the safety of its citizens is a red line that cannot be crossed. Nora?
Watching this very closely, Charlie Daggett in Jordan, thank you very much.
Kevin, I know you have new reporting that the U.S. is sending additional military aircraft to the Middle East right now. What's the latest?
Yeah, and this coming as the president is weighing whether to widen this conflict. Now the U.S. sending additional F-16 and F-35 fighter jets from bases in Europe towards the Middle East. The U.S. is also increasing the number of aerial
Yeah, they just keep, you know how like the Americans love posting that meme where they're like, feed me the Three Gorges Dam. It's ironic because that's what we've been doing. We've been feeding the Iranians our strato tankers like over and over again. We just keep feeding the Iranian beast more MQ-9 Reaper drones and more strato tankers. It's fucking insane. And the problem with this strategy, I mean, there's many problems with the strategy, but the really interesting predicament here is that there is not even any procurement for new additional $32 million Reaper drones. So when they're gone, they're just fucking gone. The new Wall Street Journal reporting seems to confirm that the sirens at Al Salti, which we called out here, aren't even sounding for long enough for all the soldiers to reach safe areas. The early warning capabilities are almost non-existent. In fact, the sirens are not even audible in the video of the third strike. So yeah, that speculation that I brought up, well, it turns out Wall Street Journal also noticed it as well. Not exactly a great situation to be in, I think. Right-wing cope. My favorite variation of the stop messing around, it's time to win knee-jerk reaction is this one, where the author doesn't seem to understand that we've already broken every conceivable norm. Yeah, oh yeah, this is a classic. Nuke these maniacs and get it over with. Why tit for tat and lose brave servicemen? Why are we playing by some kind of rules? All is fair in love and war. Deal with the consequences afterwards. Yeah, they've been doing that, man. We've been doing that. Oh, just fucking nuke them, big dog. Oh, okay. Sure. It's so fucking strange. Very strange demand. Don't attack Iran, just nuke it. Yeah. Americana says, my favorite variation of the stop messing around, it's time to win knee-jerk reaction is this one, where the author doesn't seem to understand that we've already broken every conceivable norm in diplomacy, assassinated their head of state, killed negotiators during active negotiations, intentionally targeted civilian infrastructure, blown up schools full of children, and publicly declared our intention to commit genocide. This is what no-rules warfare looks like. But this right here is a recognition that no-rules warfare is failing. Okay? That's what that is. This is a guy who is watching the American side lose and is frustrated by that loss. And no one wants to breach the nuke barrier. By the way, the other side of this story that is even crazier that many of these people aren't even fucking paying attention to is that there is no guarantee that a fucking nuke is going to stop the Mosaic defense systems. That is the extra scary side of the story that most people are not paying attention to. Why the fuck would Iran stop with a nuke? First of all, a nuke can't reach the actual, a nuke can't penetrate with the bunker buster bombs, the areas that you are trying to blow up. That's number one. So if your option is to nuke population dense areas, because nuking a mountain is not going to do shit, you're not going to waste blowing the no nukes ever treaty, the unspoken treaty that people just don't want to penetrate, because then all of a sudden other nuclear armed nations could use them against non-nuclear proxies. Russia with Ukraine, for example, China with whoever they see fit, for example. Not to say that they would do this, but my point is that's a calculation that America is making all the time, okay? So they're not going to penetrate the nuclear boundary. But even if they were to penetrate the nuclear boundary because they're fucking crazy, like let's say Israel is the one country that's insane enough to penetrate the nuclear boundary, which would be a major breach, okay? If Israel were to, let's say, penetrate the nuclear boundary, there is no guarantee whatsoever that this would stop Iran. You can't reach the missile silos that are deep underground, that are hidden inside of the mountains, okay? America tried that already. And the only thing you can deploy a nuke on is a civilian area. If you deployed a nuke in like Tehran or Isfahan or any of these other like civilian areas, not only is it over for whoever did that, okay, the rest of the world would pounce immediately. That's number one. But number two, perhaps even crazier than that, is that there is no guarantee that Iran would stop. So what do you do then? So these people keep posting like, oh, just fucking nuke Iran, dude. It's going to be fine. There is no guarantee that this would stop Iran. They have a decentralized defense system that was initiated after the decapitation strike that took place on the first day of Operation Epstein Fury. What guarantees do you have that that mosaic system would then stop and go, oh my God, my family members died in Isfahan. Now I'm going to stop blowing up every fucking target I possibly can. If anything, it would probably cause complete collapse of the global energy markets because they would just light every refinery on fire. At that point, it's no holds barred. They would deliver the equivalent, the nuke equivalent, to every oil and gas refinery in the region. All critical infrastructure necessary for energy production would be evaporated. So what are we talking about? So this is the reason why I think the why don't they just fucking nuke Iran argument is so stupid. The only way that I see that happening is not with America nuking Iran, but with Israel deploying the Samson option because they feel too threatened that Iranian missiles are penetrating the Israeli defenses, and they've started killing at a point. If the Iranian missiles start killing like too many Israeli civilians, that's the only time that I can see a country deploying nukes against Iran. The entire purpose of nukes is that they are defensive. The entire purpose of having a nuclear arsenal is to ensure that you never use it. Nukes are not developed in a world where other countries have nukes, and it's not just the United States of America having nukes. Nuclear arms are a way to defend your nationhood, your statehood, okay? Because the way that nukes work is America has the nuclear sponge states, right? Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, and the like. That's where all the nuclear silos are. Why are they over there? Why are they not in Washington, D.C.? Why are they not in Los Angeles? They're there because once the first nuke is launched, then Russia, with its much larger nuclear arsenal, will immediately work to destroy the American nuclear arsenal. It's mutual assured destruction. Now, this is why there was nuclear proliferation. This is why there was a race to develop your nuclear arsenal. But it's a deterrent. It's supposed to be a deterrent. It launches a chain reaction. If two nuclear armed countries ever wage war with one another and they deploy nukes against one another, it's tit for tat from that point on. There's also obviously the nuclear submarines, which were developed after, because once everyone understood where the nuclear silos were, right? The stationary nuclear silos is one thing. Then America and the USSR tried to develop new ways of delivering nukes. Then there's also the anti-defense systems, right? Because anti-defense systems also play a big role in this. Anti-defense systems are a way to stop nuclear arms from being delivered, because nukes, a lot of people don't realize nuclear weapons aren't delivered with a different mechanism. I mean, it's a little bit different than regular ballistic munitions. But when Iran is deploying Oreshniks, for example, they're hypersonics, which were designed and developed in a way to overcome the existing defense systems, the anti-air defense systems that the United States of America created, okay? Iran developed the Oreshniks, the hypersonic missiles, with higher degree of maneuverability, with multiple reentry vehicle systems, which deploy and then open up right before they're hit. Oreshniks are Russian. Sorry, I was talking about the USSR initially, but Oreshniks are Russian. It's a more modern technology. But the point I'm saying, the point I'm making remains, which is that those multiple reentry vehicles could have nuclear arms in them, okay? Instead of the regular ballistics that they have, they could put nuclear submunitions inside of those multiple reentry vehicles that can open up right before they're intercepted. And some of them even have maneuverability beyond that, okay? Ballistic munitions are just the carrying, the carrier of nuclear arms or regular, the regular explosive ordnance that they have. This is part of the reason why when Russia deploys, those Oreshniks, that's not simply to blow up a oil refinery or blow up an oil depot in Western Ukraine. It's actually a threat to the rest of Europe, to show the rest of Europe that they could blow up Europe too if they chose to do so. Okay? It's a way to increase their threats against Europe, against all of the other allied nations that are aiding and abetting the Ukrainian defense. Ripplebrain wrote about this, the debasification, the Iranian air war strategy. And this is a decent summary of it. I read it earlier. But basically, he says, the key to American air campaign has always been to degrade Iranian air defense to the point that cheap and plentiful glide or even gravity bombs can be used against targets in Iran, as I've also explained, right? We have a shit ton of gravity munitions, guided, unguided, but we can't deploy them unless we destroy their anti-air capabilities, okay? Because it's far more costly to lose a fighter jet with a pilot in it. It's a far bigger wound for American air superiority. But that's the cheap stuff. So the normal air military doctrine is, for the American side, the air military doctrine is to conduct suppression, destruction of enemy air defenses in their operations, which require long loiter times with aircraft remaining in the air to respond to ISR and emissions from air defense radars. So the way to do this is with the MQ-9 Reaper drone. That's the cheapest, most cost-effective way to do it, which is still $32 million a pop. So what these drones do, as I've explained to you over and over again, is they loiter on Iranian airspace and wait for heat patterns, okay? They wait and wait and wait until there is a strike, okay? An Iranian strike. And then they try to blow up the Iranian launchers, usually, or to give back feedback coordinates to where the launchers are to our standoff munitions that are being lobbed from the Gulf countries, that are being lobbed from the American naval assets that are hundreds of miles away from Iranian retaliation, from a safe distance, okay? These missions are exceptionally dependent on tanker support, so any degradation of U.S. tanker operations in turn degrades American S/dead capabilities, the destruction of enemy air defenses operations. This is why there are a fuck ton of Stratotankers that are being deployed in the region, because those MQ-9 Reaper drones have to get refueled. All of these loitering, aerial units, they have to go back every now and then after they've been deployed and get refueled by a Stratotanker. The problem is those Stratotankers need to come closer. And when they come close enough to Iranian anti-air defense capabilities or Iran's own drone striking capabilities, they get blown up. There's also, given how long the missions are, you sometimes run into additional problems where strato tankers like refueler jets can actually hit one another. They've lost a lot of refueler jets in the process. The American side has lost a lot of strato tankers in the process. Reapers can't refuel in the air, by the way. It's pronounced seed deed no s/dead. Okay, I'm not the biggest military pervert. I apologize if I get certain things wrong. The refuelers are for the fighter jets, no? It's not MQ-9s. It would have been EA-18s. No, it's been largely MQ-9s going down the last few weeks in the infrared air defense footage. I'm a numbers guy. I'm not a military guy. War Thunderheads can help me with this. Okay. By all available evidence, the Iranian debasification campaign appears to be working. The U.S. force in the region is likely incapable of generating the same combat power in its air operations against Iran as it could when the war started. And things are trending even further in a negative direction. Even worse, there's no clear solution on the horizon. The most obvious lever for American planners to pull is to accept more casualties and losses of personnel and airframes, but this is an unprecedented step in the modern incarnation of the U.S. military has never faced. Not only does this have a significant cost, this is a significant financial penalty, there's also obviously issues on the manufacturing side. It takes a long time to make newer versions of these fucking strato tankers. We obviously have a deep bench, but ultimately we're just throwing MQ-9 Reaper drones and strato tankers into the Iranian defenses and hoping that eventually there will be a better outcome. All the while, the things that we are hitting inside of Iran are cheap, okay? They're unbelievably cheap. They're super easy to manufacture. Like, these TELs that the Iranians are using, right? They're transporter erector launchers. The TELs that they are using are basic vehicles, commercially available, readily available vehicles that have, a platform that they solder onto the back of the fucking vehicle. So even if you blow one of these up, it's basically fucking single use, which is part of the reason why they gave up on blowing up these TELs anyway, fairly early on. Yeah, they weld it, sorry, not solder. They weld it, whatever. They bolt it. It's just like super efficient and super cheap, especially considering that Iran has a major domestic manufacturing capability.
Here's my tip.
Yeah, Fareed Zakaria is now posting about how China has won the Iran war. Did the U.S. not expect the tankers to be within the drone strike range? It's hard to believe that was a U.S. strat without protecting their tankers. I think it's coming from a place of... It's not coming from a place of like sound analysis. I think it's coming from a place of desperation. They have to do something. Iran is like a fucking pit bull. I don't think it's even hubris. I don't think it's arrogance. I think arrogance is what caused the initial strikes. Okay. But I don't think at this point it's arrogance that's pushing them to keep trying the same thing and expect different results. Okay. I think at this point they're just desperate for any kind of attrition. So they're just throwing these unbelievably costly assets in the field of battle in striking distance of Iranian drones, Iranian loitering munitions, Iranian anti-air defenses, hoping to generate a different result that they haven't seen thus far. Of course, there's an alternative here. There's an alternative solution to this madness, which requires the Americans to come back to the negotiations process. Here is the conversation that took place between the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who said wars end either through total victory or negotiations, which literally, by the way, verbatim. What do I always say? I mean, it's a very common fucking statement, but in my headcanon, he heard me say that, and he's quoting me. A war must be ended precisely at the point when you hold the upper hand on the battlefield. Ending a war is possible either through total military victory or through negotiations. The right time to negotiate is exactly when you have achieved reliable military and strategic gains on the battlefield. The politician must always ask this fundamental question: will continuing the war increase the gains or only increase the losses? Like, for example, what happened in Germany in World War II, meaning that it is occupied, or what happened to Saddam in the war and other such cases, because we don't have that capability. If you have that capability, then go and finish it. This is him, by the way, speaking to the hardliners. This is not for Western ears. This is for the hardliners to hear, just so you understand. Because we don't have that capability. If you have that capability, then you go and finish it. We don't have that capability. We cannot go and overrun and occupy Israel and America. We cannot gamble with people's lives and the fate of the entire country. Decisions must be based on precise and comprehensive calculations. If you seek to end the war through negotiations in a way that prevents it from recurring, you must act at a time when your strength and upper hand have been firmly established. In this war, despite some losses, we emerged as a decisive international actor and demonstrated the resilience of the system. Accurately identifying the moment to stop the war and begin negotiations is the most vital and consequential part of crisis management for any official. In theory, one must always assess whether continuing the war from the current point will produce stronger gains at the negotiating table or merely impose heavier human and national costs. He also he also described that Iran believed that the war was coming before the negotiations ended. Arakshi said the Iranian political and military officials were certain an attack was coming. Tehran, nevertheless, entered 3 rounds of negotiations because there remained some chance of avoiding war, and so no one could later claim Iran had refused diplomacy. The central dispute remained enrichment. Washington demanded zero enrichment and a later multi-year suspension. Iran refused. Arakshi said, even at the cost of war. He said that by Friday, after the final round of talks in Geneva, he had concluded war was certain. Oman's foreign minister, Badr al-Busaidi, traveled to Washington and warned Arakshi that the atmosphere there had become completely oriented towards war, even as he sought a meeting with J.D. Vance amid concerns that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner had not accurately conveyed the negotiations. Iran had pre-planned its response if the leadership was killed. One of the biggest L's for the fucking moderates, for the reformers, and also for the ones who want to negotiate with the Western world on the Iranian team, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, is their over-reliance on the integrity of J.D. Vance. I think these guys sincerely believe that J.D. Vance is an isolationist or is far more reasonable than Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Okay? They're just wrong. They're objectively wrong, and they don't fucking understand that they're wrong about this. And that's part of the reason why they're going to keep fucking getting into this situation where they're like, oh, bring J.D. Vance here, please. Let's talk to J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance has the ear of the president. They don't realize that the president fucking hates J.D. Vance. Like, look, they're great at diplomacy. They're great diplomats. They're great chess players, okay? I'm not disrespecting the Iranian team here. It's very clear that they fucking defeated the United States of America, the most powerful country on the planet, has been brought to heel in this process by a nation that's far, far smaller, right? But I think this is a major mistake. Mersheimer also has this weird belief. I think it's fucking unfounded. They're not capable of reading the internal diplomacy that's taking place in the American in the White House within the highest office between Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. I don't think J.D. Vance is in any way, shape, or form sincerely invested in stopping this war. I think he's just positioning himself as an anti-war guy so that he has a better chance of winning once Trump is out of office. That's it. Iran had pre-planned its response if the leadership was killed. Iraq said the Supreme National Security Council had prepared written plans for scenarios ranging from U.S.-only attacks to joint U.S.-Israeli strikes, attacks on infrastructure. Last scenario was reportedly assigned to code because officials did not want to say it out loud, Code 110. Arakshi said the plan included immediately closing the Strait of Hormuz if the leader was targeted and activating a broader regional military response. Arakshi said he survived the opening attack himself. He was inside of a leadership compound warning a senior official that an attack was imminent when multiple buildings were struck. He described 3 explosions, ceilings, walls collapsing, wounded people screaming at himself, and Mohammed Hijazi climbing through the steel beams and rubble to escape. A stranger eventually drove the dust-covered foreign minister back to the ministry. Arakshi said simultaneous attacks targeted meetings involving military commanders, intelligence officials, and senior leadership, exposing a major security breach. He suggested that the breach may extend beyond espionage to attempts to... What are you doing? That's so funny. She just cracks open the door and stares outside. Tehran immediately warned of the Gulf that the U.S. bases would be hit. Within hours, Arakshi said he personally called Gulf foreign ministers and told them Iran would strike American forces stationed in the territory. This is before the MOU, by the way. This is like how the opening salvo worked. Anyway, months after that story took place, now Fareed Zakaria has a different calculation. Let's take a look.
As the war with Iran blows up and cools down from week to week, one trend is clear. The biggest beneficiary of this conflict is China. Beijing did not have to fire a shot, spend vast sums, or use up political capital, but it has gained more from this crisis than any other in 3 decades. The war accelerated 3 of China's long-held goals: a Middle East less dependent on America, a world
Xavier Zachariah
more dependent on critical Chinese technology, and a reputation for Beijing as a serious and steady world power. Beijing has not tried to replace Washington as the Middle East's military guarantor. That would require expensive commitments. Its aim has been simpler and more subtle: get Gulf states to detach somewhat from the American orbit. Donald Trump is doing much of that work for Xi Jinping. America's Gulf allies have watched as Washington waged this war in chaotic fashion and with little regard for the damage inflicted on their cities, infrastructure, and economies. The Gulf is now dividing into 2 camps. The United Arab Emirates is drawing closer to Israel and Washington, but a larger group led by Saudi Arabia and including Qatar, Oman, and perhaps Iraq and even Turkey is likely to seek long-term security through a balance: continued ties with the United States, but also dialogue with Iran and better relations with China. That is precisely the regional order Beijing has favored. In 2023, China brokered the restoration of diplomatic relations between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Riyadh has since resisted joining certain American-led joint data center and computer chip projects. It has bought Chinese missiles and drones, held exercises with the Chinese Navy, and explored local production of Wing-Loon combat drones. Gulf countries accounted for more than 80% of Chinese defense exports to the Middle East from 2016 through 2025. No one is trying to replace America's security umbrella, but they want options, and options reduce American leverage. China's more impressive victory is geoeconomic. At first glance, a country that imports about 70% of its oil should be among the war's biggest losers. Yet China has weathered the shock better than most countries because it spent years preparing. It diversified suppliers, built what is estimated to be the world's largest oil stockpile, continued using coal and expanded nuclear power, and electrified its economy on a scale no other major country has matched. Electricity now accounts for about 30% of Chinese energy consumption, almost 40% more than in the United States or Europe. China installed more than half of all new global wind and solar capacity in 2024. For these reasons, China was able to cut back on its imported oil purchases during the war by some 4 million barrels a day. The war has become a giant advertisement for China's critical technologies. Governments everywhere are looking to build up their solar power, batteries, wind turbines, electric vehicles, and grids. China controls about 91% of global solar panel manufacturing capacity and 89% of lithium-ion battery capacity. Chinese firms manufacture at least 70% of almost all clean energy technologies tracked by Bloomberg. The longer energy insecurity persists, the more the world will buy into industries China dominates. The war also advances a key Chinese goal: weakening the dollar's hold over global commerce. Iran reportedly allowed some tankers through the Strait of Hormuz on the condition that transactions be settled in Chinese renminbi or in cryptocurrency. China and its partners have effectively expanded renminbi-dominated trade to reduce exposure to American sanctions. The shift will be gradual, but the trend is now unmistakable, away from dollar dominance. Finally, there's the reputational windfall. The Trump administration entered this war with grand goals: regime change, destruction of Iran's nuclear program, eradicating its ballistic missile capabilities, and its support for regional proxies. It has achieved none durably. Instead, it is now hoping simply to open the Strait of Hormuz, which was open before the war began. Donald Trump chose.
There is literally nothing redeemable about the American century of humiliation. There's no rhyme or reason for why we behave the way that we do. There's no strategic, tactical goals that we're achieving in the process. is just like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just so senseless. It's just so unbelievably stupid. That's why we call Donald J. Trump JD Pondom, baby.
This war, and in doing so,
that's why the Chinese netizens call him Donald Trump, the great nation builder for China.
Blew through tens of billions of dollars, wasted America's munitions, diverted military assets from Asia, unsettled allies, and demonstrated that even with America's enormous power, a misguided strategy and constantly changing tactics will produce bad results. China did remarkably little. It kept buying Iranian oil, maintained relations with the Gulf states, avoided the costs of defending Iran or policing the Gulf. This is Beijing's preferred approach. No dramatic confrontations, but rather the steady accumulation of influence. Over the last 25 years, the United States has exhausted itself in 3 major military adventures in the greater Middle East, while China has accumulated manufacturing power, technological capacity.
Dude, for the last decade or so, I have verbatim said this, and everyone told me to shut the fuck up, that I'm a campus, that I'm a tanky. Like, literally, I had a very simple premise, and many people on the left also had this very simple premise. What if, instead of constantly waging war at the behest of petro-capitalist pedophiles, we instead did what China does and just focus on building out a domestic manufacturing, a robust base for manufacturing here in the United States of America, focus on developing the country, focus on fixing our infrastructure. What if we spent the $7-8 trillion that we spent on murdering brown people overseas instead here on the home front? Okay? And every single time, from right-wingers who told me to get the fuck out of this country to liberals who also said the same, the answer was always, wow, you're a fucking campist. Wow, you're a fucking tanky. Wow, why don't you dick ride China further? 10 years after the fact, now you got Fareed Zakaria or Xavier Zakaria on CNN, Clinton News Network, saying the same shit. Will people finally understand that there is a better world out there? There is a better future? Should we retreat from our endless, ceaseless militarism overseas and focus on building the home front? Probably not. Probably not. There are far too many profits to be made for the military-industrial complex here, so we're just going to keep doing business as usual.
And diplomatic relationships. Washington acts, Beijing waits. China has paid costs for this war. Higher energy prices, disrupted supply chains, and weaker global demand. But power is always relative. Measured against the damage to America's goals, alliances, and credibility, China has come out ahead. More than a year ago, China decided to remind the world just how easily it can choke the global economy. Last April, in response to U.S. tariffs, Beijing...
Oh my God, by the way, they had the architect of the Liberation Day tariffs guy on the New York Times this morning, and it made me rip my fucking hair out. One, because he sounds exactly like J.D. Vance. There's a liberal Groyper speech pattern now, okay? Guy who's like read too many books and is like really fucking nerdy, but also is trying to advance Trump's agenda. And he sounded exactly like J.D. Vance. That's number one. Number two, they asked him straight up. They were like, okay, don't you feel like this is having an inflationary effect? He's like, no, of course not. Okay, of course not. That's not what's going on. And then they were like, well, don't you feel like sure, there's some benefits to domestic manufacturing. It's made domestic manufacturing more competitive for certain industries, but like they kept asking over and over again, like, well, don't you think about the consequences to allies that we're just trying to rip apart these previous relationships that we have with other allies that we're just tariffing endlessly? No, we're just here to, Trump understands the importance, the significance, like the moment. He understands the need in this moment. Like, he just walked past their fucking questions over and over again. It was so goddamn frustrating. Not as frustrating as not receiving Level 10 Hype Train, which is incoming right now, of course. As always, Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. There's a hype train that is imminent right now. And as is always the case, once we receive level 10 on the motherfucking hype train, once we get to level 10 on the hype train, you already know what's up. We will carry the motherfucking flame as always, as we do every damn day. On topic, Trump announces 50% tariffs. What? On many Canadian goods? Wait, what is happening? What is going on, brother? What the fuck? What? Why? Why? What is happening? Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so stupid. Another one of the questions that was asked of the Trump tariff guy was, well, what is the sufficient, like, what's the real legal reason for, the Supreme Court obviously found them to be wrong and outside of the bounds of the executive. But like, what do you say to the question that like he implemented tariffs on Brazil for the Brazilian government prosecuting Bolsonaro? And he was just like, no, it's just because there's a real economic need. Really? There's a real economic need to tariff Brazil? News to me. Where's the fucking surplus? What's the real economic need to tariff Brazil? Why are we, if we're fixing the trade deficit, why are we tariffing countries with a surplus? What is the reason? It's so stupid. And it turns out, according to the BBC, Trump threatens new Canada tariffs over fire, sending filthy air to U.S. cities. What? Why? Brother, I don't know what to say to this, man. It's just like, I always try to find rhyme or reason for the administration. The administration is not one guy. There's no single decision-making capability here. It's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be this way. This is money molestation. It doesn't make sense. It's the one thing that you're not supposed to do. You're not allowed to molest the bag. You're not allowed to molest the money. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Make of the breaking news here, 50% tariffs on Canada because of what the president says is reckless mismanagement of now 955 wildfires.
Well, he's right. I mean, there is reckless
Dude, what are you saying, dude? What are you saying? He's right? Really? He's right. Is there anything this man won't molest? Incredible stuff, man. Yeah. Be on the lookout in the upcoming days for Donald Trump to come out and do the classic spiel. Canada is not raking the forests, okay? They got a lot of shrubbery. They got too much shrubbery, too much dead trees on the ground of the forest, and they're not raking it. They're not doing sufficient. He already did. I mean, what? Even the Fox Business woman, the Fox Business host is like, really? Really? Like, she doesn't believe him. He doesn't believe himself.
I told him, I mean, you got to stop these fires from coming in and, poisoning our air. Our air has been poisoned. I have a good relationship with Mark Carney, but, we got to stop the fires up there. If we can help them, we'll help them. But maybe they should pay us some damages or something, or we should do some tariffs. But it was terrible. I mean, you had businesses closing. In particular, Michigan. If you look at Detroit, Michigan here, they had to close everything. They had to close car plants and a lot of other things. So I've never remembered this happening. Over the last 4 or 5 years, you saw it starting to take place. I've never remembered it happening.
Great, I guess.
Well, he's right. I mean, there is reckless mismanagement. This is not only in Canada, but California does the same thing. Understand, this is the ultra left again who puts out these policies. They don't want Americans to have air conditioning, to have,
What? What the fuck are you saying? What the fuck is coming out of your stupid fucking mouth, man? What the hell? The ultra left wants wildfires. They don't want us to have air conditioning. How is that in any way, shape, or form? If anything, you could make the opposite argument. We want air conditioning so much that our carbon footprint has destroyed the fucking planet and therefore has created this like inconsistent hydration pattern in the forest. The forests are more likely to catch on fire now more than anything else. Our endless appetite for profiteering has made it so that we don't have enough money in the bank for forest management. And of course, this is how the dry ass forests catch on fire. There's far more fuel than ever before because the The climate change has made the weather conditions so unstable that first it rains too much and it's overfeeding the forests. And then it's far too dry. So now you have more fuel than ever before and they catch on fire and then it's far too difficult to put out.
Cars and a lot of the things that we have and the energy that we use, we've done more damage in a short period of time from Canada than any of that would ever do. It's horrible. It's bad for people and their health. It's bad for the tourism industry and all industries and all businesses. Certainly, Canada's got to straighten this out. It didn't have to be that way. It reminds me of the wind turbines that were supposed to be pro-environment.
Bro used a clear-cut example of anthropogenic climate change devastating outcomes to present an argument against renewable energies that would actually soften the anthropogenic climate change and reverse some of our carbon footprint. I am losing my mind. We are led by fucking baboons. We are led by morons. We're so fucked, dude. We are so endlessly fucked. Americans look at every problem and immediately demand more of the inciting incident. We look at gun violence and we say, what's the solution? More guns, please. Give the fucking, my only solution to combating school shootings is to arm the teachers. Fuck it, arm the students. Give them goddamn kindergartners a handgun, maybe a hand grenade. This is insane. You know how we make sure that climate change... Sorry, I apologize. I got real Chinese for a moment. Excuse me for bringing up fake Chinese inventions like climate change. You know what our solution to these wildfires is? More carbon footprint. Fuck the wind turbines. That makes us gay. We've gotten too homified. That's the reason why these forests are catching on fire. God's punishing us.
And hurt the environment. It reminds me of their energy program, which was supposed to be pro-environmental and save money, which cost a fortune and would have created and does create more problems than ever. It doesn't work. Socialism doesn't work. The Democratic Party doesn't work. And certainly Canada isn't working because they're so far left. This is a warning shot to
like there is at some point, it's like super basic. We look at China's rise as a global power, and then we look at America's decline on the one hand and Europe's decline as well. There's like very clearly one simple answer. It's not even like an ideological commitment to socialism versus capitalism. I'm not even making that argument. But there is one thing that China does that we don't do. And I think that's born out of, obviously, capitalism and the endless need for profit seeking. Okay? And that is when there's a problem, the government looks at that problem and says, we are going to solve this problem. That's it. China, due to rapid industrialization, had a fuck ton of issues with air quality. Okay. A decade ago, they had tremendous smog. They had cities that were rendered uninhabitable, right? This was a huge issue. So China did what? They looked at it and they were like, okay, we got to move away from this shit. We got to move away from this, although it's obviously beneficial for us to keep using coal-powered power plants. Okay, it's instead of choosing maximum efficiency, they moved in the direction of renewable energy. Obviously, there was a lot of corruption within the Chinese system as well. Xi Jinping's biggest thing was he is the great eradicator of corruption. Once the capital owning class was also brought into the fold. Within the party system, that led to some issues, some significant problems, specifically corruption. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Like, here's the reality. I'm Chinese, and I got to be honest with you. The government told us to do a lot of things that made our lives much harder to combat air quality issues. I can't imagine the U.S. government can implement a quarter of what the Chinese government implemented. I mean, there is obviously a much higher degree of autonomy in the Western world too. There's a cultural difference, whatever. But my point is, they identified a problem and they solved it. America, when is the last time you saw the United States of America identify a problem and solve it? I think it was the ozone layer. That's it. That is the last time. That is the last fucking time. The last time I saw the Western liberal world look at a fucking problem recognize the existential crisis it was creating and try to solve it. Yeah, CFC gases, the ozone, that created a massive hole in the ozone layer. That was it. I'm not even saying COVID, chat, because COVID doesn't... Did we deal with COVID? We tanked it here in America. We tanked COVID. To varying degrees, the Western world decided, some boomers are going to fucking die. U.S. Department of Energy posting, during a recent summer heat wave across the mid-Atlantic, coal, natural gas, and nuclear power kept the lights and air conditioners on. The most valuable energy sources show up when you need them the most. Wind and solar, 6%.
You better come to America, say, we're sorry, we're going to mend our ways, we're going to do what we used to do in the old day and groom and maintain the ground level of what is underneath the forest and thin the forest out where it needs to be done. It was always done. We never had these problems before.
It's all the ignorant Republicans and MAGA saying Canadian forest should be raked. This is the Canada's boreal forest. It is dense, uneven, rocky, and filled with lakes and islands. 910 million acres of it has no road access, in case you were wondering how preposterous rake it is. This is a CEO talking. Skimmed this post, waiting for the space lasers to appear, and was not disappointed. Why did POTUS suddenly pivot from unconditional surrender to a deal at any cost with Iran? It's the interceptors, stupid. What? Founder CEO of Boom Supersonic? Surfs is Canadian, by the way? Yeah, I know. The link you sent me is broken. Trump is literally McCarthy, but president? Anyway, let's get back to China winning, according to Fareed Zakaria.
Briefly tightened exports of rare earth metals, which make up the tiny magnets inside everything from phones to cars to fighter jets. Edward Fishman of the Council on Foreign Relations labeled the move the most effective use of economic warfare we have seen in recent years. And the West has been scrambling ever since for a strategy to loosen China's grip. But it is easier said than done, as Japan learned the hard way. Despite the name, rare earths are not actually rare. There are 17 metallic elements scattered in the Earth's crust on every continent. What is rare, though, is the capacity to refine them. It is a filthy, expensive process that leaves behind toxic waste. Decades ago, China made a long-term bet on an industry that many other countries were happy to avoid. As former Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping famously said, "The Middle East has oil, China has rare earths." Today, this bet has paid off. Beijing now refines roughly 90% of the world's rare earth supply. Japan discovered the danger of China's dominance long before anyone else. Back in 2010, a Chinese fishing trawler rammed two Japanese Coast Guard vessels near the Japanese-controlled Senkaku Islands, which China claims. After the Japanese authorities arrested the Chinese captain, Beijing retaliated by freezing rare earth shipments to Japan. At the time, Japan relied on China for about 90% of its rare earth imports. Even Tokyo's own officials were caught flat-footed. Tatsuya Terazawa, then in charge of economic policy at Japan's trade ministry, recently admitted to the New York Times that at the time he had zero knowledge about rare earths. But by the next month, Japan had pivoted to an urgent and comprehensive strategy focused on reducing demand, building stockpiles, recycling material, and most crucially, investing in mines abroad to secure its own supply. The country's crowning achievement was backing a struggling Australian mining company called Lynas, which digs up ore in the outback and refines it 5,000 miles away in Malaysia. Nearly 16 years on, Japan's approach has led to steady but slow results. It has cut its overall rare earth consumption in half, but it still relies on China for between 60 and 70% of its rare earth usage. While down from 90%, that is still a very high level of dependence. But it meant that when China restricted exports again this year, after a diplomatic spat over Taiwan, Japan was much better prepared. It released stockpiles and it could use its supplies from Lynas, the miner it rescued 15 years earlier, which has now become the biggest rare earth producer outside of China. So what can the West learn from Japan? The first lesson is patience. President Trump has declared it would take about a year for the U.S. to secure enough rare earth supplies. That statement is totally divorced from reality. Gracelyn Bhaskaran and Meredith Schwartz of the Center for Strategic and International Studies write, that Japan has put itself on permanent alert for more than a decade and pushed its new agenda forward aggressively. The West needs the same sustained attention, they argue, instead of momentary ramp-ups during crises, which then collapse once there is calm. The second lesson is about friends.
Remember the contingencies? This is why I laughed in the face of that chatter. When he was talking about American munitions, once they're depleted, it's going to be very, very difficult to do procurement, especially if China decides to tighten its export controls. Where is that chatter, by the way? There was a point in time where he would come in daily and be like, no, you don't understand. America's going to win eventually. Remember? Every day he would come in here to be like, no, gangy, we got contingencies. I wonder what he's up to. Probably sitting in a fucking base. Probably sitting at El Udeid Air Base right now, deployed, hoping he doesn't become the contingency. What was his name? Trey still here?
Japan needed Australia's mines, Malaysia's refineries, France's recycling plants, and American capital and technology to reduce its reliance on Beijing. No country alone can break China's near monopoly on rare earths. The Trump administration, to its credit, appears to understand this. It has gathered 55 countries and signed agreements on nearly every continent regarding critical materials and rare earths. But that cooperation is an
America's financial dominance is also coming to a close with the payment processor system that China has implemented in the One Belt, One Road initiative, which is creating a real-time alternative that UAE and many other countries are getting on top of. So what China can't do with its export controls, the nuclear option for trade, America cannot do with SWIFT. And yet America did do it with SWIFT against Russia. Wait, I banned them? I banned the guy? Trey's still here? We got to unban his bitch ass. Yeah, the Chinese payment processor also does it in a matter of 6 seconds as opposed to days in the SWIFT system. Yeah, contrary to its name, it is not very swift. Trey's banned in a lot of channels I watch. He's obnoxious. I wonder if I banned him or if one of the mods did. Oh, Lake McGroove did it. Why? He had reliable insight. Unban him, please. I would like to hear from Gangy about where he's at. Why you eat dinner so early? Maybe I eat lunch so late. Have you thought about that? Surf said that here. Saul the groveling and agreeing to his terms of destroying our social safety net to build a massive military and hiring 1,000 RCMP officers for his border while building pipelines while the country burns. All did nothing, and things are now worse than they've ever been. Yeah, you cannot. You have to fight back. That's why Felix has made a brilliant point that I repeat all the time. The most effective anti-Trump forces on this planet right now is the Communist Party of China and the IRGC. No one else has been able to combat Trumpism as effectively as these two forces, okay? The Communist Party of China and the IRGC. Why? Because they fight back. They don't concede.
Fueling tankers that are in the region, all as these tensions escalate with Iran. Last night, CENTCOM saying that it had carried out the 9th consecutive night of strikes against that country. You see both sides of this increasingly going after some very sensitive civilian infrastructure, including water desalination plants. The U.S. has been hitting roads and bridges in southern Iran. But at the same time, I think what these deaths over the weekend really underscore is that Iran has retained some fairly significant missile and drone capabilities, kind of puncturing the president's claims of total military dominance. What you also hear U.S. officials worry about is that these deaths could potentially show that Iran is beginning to learn how to evade U.S. air defenses in its bases across the region. So some real concerns about what an escalation could potentially portend for those U.S. troops that are arrayed across the Middle East. At the same time, you hear diplomats say that they have not closed the door to returning to negotiations with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He's traveling in Asia, Wolf. He told reporters overnight that the U.S. remains willing to engage in negotiations, quote, if that door opens. And he said that Iran had communicated both directly and indirectly that they were open to return.
Why doesn't Iran stop the bloodshed and sign peace with America? All wars end with treaties, as you said. Brother, I don't know if you've been paying attention to what's going on, but America violated the treaty. and then openly admitted that they never had intent of following through on the treaty, and then started bombing Iran again. First, they pushed ships through the unsanctioned route, through the Omani corridor. Then Iran hit those ships. Then America hit back at Iran. But then, obviously, ships stopped transiting through the Omani route. But then America turned around and told them that it was fine to go through again. And then Iran shot them again. And then America shot Iran again. And now we're back. And Trump is claiming the MOU is dead in the water. What are they supposed to do? I mean, what do you do? Actually, what can one do here against us? We're irrational, we're erratic, we're belligerent, we're violent. How do you deal with us? You gotta get back to the drawing board and keep fighting, I guess. Right?
To the bargaining table.
The U.S. is planning to send additional F-16 fighter jets, F-35 fighter jets, along with more aerial refueling tankers to the Middle East as these tensions clearly soar. This is pretty significant right now.
It is. And, you know, when you look at what we already have in the Gulf region, you've got, of course, carrier strike groups that are in the Arabian Sea near the Persian Gulf. You've got the aircraft that are already based in areas of the Middle East, including Jordan and Saudi Arabia, as well as United Arab Emirates and Qatar. So those areas are going to get beefed up, basically. The airplanes that you mentioned, the fighters, as well as the aerial refueling tankers, are also probably going to be augmented by other aircraft such as reconnaissance aircraft and other drones potentially as well. And if all of that moves forward, they'll be coming from Europe, and that will basically set the stage for even further military offensives and basically a military campaign against Iran, one that is even more extensive than what we've seen so far.
Joining us now is Ambassador Dennis Ross. He was a special assistant to President Obama on the Middle East peace process and is a counselor over at the Washington Institute.
Interesting. Interesting. Why are they flying in from Europe? Why aren't they just doing aerial missions from the Al Udeid Air Base? Why aren't they just doing aerial missions from Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Qatar and all these other countries? I mean, these are vassals, right? Which they are. Is it because the vassals are saying, no, you can't do this? Or perhaps is it another secret third option, which is they simply can't because Iran keeps fucking blowing up their goddamn bases?
For Near East policy. Dennis, thanks so much for joining us. Do you expect there will be larger fallout from the deaths of these U.S. service members? Is this war with Iran now going to dramatically escalate?
I don't know that it's going to dramatically escalate, although it's clear the U.S. is moving F-15s and F-35s to the region, is also moving additional aerial refueling tankers. So that suggests we're probably going to.
So what's interesting about this decision is they must have some degree of confidence that they can now actually evade their Iranian defense systems or something. Or they are unironically going to go fuck it mode and just start. Because they're running out of their standoff munitions, they have no other options. So they're just going to start feeding American planes to the IRGC air defense systems. I assume that there is some calculation being made here that, you know, they can withstand some losses, but ultimately they've degraded the Iranian defenses far enough. But if they're just going, they're going beast mode, Mr. Beast mode, we brought $2 trillion worth of military equipment to the Iranian airspace to blow it up. I don't know. I don't know where we go from there.
Increase the scope and intensity of the attacks we're going to carry out. The Iranians, as you just noted, have hit 7 different states in the region. So there is a dynamic here that seems to be an escalatory one. But it's also noteworthy that, A, the Iranians are not hitting Israel, which suggests they know that Israel would hit back in a big way. B, the United States is still not hitting certain kinds of targets, meaning we're not hitting power plants.
Iran is not hitting Israel because Israel's not hitting Iran. And at least given the limited amount of data coming out of Israel right now about Lebanon, they're not even advancing in Lebanon that much. So I suspect the reason why Iran is not hitting Israel is because Israel is not joining the conflict in a meaningful manner and kind of actually abiding by the MOU a little bit. Israel, on the other hand, is hitting Gaza, which is expected because they're pieces of shit who have to hit something. They have to keep killing children. So they're killing children in Gaza, as they did yesterday, as they did last night. But Iran doesn't need to hit Israel. Iran is hitting Jordan, which is the first stage for hitting Israel. Israel understands this reality. This guy seemingly doesn't comprehend that.
We're not going after energy facilities. And I think the reason for that is we're seeing that the Iranians have the ability to hit similar kinds of targets in the Gulf states. I think when they hit Kuwait and they hit the desalination plant, an electricity related facility, an oil related facility, that was their way of signaling, if you hit these kinds of targets within Iran, we will hit those kinds of targets in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and elsewhere, and the impact on oil prices will be dramatic. So I think there is still a conflict that is being fought within certain bounds.
So Hassan, we're doing the stick it to him. I mean, we're doing the stick it to him. We're also doing this.
Israel comes to me in my dreams. What gives?
You know? So I guess it's both of those techniques.
The basic problem is there's no way out of the current impasse because the Iranians are insisting they will control the straits, and we're saying they will not.
The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, says the U.S. is still open to diplomacy with Iran. Iranian officials say they were also open to it. But how does diplomacy even restart at this point with this war escalating?
Well, it's not unusual to have force and diplomacy operate at the same time. Oftentimes, each side is using force to try to affect the terms of a negotiation. I think that's what we're seeing at this point. I think both sides actually would like to find a way out. Our reimposition of the blockade has dramatically damaged further an already desperate economy within Iran. The IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard leadership, may speak, strongly and boldly about how that's not going to affect them, but the truth is, it does have an effect on them. But the same is true here. The president is clearly sensitive to the idea of oil prices going dramatically higher. Each side would like to find a way out, but neither side wants to look like it's backing down. It's in that context that you have mediators like the Qataris offering new proposals to start with a 10-day ceasefire, and then you come up with what might be some new mechanisms that involve many of the states in the region as part of the management of the straits. Each side is going to need some way out. The one thing from an American standpoint that I think is essential, Iran cannot be in control of the Straits of Hormuz when all this ends. Let's recall, Wolf, that on February 27th, the straits were open. Supposedly our...
Yeah, here's the problem for us, buddy. They are. Fuck you mean? What did Bernie say that you guys are saying, come on, Bernie, over?
We must not give one nickel more.
Oh, because he's saying Netanyahu government? That's why, right?
Main objective was about preventing Iran from ever having a nuclear weapon, but our whole focus right now seems to be on reopening the straits, which, by the way, were open prior to the war.
How deep, Dennis, are the fractures within Iran's regime right now? We still haven't seen, as you know, the new supreme leader. He was injured. His father was killed in the opening days of the war. Are we even sure who is in charge right now?
Brother, Wolfie, why don't you stop worrying about that? You know what I mean? Don't worry about it, sweetie pie. What difference does it make for us? You know what I mean? Like, who's in charge? Who cares? Iran's in charge.
Historically, I would just note that we've always seen factions within the Iranian elite. That's not new. But the supreme leader was always the arbiter and always the decision maker. Right now, we don't know what the real status of the supreme leader is. He hasn't been seen. Statements are issued. They're probably written by others. I think what we're seeing is a kind of balance of power where maybe the supreme leader has some role, but there's probably a balance of power where the dominant voice at this point is really reflecting the Revolutionary Guard. But I do think the president, Pezeshkian, the Speaker of the Parliament, Ghalibaf, I think they are part of the decision-making process. It still seems that the Revolutionary Guard has greater sway. But again, there's a kind of balance of power at this point, favoring one side a little bit more. The longer this goes on, the greater the pressures from within, given what's happening to the economy. I still think we'll see an interest on their part to find a way out. The problem is they think they can outlast President Trump. And that's really, I think, why we're seeing the dynamic we are right now.
As you know, Israel says it will respond and respond militarily to any future attack from Iran or its proxies for that matter. What does Israel want right now? How do you see it?
Well, I think there's what the prime minister wants in terms of the politics of the situation. And I think he would still like to be able to inflict much more damage on the Iranian ballistic missile capability, its inventories, and the like. But he's not in a position to make decisions. It's the president of the United States who's making the decisions. And I think the president at this point doesn't seem to want the Israelis to be involved. It's ironic that the Iranians don't seem to want the Israelis to be involved. The only way the Israelis become involved is if the president changes his mind and or the Iranians hit Israel. At this point, they're avoiding that. So I still think, even though within Israel, I think there's a strong sense that something could happen this week where Israel is drawn in, my sense at this point is that basically neither the United States nor the Iranians seem to want the Israelis involved, because I still think there's a desire, at least on the part of the president, to keep this more limited. I think we're going to see him try to strike a balance where he's going to do much more this week in the hopes that by hitting the Iranians even harder with the blockade, they will come around and look for a way out.
I want Israeli boots on the ground. Brother, that's never happening. Israel will not deploy boots on the ground unless it's an occupied territory and it's primarily children. That's just not going to work. Israelis would never, ever deploy troops against the standing military, especially of a country like Iran. Look at how they behave in Lebanon. Look at how they approach Lebanon. They're getting their shit pushed in Lebanon. And even then, they have unlimited air support. Not going to happen.
Now, whether we can get to that point right now, given the kind of zero-sum quality of each side wanting an outcome that the other can't really live with, that remains to be seen. But I still think we're seeing each side operate within certain limits. And the mediators may come up with something as things begin to look worse that allows each side to take a step back. That, I think, is the hope for the moment.
Now, thousands of protesters are gathering in the Indian capital, demanding the resignation of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his education minister. Hundreds of police have been deployed, with the crowd expected to march towards Parliament. For nearly a month, protesters, mainly students, have been demonstrating in New Delhi. Follows back-to-back scandals related to examination paper leaks and cancelled tests. They're demanding sweeping education reforms.
The government, bro, in that side of the world, motherfuckers don't play around about the test, the integrity of the test. It's a real important part of getting a leg up. Like in South Korea, they've put chaebols in prison for cheating on the examination. Like allowing their kids to cheat on the exams.
The government is scared of us. They don't want to talk to us because they will have to answer our questions. They have no answers. They're only interested in taxpayers' money. They're taking the public for a ride, which is wrong, and we will continue to speak out.
We want answers, accountability, some reciprocation from the government. There should be negotiations, even if there is no resignation of the government minister.
Neha Punia is in New Delhi following the latest developments.
Just a few streets away from that protest site in the heart of New Delhi, and the calm here belies what's happening there. Since the early hours of Monday morning, we've seen a steady stream of protesters who've made a beeline to that site. We've seen in the last few hours numbers swell considerably. It's now almost impossible for cars to drive on the roads leading up to Jantar Mantar because everyone who can seems to be making their way on foot to that protest site. We've seen protests break out even inside metro stations, with the government having sealed the exit points for some metro stations that are close to Jantar Mantar. But that's not stopped protesters. They've been getting off a few stations away and then walking, all the while chanting slogans, holding up the Indian flag. We've heard reports of a scuffle that broke out at the protest site a little while ago. Delhi police, which has deployed personnel in huge numbers along with riot police forces, have said that this is misinformation, that no scuffle is broken out, but videos that are circulating online tell a very different story of riot police forces using canes to push people back. The Cockroach Janata Party that's organizing this protest has called this a huge show of strength. They're estimating that 10,000 people gathered there, with more people still coming in. It certainly looks like a sea of humanity. Drone shots that have been captured off Delhi this morning show entire streets full of young people who are marching, demanding accountability from the government.
Pushing past police barricades in the Indian capital. These tense scenes unfolded Monday with security personnel dispersing crowds and baton-charging protesters. The march to India's parliament comes as the youth-led cockroach movement demands the resignation of India's education minister after repeated leaks of medical school entrance exams.
Accountability have to be taken by the education minister, because in 2024 actually a paper leak already happened, and this time it is again repeated. And he is not taking proper accountability.
I voted for this government, so I think it's accountable to answer our questions. That's the basic right, human right that I deserve. And I think I'm liable for whatever is happening because I voted this government, and hence I'm here to ask for answers.
The demonstration in New Delhi received fresh impetus after a well-known social activist linked to the cockroach movement was forcibly moved to hospital by police on Saturday. Sonam Wanchuk had been on a hunger strike for 21 days and his condition had worsened.
For so many days, Sonam had been protesting, but the government did not meet our demands. If they don't, we will see what happens. Hitler's rule did not last this long. Even the British could not rule forever. The BJP government will also fall. It's not impossible.
The Cockroach Janata Party first gained traction online in response to a derogatory comment on unemployed youth from India's Chief Justice. On Monday, a spokesperson announced its leader was detained by police during the crackdown on peaceful protesters. The movement's ability to galvanize support out on the street is said to be a challenge for the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, whose time in office, according to his critics, has been marked by stifling dissent.
And then Heather from News 12. Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Morgan. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I was reading your interview over the weekend and wanted to.
On topic, get Hasan now. This requires global attention. Hasan Piker, we need Asmongold to cover this somehow. We do not need Asmongold to cover India. Yeah, here I'll do both. Okay, I'll do the Asmongold coverage. Yeah, based. Yeah, I mean, what can you say, chat? Yeah. It's like that. Yeah. They call them cockroach movement. Yeah. Based. I think first he'll support the Indian government, and then there will be tremendous pushback from his chat. And then he'll reposition to be like, no, I'm the cockroach movement. Because his first inclination, I assume, is usually to be on the side of police brutality. Once he learns Modi is anti-Muslim, it's over. No, I think he knows that already.
They're in the midst.
What is this? Exclusive. Several DSA-aligned politicians attended a stream where speakers compared America to Nazism and discussed protecting Iran's ability to fund Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. If Iran is off the table, Hezbollah can't be funded, Hamas can't be funded, and the Houthis can't be funded. America and its allies were referred to as the axis of Epstein and the Fourth Reich. Beast mode, beast mode, beast mode, beast mode, beast mode. Dark woke commander, baby. Look at that canary mission.
The U.S. government and the Israeli government, they're in the midst of creating the Fourth Reich. And it is absolutely accurate to compare these people to Mussolini, to Adolf Hitler. We're governed by dead-eyed psychopaths and sociopaths and bloodthirsty imperialists.
What is this? What is this video, my man? Oh, it's so good. The fucking zoom cuts to be like, see, and this is how they reacted with the scary music. Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, the whole thing, I think, the whole method is they already revealed it. They already revealed the meta. It's like trying to pinpoint weak and feeble and vulnerable politicians and to get them to disavow. So far, the most successful approach to this has just been like, yeah, I'm not disavowing a random fucking podcaster. Okay? It is straight up undefeated. It is straight up undefeated. You just go, yeah, this is dumb. I don't care about this. I don't agree with everything that this guy said. It doesn't matter. He has a big audience, you know, all that good stuff. It's OP. Eventually they might ding one, you know, they might get one. They could potentially find a guy who's like, oh, I don't know. Maybe it's not great that he said this or whatever. But yeah, far left podcaster, radical leftist Kyle Kulinski. who I disavow, who I famously disavow.
And the Israeli government, they are the terrorists. They are the terrorists. They are doing terrorism. If Iran's off the table as a regional power, that means Hezbollah can't be funded, Hamas can't be funded, the Houthis can't be funded, like the Shia crescent falls, and then you have nothing but regional domination for Israel. There's a reason why I call Israel and the U.S. the axis of Epstein, okay? There's a reason why I've said repeatedly that they're in the midst of creating the Fourth Reich, because that sincerely is what they're doing. These are genuinely repulsive, disgusting, wretched, depraved human beings. And it is absolutely accurate to compare these people to the worst criminals in history, to Mussolini, to Adolf Hitler.
Since when do you use a razor chair? Since Hermie broke. Since my fat ass broke Hermie into a million different pieces. I broke one of the, my fat ass ended up hurting Hermie. One of the bolts, one of Hermie's bolts broke straight up. The arm on my Hermie broke and it was $60 for a replacement bolt. Yeah, that's what happened to me too. Kyle's been trying to get this kind of coverage from Canary Mission and all these other places, so I'm kind of happy that he finally got his wish. Be careful what you wish for. You might receive it, you know?
Ask you more about...
Anyway, here's Zoran talking about fucking arresting Netanyahu, which I don't think he can. But you know, it's good that he's threatening him. It's good that he's like saying we're looking at legal avenues and stuff like that. I do appreciate that. Sorry, off topic, but Hasan, you mad at Odyssey because it's about Turkey's L in Troy? Yo, chill. It's true, though. But thank you. Thank you for recognizing. Oh, my God. I got a crazy own for Haley Stevens. Look at this. I just retweeted it. Michigan's auto industry put America on wheels, and I'm fighting to keep us in the driver's seat. That's a Buick Envision. The only vehicle sold in the U.S. that is fully made in China. It's been a slap in the face of American auto workers for years, says Terry Dolan. Retired UAW International. Boom. Immediately fucking reposted it. Got him. Phony.
What gives?
It goes to show you that all that talk about like, oh, I care so much about the automobile industry. Oh, I did it. I rolled out my sleeves and I did the automobile industry. Yeah. Perhaps there's a reason why the UAW did not endorse you and endorse Abdul al-Sayed instead. Sorry, we were just talking about Zoran, about Benjamin Netanyahu. Anyway, getting back to Zoran. Speaking of Zoran, I got big Zo on the mind. Talked about the new Hamas leader. Yeah, Zoran Mamdani. Hassan Piker vows never to criticize Mao Zedong and resurfaced video hails him as great leader. A resurfaced video showing Farlow, Twitch and Hassan Piker praising Mao Zedong circulated online Sunday. Dude, in the video, I criticize him. What are we doing? In the video, I literally go, he's a great man of history. He was a great leader. He's responsible for modern day China. I jokingly I say, I would never criticize him. And then I go, yeah, there's excesses. Yeah, Nathan Robinson. That is a misquotation. In the clip, he says he would never make fun of Mao Zedong. Not that he would never criticize him. He criticizes Mao within the clip. It's clear that the GOP and his media allies want the midterms to be about you. They're already spending millions in ads. Yeah, but that's not going to do anything. Like, okay, you're going to get a bunch of fucking grandmas to hate me. You're going to get a bunch of young people to probably like me. But like, that's not going to impact campaign. Is a fucking dumbass strategy. Especially if they come here and they hear what I have to say and go, wait a minute, I kind of agree with what the fuck he's saying. I find it interesting that you're always joking in these situations. You think that such a lighthearted and exuberant fellow would game every once in a while, but here we are. That's true. They literally all invent quotes now. Yeah, I know. One of the funniest parts about this is like there was a guy who literally went, even the Chinese government criticizes Mao Zedong and his like later years. And it's like, yeah, I know, you fucking idiot. Maybe you didn't get to hear that exact quote in the 36 seconds that you watched, but I actually literally immediately say that, like probably right after this clip is over. Why do you have a dedicated ChatGPT accent? Are you talking to me? I have a ChatGPT accent? Or are you talking about my haters? Here's the full clip. Full of VOD. 429 timestamp? Like right in the beginning? No. You mean 4 hours and 29 minutes. in the UAE. Chinese continue to expose damage to Western military bases throughout the Middle East. With the clear censorship regime in place, China is making information available that otherwise would remain Fox News hidden did a from public segment? view.
It's a snowy day in Beijing's Tiananmen Square.
As U.S. strikes Iran, China has a message to send the world, a message it wants the world to hear.
We're here early, and we're going to take you for a rare glimpse into the secretive world of Chinese political power.
I've reported from Beijing for nearly 3.5 years now, and there is still something of a buzz every time we're allowed here, because it is quite rare that journalists are allowed to film in Tiananmen Square. It's infamous. And
Hey! I know somebody that did that shit, though. They're not wrong. It is actually, come on, guys. Tiananmen Square is literally incredibly secure. Please, be for real. Like, I was there. You literally watched me go through the security checkpoints. I live streamed the entire process. I got stopped by a cop who thought I was like making fun of Mao Zedong, which I never would. Oh, dude, it's literally me criticizing chatters who are like, no, China has no security theater. And me being like, no, dude, I was there. Of course there's fucking security theater. And then I jokingly say, I never would and never will. Mao Zedong is a one of the great leaders of this world, okay? A man who changed the entire universe, the entire planet, okay? But the reality of the matter is, I was able to, for real, yes. I mean, there was a lot of fucking excesses, let's be real, but the People's Republic of China would not exist without Mao Zedong. And before people say, oh, well, what about Deng? What about Deng Xiaoping? Okay, great. He advanced China as well. And so does Xi Jinping. Don't make me retell the dumpling story, okay? You eat 4 dumplings and I'm so fucking stupid. I'm such a dog. I just say the same shit every day. It's so funny. What is a dumpling story? Okay, here. And you finally feel like you're full on the 5th one. You don't think to yourself, oh, I should have just eaten the 5th dumpling. It's not the 5th dumpling that filled your stomach. The first 4 dumplings were also important.
brutal history means we're only given access on pretty special occasions. And today is a special occasion of sorts. It's an event called
Rothschild pussy got me acting strange. Someone asked me who controls the bank. I said the Cubans. Oh, where's the commentary? This guy should sue you. I agree. I haven't heard the 2 economists go into the woods and take a shit in the woods joke in a while. I know. Anyway, that's where the Mao Zedong thing is coming from. I got stopped by a cop who thought I was making fun of Mao Zedong, which I never would and never will, like I said. Mao Zedong is one of the great leaders of this world, okay? A man who changed the entire universe, the entire planet. Where does HasanAbi edit just drop? This has 76 hearts. Bro said hearts. I meant likes. All right, whatever. Shut up. I'm old, man. I'm fucking about to be 35. Parker later responded after viewers challenges praise for the former Chinese Communist Party chairman, according to the transcript published by Vox. There was a lot of fucking excesses, let's be real, Piker said, but the People's Republic of China would not exist without Mao Zedong. Mao founded the People's Republic of China. It's a great honor to be here in the heart of the American Empire, the belly of the beast, Piker said. I'm speaking to the future activist of the Democratic Party, but as an outsider currently pushing for an insurgency. He urged the attendees to reject Democrats who compromise with the Republicans and support funding for U.S. immigration and customs enforcement and Israel. Moms Demand Action founder Shannon Watts criticized Piker's appearance and clothing on an X-Post. I am the first male victim of misogyny, like misogynistic attacks and objectification. Obviously, there are plenty of male victims of misogyny. All men are victimized by misogyny. However, I'm the first one who has been the recipient, like in the same way that women receive it. I'm a fucking trendsetter. It's crazy. The only people I see get this level of fucking feedback, this level of backlash, this level of aggressive posturing.
No more.
What are you wearing? What are you saying? What are you doing? Is just women. That's it. Women on the internet who still have it worse than me, who hold up half the sky, as someone said, I forget who, probably smart guy. Women hold up half the sky. I forget who said that, but it seems like he was woke. Pratt equated your praise for Mao for praising Hitler. I know. And then, no, he didn't. He actually said it's worse to praise Mao than it is to praise Hitler. To that, I say it's time to evolve. Women hold up 75% of the sky. How about that? Zhongshan Sudasan transmits the socialist torch to the American Red Young Guards in the heart of empire. The critique of arms cannot replace the critique by arms. To be honest, I didn't expect him to speak so radically and bluntly today, but this is indeed the voice of the common people. I think he also tailors his speeches based on the venue, more idealistic at school, more down to earth at the rally. Regular viewers know this. Also, he left right after finishing, giving it a bit of a guerrilla vibe. Looking at it this way, this custom-made Chinese tunic suit is really not expensive at all. Like a Cuban revolutionary leader. Many Chinese say HasanAbi's kind of show is useless. Everyone, we have to look at it from the perspective of our national conditions. In a high-pressure environment like the U.S., being able to give a show in a Chinese tunic suit is no less impactful than Lu Xun's Diary of a Madman. Trying to play politics in America without money, you're nothing. Your ideas are about cutting off the profits of those capitalists, so how could they ever fund such a party? Add in long-term indoctrination, and even with a gun, people only dare to kneel. So basically hopeless. Oh my God, Chinese netizens have started nihilistic posting about America's attempts of reform. Crying to Zaid, yeah, I saw this. It seems like he's saying he was a great man of history, which is inarguable unless you're dull. Zaid, he's been cosplaying Mao. Yeah, Chiang Kai-shek cosplaying Mao, 1946. Dude, we are, as Americans, we are very confident in our stupidity. Like, so much of American politics is anchored around resentment. He says supporting you is like supporting the Nazis. Well, don't you believe that if that was the case, he would be supporting me? Especially considering that he openly supports Nazis. So how does that make sense? Did that confuse his audience? Did his audience hear that and go, wait a minute, so should we support him?
If Hassan Piker had dressed like a Nazi, we'd have appropriate outrage. But because commies have infiltrated our institutions and lied about how evil they are.
Isn't that funny? I mean, he literally, first Hank Pecker impersonator just hit the timeline.
Donald Trump is clearly crying and devastated on the Meet the Press interview. I encourage all of you to go watch the interview that Kristen Melker did this morning with Donald Trump on Meet the Press. Watch the entire interview. You will hear Donald Trump crying.
Wait, that's what I said too. I thought that was the case. Why every Chinese netizen be like fire writing on every seemingly casual comment? I think is the Google Translate. But wait, HasanAbi, Mao killed these Chinese netizens' grandparents, I thought. Why are they celebrating you wearing the Zhongshan suit? Yeah, that's what's so funny. There's a fucking billion for Chinese people out there. And they just, I guess Americans never entertained the thought that like this guy is supposed to be this fucking ruthless monster that murdered all of his fucking grandparents deliberately by design. And it's hilarious that they're all just brainwashed into loving him and showing great reverence and respect to him. 1 billion for? Okay, you know what I mean. 1.4 billion. I've seen every one of your super online haters retweet and quote tweet is like, is their 2026 gospel? They're dumb as dirt. Elisa Laban, the spread of socialism in the U.S. will lead to the rise of fascism as a counter movement, which is exactly how it first rose. None of us want to be stuck between these monstrous extremes. This can only be prevented by the Democratic Party taking the left back from the fridge. Okay. I never understand why liberals do this thing where they say this thing, because it's like, this is an admission that the last time liberals tried to appease the fascists, it failed. It's not 1934. It's 2026. This already happened. I don't understand why they just downloaded the same talking points. Okay? It genuinely confuses me that they're like, my takeaway is that liberals didn't liberalize hard enough. No, like they fought their left flank. They fought the communists. That's what happened. Liberals thought, oh, well, fascists are a little bit more manageable. They're small in numbers. They don't have a real movement. We can contain them. We can appease them and we can contain them. They're not sincere. And guess what? It was wrong. They literally, at the time, looked at communism growing in Europe and were terrified by it because communism actually threatened capital. Fascism didn't, right? Same with Mussolini. These guys were first and foremost vicious anti-communists, okay? Mussolini literally was a socialist and then became a vicious anti-communist. But that's besides the point. These guys were anti-communist. And a lot of capital owners, many of the liberal variety, thought, oh, we can just give them crumbs of power and contain them, okay? We can just, no, I'm not talking about Neville Chamberlain when I say appeasement, even though he did that too. But I'm specifically now talking about internal politics between Germany and also Italy. Liberals, centrists at the time, were very worried about the growth of communist movements. They were like, these guys are too radical. They're doing great damage to our industries. Work stoppages were commonplace. Strikes were commonplace all around Europe. As a matter of fact, the only time, I've brought this up before, but the only time the liberal powers, the Social Democrats and the Soviets, the USSR, aligned in the battle to fight fascism, did we actually defeat the Nazis. We didn't defeat fascism necessarily. Unfortunately, it's back, and now it's in control of a nuclear-armed state. But when liberals approach the issue with this ahistorical approach, I am so confused, because the lesson to have learned, the lesson that we all were supposed to learn from the buildup to World War II and the aftermath of World War II is liberals and socialists have to link up arms to defeat fascism. Liberals have to make way for the socialist movement, the communist movement, because otherwise fascism wins. That's the whole story. So it's very odd when you got liberals in 2026 being like, well, you know, the real problem is we got to fucking defeat the socialists. It's like, no, you're doing the same thing. This happened already. Okay. This already happened. You're a fucking idiot. This literally happened. You know what happened after? Hitler rose to power. It's so strange. Yeah. It's not liberalism or barbarism. It's socialism or barbarism. Okay. Anyway, speaking of fascists, very funny that this Adolf Hitler admirer is over here being like, supporting Hassan is just like supporting Nazis, except, you know, it's not based when he does it. It's based when Nick Fuentes does it, though, because he actually does support Nazis and Hassan doesn't.
We don't get the national socialists were no worse than all other socialists. Damn. True. Lagging enough, you can reach out? Yeah, sure. And 70, 80 million people. And also, I don't really have, I don't know a lot about that guy. I don't know, what it was involved, how he was involved in China or something.
He doesn't know any. He's like, I don't know a lot about that guy, Mao, but I'll say, I hate him.
I don't really know. But what I do know is that neither one of these ideologies, whether it's Mao or Hitler ideology, neither of these are American. They're fundamentally...
I mean, he's not wrong. Oftentimes, I make that same argument to the fucking Maoist LARPers in my chat.
Fuente will not talk to Nick. I saw this.
You know, talk to them. They're, as I always say, everybody's a monster till you talk to them.
Yeah?
Is there anybody you wouldn't talk to?
Of course. That Fuentes prick. People like that, like actual...
Nick Fuentes, yeah.
Yeah.
Who's an activist or whatever.
He's a Nazi. He's, you know, plain... I mean, look, nowadays, everybody's crazily...
I get that Bill wants to say this, and I know Nick has said a lot of negative stuff, etc. But at the end of the day, Nick has never endorsed, as far as I know, the same terrorist groups that want to wipe out all of the Jews.
What? What are you talking about? You heard him deny the Holocaust and you said he's based for it. What the fuck? He admires Adolf Hitler. What are you saying? You know he admires and praises Adolf Hitler because he's done it on the Piers Morgan show where you watched and you went, that's based. This is from the same. I love that earlier he's talking about fucking how these ideas are dangerous and not American.
Un-American. And so anybody who's going around cosplaying as one of these characters, it's really pathetic, isn't it? I mean, you literally have somebody who's going around cosplaying as...
Like, so much of this is unironically, oh, he's wearing a traditional Chinese suit, and I hate that. It's awesome. Like... Again, we are so proud of our ignorance. It is crazy to me. As Americans, we are so fucking proud. We just wear that shit on our sleeve. We're like, hell yeah, brother. I don't like what he's fucking wearing. I hate this guy. I hate that. He's wearing a Chinese suit. I fucking hate China. I hate the Chinese. Any representation of Chinese culture, I am not about that lifestyle. It's fucked up.
As a basically like a dictator or fascist leader. And
again, very popular garb in Asia, like across the board. Like other Chinese people wear it. There's 1.4 billion of them. People in Korea wear it. Like it's a very popular style. Not as popular as it used to be, obviously, but.
And he's making a speech against fascism. It's crazy, isn't it? Oh my God. And so this is what happened. And I do think that.
Wait, what the fuck? They're just giving him Imgur links with like Destiny subreddit. Oh God, they're so lame, dude. They all work together. Haven't stopped thinking about this. Watch the Asmongold videos here in question. My first time ever seeing this guy, and I have no idea how people like this. He's just summarizing right-wing Twitter in the most infantile way. Does he even have ideas of his own? I said, welcome to what I deal with every day on the other side of the internet. I don't need streamers to be academics, but for God's sake, you can't be talking about how Homer defiles the Odyssey and describe Sinan as some guy. Sometimes he goes on racist rants of his own. It's true. There is versatility there. He's in an Israeli app
Israeli
ad.
spyware is incredible. But isn't Israeli spyware bad? Bad?
Whoa, he sounds like a bitch. Everyone's using Israeli spyware.
But what does it do?
Everything.
It shows me what to watch.
Everyone.
Wait, what? This is not an Israeli ad. What are you talking about? This is probably a Groypert chatter. Yeah, it's a parody. I mean, I don't even know if it's a Groyper or not, but it's like saying you're dressed as Bill Clinton now because you're wearing a suit and tie. Yeah. Anyway, let's finish off what he was saying.
The approval and
Mao lured peasants to fight for him during the Civil War only to starve them after Mao. Yeah, lured them. Yeah. He hypnotized the peasants.
the positive language about this.
It's kind of funny because, like, at least this guy knows a lot more. Like, wish you said this about Nazi cucks cosplaying. Who are these guys in his audience who are like the last bastion of liberalism, who are just watching Asmongold, but they're like, hey, I really don't like how much you actually glaze the Nazis. Like, I would never watch Hasan, right? Of course I'm going to watch you. But hey, man, could you possibly tone it down on the... Wish you said this about the Nazi cucks cosplaying.
This kind of stuff should be seen as just as bad, if not worse, than supporting Nazis. It should. And you can say we're obsessed with Israel. Truth is power. You care about Israel. This is another Israel comment. I don't care about your Israel derangement syndrome. Like, I hope that more people are starting to pick up on this and realize it, that a lot of these people that are trying to bring up Israel don't actually, they hate you, and they want you to think about Israel so you don't think about them.
Wait, what? But you are thinking about Israel and defending Israel. Look at his face. He's so self-assured. He's like, yeah, based. Yeah, no, it has nothing to do with the unbelievable amount of foreign policy control Israel has over our government as we're currently waging a war in Iran. More troops are dying in the process.
That's the reason
He's
why.
got to be on the Israel. He's got to be on the Israel dime, right? Like
They want to bring up Israel so they can say they're doing a bad thing, so then they can have the cover for them doing the bad thing too.
What is the bad thing? What is the bad thing I'm doing? My advocacy here is literally Democrats should stop collaborating with fascist Republicans that are allowing ICE to kill our neighbors. What's the bad thing that I'm doing here? It's just like always vague generalization. Oh, he's doing the bad thing. I'm doing the good thing. Don't do the bad thing. Do the good thing instead.
That's it. And I've been trying to call this out for like the better part of a year now. I think now a lot of other people are waking up and seeing that this is what's happening.
Yeah, people are waking up to the reality that actually all of the people's enmity towards Israel was so that they can defend themselves. Sure. Did you see he will ban people who try to catch him on an inconsistency? Asmongold is confronted by Chatter for switching his position on the 2020 election fraud. He basically shows to everyone that he runs a cult, no dissent is allowed, exposing his hypocrisy and grifting is forbidden. He threatens to ban anyone that questions him. This is why he blocked me instead of farming me, because he's afraid. He knows someone like me can destroy him, says based Mexican gamer against cultural Marxism and woke ideologies.
Come on, bro. You said to us you didn't think 2020 was stolen. You're trying to catch me, or you're not. Wait a minute. You're not trying to catch me in an inconsistency, are you? You're not trying to do that, because that's a ban. That's a permanent ban if that's what you're trying to do.
Wait, what? Oh my God! If I said that out loud, LSF would fucking nuke that shit into orbit. It would have like 700,000 upvotes on Reddit, being like, Hasan is fucking. He's openly admitting he's bitch made. That's so funny. Asma would be like, yeah, this is how it is. These guys, he admits it. Yeah, he can't do it. He can't handle his words coming back to haunt him. You see, chat? Yeah, he is not a consistent person at all. Here he is 2 years ago saying, if you believe in election fraud, you're dumb.
However, I also don't think you should be taken seriously either. Like, I think it's just stupid, right? I mean, my mom would like go on.
Wait, where's the original video? I think. Wait,
It's
hold
not
on.
treason, it's sedition.
There's the original video right here. Election fraud video.
Up your life. That's about it, man. That's what's happened to so many of these people. That is, and Asma, you're not a demon. I think that I am a fallen angel, and the reality is that of all the people, this is what I really believe, is that I think that I am one of the only people that is truly virtuous, and a lot of other.
What the fuck? I'm going to show you why you shouldn't trust, aside from the clip that I posted multiple times where it shows he's lying and cheating and deceiving people. He's an actual sociopath. Remember that Asmongold never believed in the fraud of the 2020 election and mocked all those people who brought up the topic? Wait, so this guy is a like giga hog exposing Asmongold grifting election fraud. So this guy's like a giga hog, huh? That's what this guy's doing, this Nezual Doomer guy. He went from... He's like, oh, I'm demanding like integrity in your. They're hog checking him. They're checking his street creds in the hog universe.
Los Angeles, California. There is this new debate about if the election that took place in there.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's not American. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Is legit or it's not. Now, in this video, I am not going to talk specifically about that. This video is about the hypocrisy of us.
Read his bio. It said he's Mexican. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bro, that's my primo. I'm sorry. I'll sort him out.
So let's go and see what he believed and how he talked about voter fraud before. So to me about voter fraud.
2020 was indeed rigged. I don't want to talk about that. I literally don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to argue it. I don't care. You think it's rigged? That's true. Go ahead. Canada's only hope for decent people in the country is to rise out of our millions. We can't wait for the future rigged elections. So now all of the elections are rigged. Everything is fake. Every election is stolen. Like, oh my God, guys. This is where we're at now. They're all fake. They're all stolen. That's it. Wow. I don't even know what to say. And stop the count. Yeah, I guess so, right? And wow. And the left turn right, I guess, yeah, I thought, well, this is what happened in 2016. They all said, oh, Russia. That's what I always thought was so ironic about the 2020 election, like, you know, Trump saying that it was stolen, and people be like, oh, you can't say that. People said that about Trump for 4 years. It was such a common thing.
Making sure that they're winning elections, right? There's people who in 2020, they thought the election was stolen in every state, basically.
True.
But they still showed up to vote next time. So something is happening there where they're really big on going out and winning elections. And I mean,
to be fair, people said that the 2016 election was rigged by Russia, and they still came back and they voted in record numbers for Biden. I think that ever since the 2016 election, every election had...
Oh, he's still trying to tie it back to, oh, the Democrats did it first. That's why the Republicans are saying this stupid thing.
...has been fake. That's it. Every election is fake. Every election is rigged. People were saying that even the 2024 election was rigged. And what else can you do? Yeah, I know, right? But that's what I'm saying. They're still saying it? I'm just saying, right? That's... That's the reason. I disagree with that. I don't think any of the elections were rigged, and I think that people are just coping with losing. That's what I think.
And specifically Fulton County, a target of his complaints relating to the 2020 election. Shortly after that election, Trump spoke to...
If Trump was right about the election being stolen, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. I really don't. I don't know what I'm going to do.
How many times did he fucking advocate against the election being stolen? What the fuck? He's so salty Spencer Pratt lost after he made fun of you. He literally claimed the LA mayoral election was rigged after. Yeah, I know. It's because he was excited to get a dunk off on me. And then he gave me an accidental W on that one, which is awesome. This guy is the most awesome, though. I love this guy.
Come on, bro.
This guy is a Mexican hog, and we need more. We need more of those, okay? Again, the Groyper movement is international and unbelievably diverse. The one thing I will say is that the overwhelming majority of the Groypers, overwhelming majority of Asmongold fans are not American. There's something really funny about this. There's something unbelievably funny about the idea that these guys who are like the most nationalistic people that are like America first, like that's our whole fucking motto, that are all LARPing as white nationalists, white supremacists, American neo-Nazis. They are all not American, and very few of them are white. I don't know how it happened. I don't know why it happened. I will tell you, you match up my audience, you match up my viewership. My viewership is overwhelmingly American. Asmongold's viewership, on the other hand, is overwhelmingly European. He is doing the Tucker Carlson meta, okay? Tucker Carlson's newfound influence does not come from America, in my opinion. I know that he was a massive content creator, a massive commentator when he was on Fox News, but I think his newfound audience actually comes from Bangladesh and the Ummah in general. Same with Jackson Hinkle. Like, a lot of these guys have massive audiences outside of the United States of America, because especially, look, I know my people. Okay, I know my people. There is nothing. It's catnip to the Ummah. Okay, when they see a white guy, a white Christian guy, praise Islam, praise Muslims, say that Muslims aren't like demonic or barbaric or all terrorists, it is fucking catnip. The Ummah's knees buckle, okay? They will forever be your fedayeen. When you got a white guy, guys like me, I'm fucking terrible. There's a little bit of respect because I'm a Turkish guy and I've made it big in America, but also I will never be able to get the same level of respect from the entire Muslim world. Same with Mehdi Hasan, right? Like, we are obviously known figures in the Muslim world for sure. And they, there's a lot of respect for what we do, but never the same level of admiration that Tucker Carlson and Jackson Hinkle will have. You are wrong. His audience literally hates Muslims. No, I'm not talking about Asmongold. I'm talking about Tucker Carlson and Jackson Hinkle. Tucker Carlson and Jackson Hinkle have viewership primarily outside of the United States of America, mostly in the Muslim world. Asmongold's viewership, again, primarily outside of the United States of America, mostly from Europe and other places. And what's interesting is both Tucker Carlson, Jackson Hinkle, and Asmongold talk about American politics from unique perspectives, as do I. My audience, unlike the four people that I just mentioned, and the four people that I mentioned, myself, Asmongold, Tucker Carlson, and Jackson Hinkle, my audience has the highest American density. Isn't that fucking insane? Meanwhile, if you were to ask Asmongold, he'd say, it's un-American. You're un-American. You hate America. You're a fucking communist. You hate America. Isn't that crazy? You being a Yank heaven isn't a good thing, man. Yes, it is. What are you talking about? Of course it is.
An inconsistency, are you? You're not trying to do that. Because that's a ban. It's not treason, it's sedition. It's treason because they're siding with another country. Because they're doing this with the, no, I'm not, asshole. I'm just saying it was your opinion before. And do you have a problem with that? Why do you think that was my opinion? Why do you think that? So this is, I know this might be hard. No, I felt the same way because you told us. Right. So I'm going to base my opinions on things based off of the evidence that's provided. foreign interference in elections and elections being rigged is not something that is exclusive to the presidential election. And if you want me to actually be completely like transparent with what I believe, I think that local and smaller scale elections get rigged a lot more easily and a lot more than the larger scale big elections do. And the reason why I
Hinkle is Che compared to you, Lil Pup. True.
I think that is because there's probably less oversight and less controls for it. So realistically, that's the reason why. Also, I haven't seen enough conclusive evidence that the 2020 election was stolen. And
yeah, Mole Man has said before, like 60% of Twitch viewers are Europeans. Also this. Here's a quick comparison of the top countries searching on Google for Hasan Piker and Asmongold over the past 12 months. Hasan, United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Ireland. Asmongold, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Estonia, Canada. Estonia mention. Wave the fucking flag, boys. Wait, why is there that kind of audience distribution, though? Is it because those countries like different versions of America? No, man. It's because a lot of the MAGA movement on the internet is LARPing Europeans. Neekskit, you go outside, I assume. Even when you go to red neighborhoods nowadays, you don't see too many fucking MAGA flags. Why is that? There's plenty of evidence. There's plenty of empirical data readily available to figure out why that's the case. Because Americans don't fuck with Trump. It's an increasingly diminishing cult. However, there is this fascinating phenomena that I have talked about for the last 2 years where Eurocucks, right-wing Europeans, it's about a solid third of the ones I've talked to are gassing him up because he's a lol cow to them. Can't tell you how many of his chatters have been from fucking Poland that I've talked to. Yeah, a lot of Eurocucks that are far right love MAGA. I don't know exactly what it is. It doesn't make any sense. My assumption always was when you're a nationalist, you're supposed to have the interests of your nation state. And being pro-MAGA is very strange because you're literally putting the interests of your nation state secondary to the interests of the United States. But that is the case. The most die-hard.
Welcome back to We're Not Kidding. I'm your host, Mehdi Hassan, and joining me today is the esteemed guest, Hasan Piker.
I'm Hasan Piker, and I say my name Hasan because I want to be in with the white college kids.
Today, we're finally going to figure out who the better Hasan is once and for all.
It's obviously me, the real Mehdi Hassan.
Yeah, Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker is joining us, and we're not kidding this week. The two Hassans are together. We've got a lot to talk about.
I know.
We'll see you there.
Yeah, I did this before my speech. The ex-U.S. military dudes who consider Palestinians as people says Hamas are the greatest warriors, but also loves Hitler and denies the Holocaust is a common Nazi archetype that I've missed. Sam on the Canary mission. Who is this guy? Oh, Ken O'Keefe. Yeah, he is. Yeah, this guy is crazy. Yeah, he's a famous, prominent neo-Nazi. Yeah, very strange. Duffy, I've spoken to some Jewish people who think that Netanyahu bears some responsibility for the rise of anti-Semitism as maximalist policies in the war. There are some fair criticism. The highest number of child amputees of any modern. What the fuck?
Part of what is so worth looking at when you talk about anti-Semitism in the New York City and what people are so concerned about.
Yeah, it's an important backdrop, and I understand what you're saying, Rachel. The problem with him not speaking up are all the Jews in the city that are in danger.
I have also spoken to a lot of Jewish people who think that Benjamin Netanyahu bears some responsibility for the rise of anti-Semitism, that some of his maximalist policies in terms of the war and how it's been executed, I think there's some fair criticism in that. It's the highest number of child amputees of any modern conflict is in Gaza. That doesn't minimize the horrors of October 7th, but I think it's fair to have that conversation. It's just not a conversation that Mondani should weigh in on because it has nothing to do with his city, and he said he was going to run on fixing the city, and the city's getting worse.
But I think in specific to this context only, like if a mayor of a foreign country was talking about arresting you, you'd probably have an opinion on it. You know?
But he could just let it go.
Have a comment
He just gives Mondani power by even weighing in on it. Just let it go.
I don't think
he's not going to happen.
Anybody needs to give Mondani power. He's running the biggest city in the world.
But he doesn't have any power over this issue.
All right, U.S. forces are...
That's 10 bodies. Alert Jonathan Greenblatt. Alert Jonathan Greenblatt. That's 10 anti-Semitisms right there. Shifting the blame over to Benjamin Netanyahu, the greatest patriot of all time. Excuse me. Someone must alert Jonathan Greenblatt right now. Jonathan, do you see what's going on, Jonathan? Fox is Hamas. Fox News is Hamas. It's crazy. Speaking of which, yeah, this was the Asmongold denying electoral theft back all the way back 2 years ago.
It's like I don't think you should get banned for questioning the election. However, I also don't think that you should be taken seriously either. Like, I think it's just stupid, right? I mean, my mom would like go on and on and on about how the election was stolen. I always thought it was total bullshit, right? I'm going to be honest. I did. I thought it was total bullshit. All the evidence I've ever seen, complete bullshit. And to be fair, the only evidence that I've really seen of anybody trying to rig things is fucking Trump last time, right? Saying, find me votes. Where the fuck are you going to find them? Right? That's not really a good way to say, you know, make sure that you count them in the right way. So that's the way I see it, right? And I think the entire topic was fucking ridiculous. You know,
Yeah. What happened, dude? What happened? Oh, that's right. He's eating Trump's dick and balls. That's what happened. Anyway, Mr. Inconsistent, by the way, is actually now getting called out by motherfucking... is actually getting called out by more Pegasus, M. Pegasus, which is crazy. Developing story. First, I'm going to start here. Asmongold reacts to Hasan calling out his lady friend. What? Oh, wait, did I hit the wrong? Did I click on the wrong one? What the fuck? I did. It's this account. Here it is. Asmongold reacts to Hasan trying to file a restraining order against Destiny because he won't debate him in public. Did he get recruited into Gryffindor? What is he trying to wear? Should Hasan be able to get a restraining order on Destiny? I think the answer is no. Unless proof is provided of stalking and harassing as a public figure, when someone is keeping up with the things you say in public, then I don't think you need a restraining order. He goes to an event and Destiny goes to the event. Destiny can't get into the event because Hasan is there. It makes him look very bad when this happens. If he has a restraining order, then he can point to that as a reason. He is just looking for a legal ability to not have to be pressed by Destiny and not willing to interact with him. So yeah, no, he is actually legally stalking and harassing me. It has definitely gotten to that point. And not only that, but he's also openly admitted it on numerous occasions. So I think there's sufficient evidence to do so. I mean, if I had literally done a fraction of what Destiny has been saying about me, trying to identify where I'm at in real time, saying someone's got to do it, someone should kill this guy. Hasan has said enough that is like, it's worthy of killing him. And also openly admitting to harassment of this sort, right? This incel freak who's admitted to being a part of the DGG and being a side of me to Hasan was actually one that was harassed. It would be hilarious if he was like, DGGs were harassing me at the event and thus I was unable to show up for fear of my life or something like that. Can you imagine? That would be fucking hysterical. So it's really funny. Are you really afraid of a gnome though? No, of course not, dude. I'm just fucking grossed out by him. And on top of that, it's been 7 years. And he's not let up, and his freak ass audience are constantly trying to, you know, intercept me in the real world at the direction of Destiny. You know, it is stalking, it is organized harassment, it is organized stalking and organized harassment. No other content creator has done anything of the sort to another content creator. If I behaved like this to Asmongold, you guys would fucking call me out 100%. Like, can you imagine if I was like, someone needs to keep track of Asmongold at all times and put it on a website? Or if I had said something like, oh, Asmongold deserves to be, you know, X'd, I'm not going to say it. I don't even want the fucking clip to be out there. That's what Destiny has said about me. And this is over the course of like the last 7 years, right? Over the course of the last 7 years. Yes, you heard that correctly. For the last 7 years. So like Nick Fuentes has not gone to this level with Ben Shapiro. Nick Fuentes has done something similar to Ben Shapiro. He's done something similar to Charlie Kirk, but even he has not gone as hard, as obsessive about stalking and constantly harassing, cyber harassing, smearing everyone and anyone that they're associated with. Like one of his loyal soldiers over here talking about how he wants to move to LA to become closer to me. Compares Hasan's hotel situation to Mao and Kim Jong-un, talks about attending protests. Like Kim Jong-un, you don't really see that with anybody else unless it's a really private event. This is College Democrats of America, which is for college Democrats to voice their opinions to influencers. I think I need to move to LA. Hasan loves to go to protests in LA. If he decides to involve himself in protests, I can be there. This guy already has a restraining order from his... This guy already has a restraining order from his ex-girlfriend. Like literally. So Yeah, summary of his post calling on violence. Yeah, you have a moral obligation to bully the fuck out of this guy if you ever see him at one of your protests. Don't let CCP agitators, paid agitators, infiltrate liberal crowds of protests. Make his presence as uncomfortable as possible until he's forced to pack up and fuck off back to his WeHo mansion. His location should be publicly available at all times while he's live streaming. If Dan wants to do something useful and still be a Hasan hater, he should create a Track Hasan X account that posts his current location when he's out of protest. I honestly think you could perfectly justify attacking killing Hasan IRL for statements like this. Just a heads up, I'm gonna be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy free interviews from now on. He's talking about me. Someone is gonna die soon in this space. I'm pretty sure there's literally nowhere else to go at this point. I'm not sure who, but I think it will happen. It will happen soon. Like, that's sufficient. You show these logs. You show these logs to any law enforcement guy. They're gonna be like, no, you're on the money. This is over the course of like numerous years as well. Many of this is like recent, 2025 and 2026. So for Asmongold to turn around and be like, yeah, he's just like worried about debating him. Yeah, it's pussy shit. Asmongold is worried about debating me and also Destiny as well. Asmongold is terrified of debating Destiny. He's also terrified of debating me as well, ironically enough. So it's pretty sweet that he's saying that. I've debated plenty of people, okay? People far more intelligent than Destiny, people with far larger of an audience, reactionaries, liberals of different backgrounds as well. Okay, I'm not worried about debating Destiny. This is just something far beyond that. This is cyber stalking. That's it. And Asmongold knows this too. Asmongold knows this as well, right? He's just trying to posture this way to his audience right now because he wants to be on good terms with Sexpestity. Straight up. Why the fuck? Why the fuck would this be appropriate at all? It's a guy who's like, been obsessed, psychotically obsessed, and has now moved on to IRL stalking. But in any case, this was such a bridge too far moment that even XQC didn't defend it. Even XQC was like, yeah, that's sufficient. That's what the College Democrats of America did is perfectly valid in that situation, especially because they're filming themselves doing this. That's what's so wild about it. Like, they filmed the entire attempt. And I think from what I understand, they also got the timing wrong because there was a Q&A. There was a moderated Q&A earlier in the day off stream. But even then, it wasn't like everyone gets a microphone. I thought it would be like that. It wasn't like that. I have no issues. I've done plenty of Q&As where his fans have actually approached me in those Q&As. They look fucking goofy. So I'm not even like worried about that shit either, because remember Oxford, Cambridge, and on other college campuses, there will always be like at least one or two guys. There's always like one or two fucking guys that will be plants in the crowd who will come in and just be like, oh, well, don't you feel embarrassed that you want Crimea to be Russian territory or some shit like that? And then, I'll respond to them. Or like when I went to University of San Francisco Law School, if you recall, there was that one person in the crowd who was like shaking and was like, well, don't you think that you're justifying rape? And I was like, I'm not. This is what I mean. Do you disagree with me? And then they shut the fuck up. Usually that's how that interaction goes. These guys make it up in their minds. XG actually changed his take on this after he saw how Pestany and Asmon's fans attacked him for it. Yeah. Anyway, Pegasus, more Pegasus. Even he was like, this is too much, apparently. Let's take a look.
That it's more important for them to bring in these other extremist radicals and ignore all of the average people like Destiny.
Yeah, that's crazy. But I will push back a little bit. I don't think Destiny represents average people either. I think they're both pretty insane. But I find it interesting that Hasan can be banned from literal countries, right? Condemned for his anti-Semitism, his, just being racist statements, crazy statements all the time. But he's still welcomed in spaces like these.
We talk about the news. We talk about a movement here. We don't fucking talk about random losers on the internet.
Of course. Well, you certainly do talk about me a lot, so I don't know. I guess I am a random loser on the internet, right? But listen, I don't even necessarily disagree.
He loves that I noticed him, I think. Am I crazy? Or is he beginning to warm up to me? Or is it the fear that the beautiful nation state of Singapore is probably going to come down hard on him for all of his criminal slander? He was bricked while recording this? Yeah. Why does he always do this one angle? I don't understand.
agree with him, right? I do think Destiny's unhinged, but I just wish he would learn the lesson himself. You know, it's very hard to feel bad for such a massive hypocrite. You know, same things he does with like Bad Empanati. He calls these people psychos, cyber stalkers, harassers, doxers, and then he platforms somebody like that. It's like, it's very hypocritical, everything he does, right? If anything is in line with his agenda, he will just excuse it. But yeah, I'm very consistent on this. Nobody deserves, you know, any kind of IRL harassment. That's
Neck pain angle. More Pegaslot was baiting you to bring him attention so he can pivot to his true self. Pega woke. Respect. Yeah, M. Pegasus. Congrats, M. Pegasus. Denim gives his many thanks to M. Pegasus, formerly known as More Pegasus, for going out of his way in his latest video to amplify the M. Pegasus name she gave him and congratulates him on his pregnancy.
Did you guys know you can milk yourself?
You gotta wear that jacket again. Shiz fire. Which one? The Mao one? Of course. Or this one. The Zhongshan? I will be wearing the Zhongshan suit. Are you talking about which jacket? This one? Oh, this one. Anyway, he didn't even defend me, bro. He's fan sitting. You know, DG narrative ain't working when even M. Pegasus acknowledges Destiny was trying to harass us on IRL. Yeah. Online harassment, though, totally fine to him, I guess. Singapore do be raising Cain. Yeah, that's true. Dude, even Vox gave a history of the Chinese
wore some
suit
variation
before.
of this same suit for most of his life. It became so closely associated with Chinese communism and with Mao himself that it's often referred to as a Mao suit in the West. But its origins predate Mao's rise. In China, it's called a Zhongshan suit, after the leader who actually introduced it, Chinese revolutionary Sun Yat-sen, who also went by Sun Zhongshan. Sun Yat-sen was a key figure in the 1911 overthrow of China's last imperial dynasty, the Qing dynasty, and served as the Republic of China's first president. Sun sought to introduce a practical form of national dress that reflected a modernizing world, but remained distinctly Chinese. His new suit incorporated the high, unfolded collar seen on traditional tunic jackets worn during the Qing dynasty, but worn over pants rather than over a robe per Qing-era tradition. As for Mao, the modified Zhongshan suit he wore included a turn-down collar, plus 4 military-style front pockets and exactly 5 buttons down the center.
Yeah.
This is the suit that he turned into.
By the way, we went into great detail. There's also a little pocket up here inside, behind the pocket for a pen, and that the 4 different pockets all have a relationship. It's like it's symbolic. The 4 pockets all mean something. I forgot, but the tailor explained it. The 5 buttons mean something too. Like every aspect of the jacket is about Chinese culture. The pockets are for snackies. 4 pockets for dumplings. Propriety, justice, honesty, and humility. Each pocket is for each pest you must eliminate. I forget what the 5 buttons are for. 5 buttons, 5-year plan? No, it's not for 5-year plans. Front groups and fellow travelers. State Department attacks U.S. leftover Cuba. New report denounces Havana and claims campaign of subversion has infiltrated highest levels of U.S. government. New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani, U.S. Congressman Ilhan Omar, and streamer and pundit Hasan Piker. Mamdani and Piker were mentioned in the report, as was Ilhan Omar's daughter Isra Hirsi. 5 branches of the government under Sun Yat-sen. Sun Yat-sen wearing another fucking Mao-style suit. You see this fucking guy? All the way at the Vanity Fair Oscars party? What's up with this guy? Yeah, to that I say,
What gives?
anyway. All right, let's see what Fox News is saying.
All right,
about
welcome
it.
back. Breaking today, a stunning new report out from the State Department. It details a decades-long Cuban influence campaign right here in the U.S., targeting U.S. politics. The report says Havana has been using ideological networks and organizations there to advance its agenda 90 miles away off the coast of Florida and undermine Western ideals. Secretary of State Marco Rubio calls Cuba, quote, the leading sponsor of radical leftism and third worldism in the U.S. So let's bring in Tommy Pigott. He's spokesperson for the Department of State. Tommy, this caught our eye from this report here at Fox News. Take a look. These are just some of the organizations implicated in this Cuban influence campaign, all of them American groups. Code Pink, ICAP, the People's Forum, Democratic Socialists of America, National Lawyers Guild, National Network on Cuba. It's one thing to say that the Cuban regime poses a national security threat to the United States, something you and the Secretary say all the time. It is another to say they're actually interfering or trying to interfere in the U.S. political system.
Well, the National Network on Cuba, for example, issued a rapid response plan calling for agitation and resistance, publishing the location of ICE facilities, of military installations. That gives one powerful example of this network. We also see from Cuban-linked groups, we're seeing fomentation of protests and other violent activity. And then we see other Cuban-linked groups then bail those that are in jail for violent activity, bail them out of prison to release them back onto America.
Adam Johnson talked to Mark Ames about the thought terminating claptrap, State Department claptrap used to attack you.
This word terrorism just is the load-bearing word of the last 25 years. You can't, and you see this recently with Ro Khanna's statements about violence and nonviolence. He keeps saying, well, Hamas is a terrorist organization. And he's like, yeah, but that's just a tautology. You're just saying they're bad guys because they're bad guys. You're not explaining how that's different from, say, the IDF, which you yourself accuse of committing genocide. Clearly, genocide's worse than some nebulous concept of terrorism, right? Like, and it's such a load-bearing word because it just shuts your brain off. You don't have to think. It's the definition of a thought-terminating cliche. You just say, well, they're terrorists. And you...
Yep. Got a lot of experience in that field. Hearing that a lot. That's the number one thought-terminating cliche that gets repeated. Whenever people go, I can't address anything that Hasan is saying about like why militant resistance forms or anything like that. So I'm just going to go terrorist. That's it. That's all it is. Just spam terrorism.
You see this when Dana Bash does this hand-wringing after Hasan Piker said that Hamas was more moral than the IDF or some iteration of that. And she says, well, may I remind you that, Hamas is a terrorist organization according to the US, the EU. And then she always throws in New Zealand. She goes, Australia and New Zealand. It's like, New Zealand.
That seals it. Yeah,
it's like, so that's another way of saying that 85% of the countries on earth don't view Hamas as a terrorist organization or really view the concept of terrorism as a meaningful concept.
Always to the point to make you or me or anyone a terrorist. Open Presence is back. Holy shit. Look at that. 70-month subscriber. Open Presence is back. Biden officials switching sides. Yeah, I saw that. We can't let these guys get away with this shit. But John Feiner, Biden's deputy national security advisor, said that for both Hamas and Israel, civilian harm was not a side effect, but part of the strategy of the U.S. He said, shouldn't tolerate wars in which civilian harm is the goal. Even then, he's like, oh, there's this like false equivalence that they're fucking engaging in where it's like, oh, well, Hamas has no care or consideration for civilian life. And neither does Israel. It's like, to what extent? To what degree? Like, this is the worst form of ass covering, okay? I told you this already. If you backed Israel to the hilt, your face-saving operation needs to match the intensity of your defense at the time. So for a lot of these guys, you have to arm Hamas, okay? Sorry. If you want to avoid going to Hague, right? Obviously, that's not going to happen. Let's be real. There is no real international criminal court. We're destroying it right now. But in a just world, you would have to, if you armed Israel while Israel was doing a genocide, now you got to arm the victims. Okay? That's how you redeem yourself, big dog. That's it. You armed Israel while it was doing a genocide. You knew it was doing a genocide and you fucking armed them. Now you have there's no like, oh, well, both sides don't care about civilians. Like, no. Only if you were like kind of pro-Israel and you were doing the both sides thing, and now you're pro-Palestine and you're doing the both sides thing. That's for someone else. That's not for you. You want redemption. You got to give the Palestinians an iron dome, okay? And also maybe pave an airport, send them a fleet of F-35 fighter jets, some gravity bombs, some guided and unguided munitions that they can use, train them with pilots, maybe send them a couple pilots, maybe train them to pilot the fucking airplanes. That's it. Your level of enthusiasm for Israel during Gaza, during the genocide of Gaza, has to now match your level of enthusiasm and defense of the people of Gaza. That's it. Yeah, give him a proprietary F-35 that only they get to control, unlike any other country on the planet. This video of you is blowing up.
But it's one love, bro. It's one love. It's one love.
Wait, what do you mean? What? It's not blowing up. It's got 8,000 likes.
Bro, it don't matter. Niggas gay, it don't matter. They straight. It don't matter, bro. Why don't we just love each other, bro? So, I don't care, bro. OJ, yo, bro, I saw your intro. I'm like, damn, this nigga fly.
Look how excited he is to talk to him. He's like, oh, you're fly as hell.
They want your soul because you changed the game. Don't sell your soul. You know I have a soul. You need to sit down in the holy oil. You need to go get a church bath and cleanse your body.
What I don't understand about this whole narrative shift is that if we all admit that Israel's doing a genocide, doesn't also mean we have to admit that Hamas's response is warranted. No, this is, you don't understand. That's why some people will literally fucking say Israel's doing a genocide, and then they continue defending Israel. They're like, oh, Israel's doing a genocide, but we still got to give them arms. We still got to give them weapons. What? I'm sorry. What? No. No, that's like the inherent contradiction between liberal Zionists, many of which don't even recognize that Israel's done a genocide anyway. Because if they do, they have to recognize that we have to hold Israel accountable. Anyway, why are they blacklisting you? Because my fucking weed too loud. My bitch is too bad. My weed too loud. My smoke too powerful. Steak too juicy. Lobster too buttery. Fits too fire. That's how it
American
is.
streets. This report details a decades-long influence and espionage campaign that continues to this day and really is an untold story. It's a story where we hear bits and pieces here and there, but presents this.
Yeah, this is also crazy because like they introduced market reforms already, so it doesn't even fucking matter. Obviously, those market reforms were irrelevant from the American perspective because the American perspective is not about forcible liberalization of the Cuban economy. And has everything to do with destroying Cuba and turning it into an American island. They want to own it as a territory. 2 million likes on this TikTok
There's
about
still
the
going to be
admin.
more bloodshed unless they shut their mouth and let ICE enforce the laws that they enacted.
Blaming the victim. Yeah, I met this guy at the Denver Melot Kiros party. He's really good. He makes great videos.
For the violence feels like an abusive relationship, reveals the identity of the ICE agent responsible for the main murder this week. The agent's name is David Bruyette. Several relatives and hundreds of family court records obtained from the Augusta District Clerk's office detail years of unspeakable physical abuse to his daughters and ex-wives and verbal.
Even some of the major chiefs in this country who don't necessarily agree with this administration says you always comply with law enforcement. But the hateful rhetoric that ICE isn't a real law enforcement agency. I see these signs that will resist. ICE are let's abolish them. They're fascists. When you keep that hateful rhetoric up for a year and a half, there's going to be that percentage of that left population that it's going to be emboldened to take action because they're not real law enforcement agencies.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we must restore some semblance of law and order and accountability, we have to fucking prosecute this guy. Straight up. We have to prosecute all the ICE agents that have engaged in criminal misconduct and all the ICE agents that killed Americans, killed non-citizens as well. And certainly the fucking, the tippy top of this administration. There's no world where we just continue business as usual politics once we're back in power. Okay? Yeah, I know he was Obama's guy. I don't give a shit. Okay? I don't care. I was critical of Obama's deportation agenda as well. It's clearly ramped up a million notches at this point. That was unacceptable. That was unacceptable and criminal. This is also outright criminal and murderous. Okay? Like two things can be wrong at the same time and one thing can be far worse than the other. Sometimes the same fucking guy. What are we doing? Look, I'm not oblivious to the evolution of ISIS techniques getting less and less restrained, but it's also a little silly to not recognize that they're operating like fucking death squads right now. Yeah, think about this position. After ICE killed 2 Americans in the streets, I voted to give them more money for training, which apparently led them to kill 2 more people, and body cameras that weren't used when they killed those people.
I should resist them. All they had to do is simply comply with law enforcement. If you don't like what law enforcement did to you...
Like when people go, well, Obama, in this moment, I'm like, okay, like, what do you want me to do about it? Should we not prosecute this guy then? If Obama fucking gave him a medal? Yeah, FBI is no longer investigating ICE encounters, by the way, which means local law enforcement has to step in.
Then go to the court, sue, call the ACLU, do whatever you want to do. But you should always comply with law enforcement. If they did, they'd be alive today. Let's be clear,
Anyway. All right, that's all I got for today. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm tired. I'm going to go spend time with my family. Okay? Love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Okay? We are your family? Okay, well, I have a family too. Anyway, peace, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hustle people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving grinnings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you.